Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. I've already done a couple of voiceovers for my video today, which is about how God, why would God want to save America? I mean, asking people the question who believe that Trump is doing God's work to save America, and I'm going to put both those voiceovers in after this one. But I want to say I started the 7-day sittings last night. I couldn't sleep, and I said, well, I was going to wait till they're all done and start them. But I'm like, well, why not go through the process myself whilst doing the rest of the sittings? And I felt it was a strong sitting. And I was, pleasantly surprised because when the sitting's passing through the preceptor doesn't necessarily feel the sitting or know what's in it. There's divine work that's being done often that the preceptor's unaware of. And so that's, fairly interesting. And then I had, still had trouble sleeping. I was kind of wide awake. And I just had like what I would call cleaning thoughts. Thoughts that I really didn't want to have, in the middle of the night. They're keeping, things that are going through my mind while I'm, laying there, restlessness. And then when I finally did fall asleep, I had the longest dream that I can't remember all of it, but it involved me. I must have been drunk and on drugs. I don't know how old I was. I owned some sort of a truck that I was driving around in. I was at these parties, and I was lost, and I was being yelled at by various people, and I was looking for my truck. And I think I came back to the party or whatever, and there was, all these various people, some of them famous, some of them not. And I can't even describe all of it because, and now I've kind of lost it a little bit. I woke up and told my wife about it. So it's like a weird stream, but it was going on forever. I was stumbling around looking for this pickup truck, and, it doesn't make any sense at all. All these things. But to make a kind of a long story short, I woke up from it, and I was like, oh my God, thank God I'm awake. Like the whole thing was stressing me out and draining me. And I don't remember a dream like that in years, something like that, where I woke up stressed out and just whatever. And so I realized that the cleaning had really kicked in from the sitting. And I, again, was restless and, whatever. And so I was happy to experience that. I mean, it was an unpleasant experience, but I've gotten mature enough in my spiritual practice where, like, I might be angry at night for no reason, like and not lying in bed awake and angry. And then I might think about things that make me angry, but it's not that. Like, you can either just feel angry, like you wake up, feel angry. You could eat foods that are toxic in nature, and they can irritate your system, or things that'll create fire or heat in your system. And then that'll be, you'll feel anger. But then there are also times that anger is being pulled out of you or something like that. Or fear, it's another one, obviously. And hatred, I said, like fear, anger, and fear are emotions like that are, they're physical and they're, whatever they are. And then and hatred is something else. It's a human construct, but it also has emotion in it. But, I could wake up and just feel these things and then, not attend to them. Like I can, all right, this is just going on and be detached from them. There was a time Babaji had a horrible ulcer. I mean, he was in pain all the time and he couldn't really eat, didn't like to eat. And, it was a whole thing. Chargy trying to get him to eat. When you go to foreign countries, he couldn't eat the food. It's not stuff he was used to. But when it came to America, they had this mushroom soup at Howard Johnson's. There's these Howard Johnson's restaurants and hotels. And Babaji just loved this mushroom soup. Like, he couldn't get enough of it. It was just a weird thing. But, mostly he was, couldn't adjust to life in America and Europe. It's so different from where he grew up and where he lived in rural India. And he would just smoke the hookah and some days not eat at all. But there was a time he was in India in his house, and his visitors came and they said, Babaji, how was your ulcer? And he said, well, it was doing pretty good until you mentioned it. Now I feel the pain because I was, but he was in pain and was able to to just, focus on God in such a way that he wouldn't feel the physical pain of his, like Lology had a abscess of the liver, a hole in his liver, and very similarly was able to detach himself and not feel the pain that was going. Like, when people take beta blockers, you're still feeling the pain of the headache. It's just blocking the signals from your nervous system to your brain, so you don't register the feeling of pain, but your body's still experiencing the pain. And he was able to do this with just his devotion, right? And it's the detachment from these things where you feel the negative stuff being pulled out, the cleaning, and just not attending to it, because it's very easy to plug into the anger and then take it out on other people and people in your life, and I mean, that's how anger works. Like, you might be angry at one thing. People would say that I lost, my football team lost the game and I went and kicked the dog, right? So, people have those, like, I mean, that's a kind of a famous saying for people, like, especially I think in the South, who are big college football fans. But, you don't want to have the anger and the fear trickle down to other people. You don't have to engage with it. Like, it's just something where you just, let it just, be there and just not attend to it. Like, you can feel it, but it's, some kind of distant thing, and then you just get into your stuff. And, after years of doing the meditation, I've been able to achieve that to whatever extent. Like, I just detach from it. And so today I feel great. I don't feel but I know the cleaning's still going on. And, I'll just, I have a few projects that I have to do. I'm going to reglaze our bathtub, and I'm going to, building a chicken, like we're redoing we have this little thing for our chicks. I've shown a bunch of little videos of the chicks in my recent, regular videos. And I'm going to rebuild that. Like, we've got a new plastic bin because the top of the lid to the bin had broken. And there was some hardware cloth on it. And so I've already cut a hole in the top of the bin, and the hardware cloth that I need, I think is already, was here yesterday. So I have to go do that. So I got a few projects outside. Looks like it's nice and sunny. And I won't, do anything that's going to be a light day. I won't do things that are stressful and, tend to things that are going to, aggravate the cleaning process, because it's, I mean, the cleaning's happening, and allow it to happen, and, detach from it and not attend to it, the negative stuff that's coming out. When you're doing the cleaning, you don't really look at the stuff and pay attention to what's coming out and try to feel the stuff. If you're a preceptor and you're cleaning somebody, you might feel some of what they're feeling. And you don't want to, form an impression of it. You don't want to, it's like being re-traumatized. When you are traumatized and then you have a memory of the trauma and it re-traumatizes you. Or an event like your trauma happens, or you see a movie where, like, some woman suffered some kind of physical or sexual abuse, and then sees a movie, and the scene in the movie is very much like what she experienced, or he, a man experienced as a kid, or something like that. Or any number of things. When if you've been traumatized by war and have PTSD, and you watch, a movie, you're a Vietnam veteran, you watch a Vietnam War, and it, the feelings and the trauma kicks in. In therapy, you can re-traumatize a person. A counselor can be, by bringing up a memory, and then it's, the person's suppressing it or whatever. So, on a spiritual level, you don't want to do any of that. Like, it's just, this stuff's being cleaned out. I don't need to know about it. I don't need to look at it and examine it. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to know what it is. It feels unpleasant, but as it gets cleaned out, I feel better. And then it's gone for good, and I don't need to bring it back in, because it's, the bite has been taken out of it. I might still have a memory of, what I was angry about, or what was like trauma, the trauma, whatever it might be. Some intense thing that was an impression. And it might even be from a past life, and oftentimes it is from a past life. You don't need to know about it. Like, it's just, it's gone. I'm glad it's gone, and now I feel better. And so this is all a part of that. So, I'll keep making these voiceovers as I go through my own experience with the 7-day sitting. I'm really glad to do it. It's a new thing. It hasn't been done before. The idea has been there for a while, and I feel like it's just, with spring kicking in and Babaji's birthday coming up, and I just feel like it's a great thing. Okay, so here are the two voiceovers from my other video that are about God saving America. Just kind of a sense of Trump is really, things are going south quickly for him, and so I thought I would include these here, and then I'll come check back in and I'll say what happens as I go through these various cities. Today's Tuesday, April 1st, and I was born on Tuesday, and my first individual sitting was on Tuesday. So, where Sunday is the big day for meditation, and I started the 7-day sitting on Sunday, it made sense for me to start on Tuesday, like it was past midnight, so it was Tuesday morning, and that's why I was born. 2:22 on Tuesday in the middle of the night, and for years I would wake up around 2 to 4, between 2 and 4, oftentimes at 2, sometimes at like at 2:22, and I'd start meditating. Like I'd wake up and I'd be totally alert, so I just meditate, and I had the best meditations. Like my first 5 years as an Abhyasi, that happened quite a bit. Like I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and Charji had said some of the best times to meditate is like at between 2 and 4, but it's a prime sleeping hours, and but for years I did that. I don't, not so much now, but oftentimes if I do a sitting, I'll do it at night before I go to sleep, because that's when I get the most time or whatever it is. I do one of the sittings from the Gratefullness playlist. But anyways, let's get into these other voiceovers, and I'll check back in on the other side. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. Still Monday, March 31st. I just wanted to do the voiceover for the beginning of the next introduction. I started talking about this in the last video, and I might have mentioned this earlier. And this idea, why would God want to save America? I know why people believe this. I know why people would believe that God wants to save America, because everybody's internal world is made up of stories. When people say, how was your day, or, ask you about something, you tell them a story, right? Like most things, in terms of like how people define themselves and what people think of the world are a series of stories that you've experienced. And then there's like the story of your life. And in every culture, there's tales and morals, and, they sit around the campfire, tell stories of great gods or whatever, heroes and things like this. And, moral tale, fables and things with structure, morality, and understanding these concepts through story form. In fact, it's much easier to understand something when it has a story surrounding it. That's why they always give you a backstory at the Olympics to, let's get up close and personal with these athletes, things like this. When Joe Biden said why he was running for president, Joe Biden was saying that he was, it turned out this was complete bullshit, right? It turned out like it was fact-checked and it didn't happen. But he was happy to be retired. Like he was vice president and senator. He was out of politics. He retired. And then Trump had this racist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, Virginia University. And those guys showed up, and he was like, I gotta fix this, and I'm going to run for president, right? It's like this story. They all want to tell you the story that motivates them. Your hardworking mom, they tell the State of a Union, and they have this, people in the audience, and they tell the story of these people, right? So stories are, this important thing. And in terms of our movies and TV shows, which is what our stories are, and everything that we've been trained, it's like the good guy always wins. It's these fairy tales and, the happily ever after and these types of things. And, the stories are how, you can conquer your big moment, your climax of your life, and then you can live happily ever after. And, it just always happens. Somehow we'll just pull it together. And, America has been, the story of America and how people think of America as being this heroic, the good guy, and, the hero, the American hero, and all these things. The idea is that, it'll always keep on going on forever. But that really doesn't exist, because in reality, if you defined your life or anybody's life as happily ever after, you reach this stage of eternal happiness that we all know doesn't exist, then more importantly, the idea would be you wouldn't die, right? So the hero goes and saves the princess and these things. Of course, now it's the feminist version of that where the princess saves herself or whatever it is. But the story is the same. The idea is that you wouldn't die, and death is inevitable. That you would live forever, and there's God doesn't save anybody from death. God hasn't made anybody or anything in the material universe, even the planet itself, even stars that illuminate the solar systems and the sky. I mean, these things that last billions of years. A planet, like even these things have, there's ends to various stages in everything's existence, right? The planet goes through these various phases, and stars go through various phases, and even small animals that live one day, it goes through various phases, right? And these insects that last, a year or 2 months or, a couple of days before they die, they have their phases of life, right? They have their youth, they have their adolescence, their adulthood, and everything ends. There's term limits here on planet Earth and in biological life forms. We have term limits. Eventually everything dies. Every system dies, everything dies. So whether America survives or not, like how long there'll be a United States of America, how long there'll be a government, right? How long there'll be a country like this, a construct. One thing is for sure, that America isn't going to be the most dominant country for very much longer. Like that's already happened. What Trump was trying to say and Biden was trying to say, or what they were selling you, is that somehow you will be able to preserve America's dominance, and that it's God's will. Like there's this sense of inevitability that a hero would come in and save America, and America would always be this country. And we're a very young, immature country. USA. Like we're just watching this with Elon Musk in my last video when he went to Wisconsin, and they all started chanting USA. That's what like young people do, high schoolers do, like chanting shit like that. Like at adolescence, Americans are very immature, and our country's very immature. And there's these countries that have lasted longer, that have been around a lot longer, but they've gone through many different phases, many different governments, many different structures, many different social structures, and all these things. And you go through periods of even just what clothes people wear, how people treat each other, like how people address authority. We're less respectful of authority now, right? Just all the different cultural things, the changes I've seen in my lifetime. I was a kid, they wore these things called fucking bell-bottom pants, right? I mean, been these, you look at the various, phases of, 1910, the way people dress, 1920s, the kind of music they listen to. You go back and you listen to that music and you go, how could this possibly be there, right? How is this, possibly the way things were? I talk about all the commercials and stuff that I grew up on. My wife and I joke about these things, the commercials we saw and the TV shows we watched, and everything was so much different than it is now. I mean, just the computers that have changed, computer technology, or think about how much cell phones have changed things, or the remote control has changed things, or the automobile has changed things. And so there's these revolutions and there's changes like inevitable. And, if there's going to be a time where America falls from grace and no longer is the number one country, we're number one, this thing that Americans say, right? It would be now, right? Wouldn't you think it would be now? Like with all the chuckleheads and all the morons. Like why would you think we would save America now? Why would God say, oh, I want you to be number one from, another 100 years? Like why would God want that? If God had an opinion, or anybody, objectively, if they weren't American, why would any objective being think that America's a good idea and we're going in the right direction? I mean, this whole culture, this world culture, the debt-based economy, the world, the way it is structured now. And think about all the people out there that, look at America and look at the way Trump's behaving, for example. And how many people are like psyched that America's number one? Like, America has the best military or has the best economy. I mean, you have these countries that are ancient compared to the history of America. These countries and civilizations that have, America is even part of those civilizations, right? We've gotten ideas from these various countries around the world, the Greek Empire, the Roman Empire, the Native Americans. Ben Franklin looked at their form of government, democracy, and a lot of American government came from that, right? So there's these cultures that were around thousands of years, and America is an extension of that, extension of the British Empire. Why isn't the Britain the dominant force anymore, or why isn't the Roman Empire, or these various Chinese empire, or these Indian empires that were that dominated the world at the time of the Mahabharata and these other times, right? There's been all these various countries that have had dominant governments and have been the number one country, the most evolved country, the most evolved people, at least in terms of lifestyle and these other things, most educated, and they've all fallen. They don't even last that long, right? 100 years in many cases. So if you look around and most people agree that idiocracy has set in. Like, people are way stupider, but just the immorality and the breakdown of the family and all the things that would really make a country great. Not the greatness that Trump thinks about. It's not economic greatness. It's not lifestyle. It's not your military. It's how people treat each other, how respectful they are, how humble they are, whether they have a relationship with divinity or not, whether they have good, solid, stable marriages and families. These are the things that make people great. Like, if you're going to think of greatness, I mean, we have our own definition of it. But those are the things that would make something worth saving. And so everyone sees that things are degraded now. Everyone sees, like, the other side of it. The Republicans can talk about how the Democrats are so degraded, and the Democrats will talk about how the Republicans are, the conservatives are so, they're so nostalgic, and they're holding back our progress. And both sides understand the evil of the other side and the poor qualities of the other side. But overall, you see that we suck, right? We're not as good as we were. And these kids are much worse. They barely have lives. Most of this stuff is dominated by their internet experience that has no value. Video games and social chats and, whatever the heck fuck they're doing, like on the internet. And they spend hours a day on screens, and they're not even living a good life or any kind of a life. And so they're much stupider, and they're weaker and more depressed. And I mean, they all suffer from depression. Many of them are on medications, and they're physically weaker, mentally weaker. They can't sustain the smallest little stress, right? The little bit of stressors in their life. They can't even, go through the rigors of working some after-school job or anything like that, right? They have no work ethic. And, it's not their fault, and that's in the sense of, it's what they've been left by the previous generation. They're not being left with the things they need to become great people or even better people. I've joked about this idea of indigo children, and I'm like, where the fuck are they, right? I mean, these kids today, you really can't count on them for anything. And, each generation has gotten weaker. Each generation has got more entitled. And so God wouldn't save America. In fact, America would be destroyed by any benevolent being that sees the horrors that we're visiting on our children, that we are making it worse for our children with each succeeding generation, right? It's very clear, that God wouldn't save this. If God had an opinion, even if there's just higher developed souls that manage the world for God, they'd have to look at this and go, all right, this fucking country's fucked. This is an abomination. Let's erase this motherfucker. And like, if you look at the history of the world, when the country and empire gets the way America has gotten, it's destroyed. Like, it always ends. We have all the signs around us. If you were going to put together all the lists of things that are that these falling empires have in common, America has all of those things and more. And so it's, there's no saving it. It's just some, pipe dream, because you don't want to, think about what life's going to be like when America isn't number one anymore. And, when empires fall, it's not a nice thing. And, it's not just America. It's going to be a global situation. And so the kind of change that we're looking at, depopulation, right? We have an overpopulated world. There's going to be massive depopulation, cities, these issues. I mean, all the issues that people have. Overpopulation is something where if you look at it, overpopulation happens in small places. It doesn't happen globally. It happens in cities, just like it does with any sort of creature, any other creature. It could be in one country. It could be a species of animal that only exists in a small area. But when overpopulation hits, usually because they have an abundant food source and they don't have any natural predators or not enough of them. And we've seen what's happened when there's, overpopulation of locusts and, these rats and things and whatever it is. And of course, people, diseases and weakness, and they get fighty and suicidal. And when they do experiments with creating overpopulation with animals, rats and mice and things, the same things that are happening now happen in those populations. All the weaknesses that set in, all the cannibalistic behavior, all the animals get weird and suicidal and self-destructive, all the things that we see now. And so, that's what's going to happen because like that, we're seeing what's going to happen. We just don't want to deal with it because, it means like we'll have to change in ways that most of us can't, right? People can't conceive of living without the system we're now 100% dependent on and all the things that go with it, without being the dominant empire. And so, there's civilizations that collapse just from an earthquake or, we've seen these stories and, these things that have happened, floods and earthquakes and disasters and, things that civilizations thriving in one day and not the next. And that can happen even without any warning signs. And so all those things are happening and we're aware of it. And we're just, a few knockout blows from being pushed over the edge, not just here in America, but a global situation. So Trump promising that he can save the world. Just when I woke up, there was, I looked at my phone and there was, Twitter sends me this thing from this guy named L. Donald Trumpo, who's just a, really stupid Trumper. And he always says stuff like boom and then releases some pro-Trump stupid thing. And it's Caroline Levitt. She went and gave a press conference. I saw it earlier. I didn't watch it. And she's talking about, let's see if I can find it. Maybe I'll lead in when I'm done with this voiceover. I'll find it. It'll be soon after the, wherever it is. And she's talking about that Donald Trump is here to not only save, to make America great from what Joe Biden did to it, but for decades of abuse and all these ways that we've been being taken advantage by these foreign governments with their, manufacturing policies. America's been screwed over, and he's got the art of the deal, right? And these people actually believe that stupid Trump stuff. Like they actually believe that, see, how many people believed the rest of the world has been taking advantage of us until Trump said it? No one's ever said that before, that we've been screwed over by the manufacturing issues. We're absorbing 25% of the resource. We're using 25% of the resources of the world. Go around the world, see how other people live. You think we're getting a fucking bad deal? It's like silly. It's the R word. It's just stupid. And that's the stupidity that run amongst the Trump people, and they buy into his bullshit. He's not a great man, and he's not a man of God, and he's not here to fucking reverse the declining civilization that inevitably is going to collapse around us, right? It's just a matter of time, and there's no one going to save you from what's about to happen. Like, just some humility and some sense of understanding and agreement with what's happening. Like, all right, we get it. Yeah, this is obvious what's going to happen. And so, just be realistic or honest with yourself. Why would God save America? Like, why would God? Like, list some reasonable things that have nothing to do with your subjective opinion or my subjective opinion on why we would want God to save us or why we think God should save us, right? Think about why, how a divine being will look upon an evolved soul and objectively look at the world, not favor, one country over another or one person over another, and see what needs to happen. And the first thing was, this motherfucking country's got to go, right? That's the first thing they would say. Anyways, let's get into the other stuff here. Okay, today is Tuesday, April 1st. I just want to add to what I was saying yesterday about God not saving America. So the majority of Trumpers are Christians, right-wing, established Republican Christians. the hardcore Trumpers, and the ones who conflate. There's Christians who believe Trump is like the second coming of Jesus, right? But and I've said this before. Most religions and spiritual teachings have a doomsday story. They might have a doomsday story in the past, like the flood, Noah's Ark, and the flood, right? There might be a past doomsday story in the Jewish tradition, and then also a future one. And for Christians, it's the book of Revelations and the end times, and that there was a person that was going to come down with 666 at the base of their skull or something like this, right? That's where the 666 comes from. It's only in the book of Revelations, not anywhere else. And I've talked about the book of Revelations being kind of controversial. It was published 70 years or so after Jesus died. And so that would have meant that John would have had to been like 20s when Jesus died. And he was, if he was, they say John wrote the book of Revelations, but they're not sure if it's the John, there's John the Baptist and there's John the disciple. But, whatever. That's all, whatever it is. I don't necessarily believe in the book of Revelations, but there's stuff in there that's interesting. And as a kid, I found it really interesting. But what's supposed to happen is like some angel's supposed to come down and blow some trumpet, some horns, a horn, and everyone's be able to hear it, and all the Christians immediately go up to heaven. All the saved Christians. And everyone else is fucked. Like the world's just end times. It's like a hell. It's hell on earth. Like the whole place turns into hell. And, that's the, and there's more to it than that, but there's a lot of stuff in it and it's all bad. And there's been movies about it. Like Hollywood movies about, it's like, it translates into, there's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, I think it's called End Times. There's those guys, all that Brat Pack, kind of Seth Rogen, whatever they're called. They had a thing where there's they made a movie about what happens like right after the Apocalaughs. I mean, there's a number of them. One called The Pearl, I think it's called. There's a number of movies about Book of Revelations. Some made by Christians, some not. But it translates into a horror story, right? And so there's no saving America in the Bible. There's no reference to saving America. There doesn't exist, right? This idea, of what Trump is. The Trump isn't embracing a character in any character in the Christian tradition that's here that's going to save America. Like if he is, he's the Antichrist, right? I mean, if Trump was a character, he'd be the Antichrist, right? He would be the guy with 666 on the base of his skull, who's coming in, the son of Satan. That's Rosemary's Baby. There's lots of stories about that guy too, lots of movies, and so there's nothing in your tradition or any other religious tradition where some guy comes down and becomes a businessman and then a grifting businessman and then a politician and then saves America and everything becomes a utopia. Like he's not that guy. He's hostile, he's petty, he's bitter, and he's way too narcissistic to do anything for anybody else, including God. And he's not a man of God. He doesn't even know his favorite quote from the Bible, but claims to be a Christian. And then there's a video clip I have somewhere in here that somebody sent me, and I found a YouTube version where the guy saying that Trump converted to Judaism. I don't know if it's a spoof thing. I didn't get a chance to watch it yet. I watched the first 15, 20 seconds. Thought I put it in here because, But anyways, the rest of this video will show you how idiocracy and depravity have set in. And, like I say this every day, but let's focus on that part of these clips and these stories. And that, it's going south and not north. It's going down and not up. It's going into darkness and not light. I mean, all these things. And so, it's silly to think that Trump is here to save America. There's no reference point to it anywhere. And if you're a Christian thinking he's some sort of Christian saint here, that's a politician. Saints are not politicians or political. If they get into politics, they've lost their way. Because a spiritual person works on the spiritual sphere and not on the material sphere. Anyways, let's get into it. I got some great stuff here. Okay, so today's Wednesday, April 2nd. I did the second sitting before I went to sleep last night. And I could feel the sort of cleaning building. I wasn't angry or upset or anything like that. I didn't have any emotional whatever. But I could feel like stuff being stirred up, like what happens in the cleaning. To do this is to do the 7-day sitting. And I went to bed and I realized I needed to say something about how people can do the sittings like 2 a day. So you could do, in 3.5 days, you could do sitting in the morning and sitting in the evening, or night. There needs to be some time and space. And I don't know if I've talked about this with people. So I'm going to say that in the playlist that, I know people are using the sittings maybe inappropriately, like the individual sittings, like the Tuesday sitting, they're doing it 7 days a week or something. And I don't want to say it's inappropriate because that's when there used to be a master and preceptors and things. But, it's not meant for your personal meditation, these things, the cleanings. But in the past, if there was a gathering and they had a satsang, there would be a group meditation. And you weren't supposed to get an individual sitting for, it changed, but I think it was 4 hours was for 4 hours after the satsang. And sometimes you would feel destabilized, but the sitting has to set. You have to digest it, just like everything else. And you're supposed to reflect and write your diary and sort of absorb the sitting. And there were people who were, and I'm going to say all this stuff again, but I might as well say it here differently. There were people who were so sensitive, Babaji, of course, being the premier one, that they would get a sitting and they would tell you exactly what happened. Like Babaji was so sensitive and so spiritually aware, like he knew the next spiritual stage. You have these yatra points, and he knew the next spiritual stage before it even happened. And he would prepare himself for what Lalaji was going to, guide him through, which is kind of the ultimate in being a good disciple. You anticipate what's going to happen before it even happens, right? And so there are people who you would give a sitting to, and they'd be like, you worked on this point and that point, and this happened, and they could see what's happening. But then you'd have people who imagined it or would make it up because, it's just like it's just humans suck, right? And so there are people who did really get into the meditation and knew exactly what's happening inside of them and could say it. Babaji occasionally would not transmit to people, and he'd say, what did you guys feel today? And people would come up with these elaborate stories. And, Charge was like, I didn't feel anything. These were things that he documented in his diary. And Babaji said, that's good because I didn't transmit. So I don't know if these were tests, but Daji was really into that. These tests. Like he was into it because he's told these stories quite often. Like I knew they happened, but then he made a bigger deal of it than it was. But there's people who would just make things up. They imagine things for their own ego satisfactions or whatever. And so there are people who would actually read what was going on, and then there was people who would make, it was like it's all the whole mess. But there's this level of sensitivity is what I'm talking about, where you understand exactly what's going on inside of you, and you're attuned to it. You're like that high level meditator, and so there's levels to the stuff that happens. But anyways, I did the meditation, and I had trouble sleeping. I'm taking these nitric oxide boosters, which has been really helpful. They had the heart issues and the other stuff, and I'm exercising a lot. But I have to really watch the amount I take because they seem to build up over time. And I cut the pill in half, and I take just parts of it, like in the morning, because I'm sensitive to these kind of things. I take a little bit of caffeine. I got these cacao, like gummy berry things, and then sometimes I eat a little piece of chocolate, but small, tiny, like one of these small chocolate bars. They come in like 3 little pieces. Like you think about a Hershey bar, and I take probably just a corner of one, like just a little bit. I'm very sensitive to caffeine now and chocolate and things. But I'm doing a lot of exercise. My heart's gotten, all those issues have seemed to gone. I mean, just way better. And but sometimes I have trouble sleeping just in general, like going to sleep. It's not often, but it's occasional. And I had the last 2 nights, I think after the sittings, that was part of it. And so Monday night I was up till about 4. Like that's one of those are extreme type situations. And I take naps too, so it's all whatever it is. But I was up around 12. I got really tired, midnight, 1 o'clock, and I did the sitting, and then I kind of maybe dozed off for a little bit, and I woke up kind of energized, and then I eventually went back to sleep. And I had very intense dreams, like that were related to all these things. There was one where I was dreaming about having to make this to add an extra audio of introduction about how you could do the sittings. Um, I woke up a couple of times and I went back to sleep probably around 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I had these intense dreams that I was, I was deciding whether to do the sitting first or do the video first. I'm doing the video first because I don't want to forget the things I have to say. And there's some things going on anyway that are, I want to wait till all the, there's stuff in the household that's going to be not conducive to be doing the sitting. I like it, when nobody's here, it's the best, when I'm just here by myself. That way I don't get interrupted or something. But anyways, and I'm also refinishing a tub today. So there's all that. Got a lot to do, and I want to get that done early. So anyways, but I was dreaming about what I should do about the introduction. I'm adding this extra layer of introduction to the playlist. And I had this dream. I was giving a sitting, and we had rented a hall, and there was a bunch of people there. And I was surprised at how many people. There was maybe 50 to 100 people. And we were renting some kind of hall, and there was all kinds of noise. There was kids. They came in like a camp of kids that were in there. It was like a town hall kind of thing, not like like an auxiliary building that people would rent. And there was all these activities going on during the sitting. And somehow I got up, and during the sitting, well, first I wanted to sit in the back, but I had a seat and somebody had taken my seat. And I was going to sit on the other side, but that was where the women were sitting, because there was a similar seat on the other side. And I was like, I can't sit there. And then I realized I was supposed to sit in the front because I was given the sitting as a preceptor. And there's some woman sitting in my chair, and I said, you're going to have to move. I have to get in here. And so, sometimes as a preceptor, you get so absorbed in the sitting that you open your eyes and you're like, oh my God. Or even as an Abhyasi, sometimes I got so absorbed in the group meditation, I lost track of where I was. And I opened my eyes and I'm like, oh my God, there's people sitting here. Like it's like I have to come back into my body and remember where I am and what I was doing. And so I went to say that's all. And I said that's all, and I woke up. I came out of whatever, sleep or samadhi. Of course, it's a dream, so it's not either. But I was already asleep. But I opened my eyes, and I'm sitting in a room, and I'm sitting on like a futon. And I'm like gone, and I'm like, I don't even know where I gotta go run and tell the people the sitting's over, right? And so there was a lot more to the dream. I mean, it's just and then I went in and I was saying that, and I was talking to people, and I'm like, you guys, how was it sitting for you? I was like, it was really deep for me. And they're like, yeah, it was good sitting. I'm like, I need somebody to do as a coordinator, to make sure that when we have this building, that there's no other activities going on. Like there's all these noisy things happening that was like interrupting the sitting. And I'm like, we got to get rid of all those things. And some guy seemed to volunteer, but then he had a very thick Irish accent. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. Eventually, I thought he was like complaining. I'm like, I don't know, get this guy out of here. He's not being helpful. And then after that, there was an actor, and I can't remember the guy's name. He's an African-American actor, older guy. He's kind of like Billy D. Williams, but not him. And I don't think I know the guy's name. And he wanted me to run lines with him, which of course I have no, ability. And there was a couple other people that came, an assistant and somebody who worked for him. And we were traveling around, and then we got to the place where we're going to run lines. I'm like, I don't know why we're going. We could just do it in any room. But I was, and I'm like, probably not going to be good at this. And the other three people all had scripts, and I didn't have a script. And the woman gave me a bag, and I was going through the bag, and there's all this weird stuff in it, but there's no script. I'm like, I don't have a script. Was I supposed to get a script? Like, like they were looking at me like it's my fault. I'm like, you guys never gave me a script. I don't even know why you're asking me to do this. You got two other people who work in the industry here, the Hollywood or whatever. Why don't you have them do it? And they started to talk about, there's a basketball player named Isaiah Stewart who they nicknamed Beef Stew. And he was just in a fight with he plays for Detroit Pistons. He's trying to bring back the old Piston Brawlers. And they had a wrestling match with Dante DiVincenzo, and he's a Italian basketball player. They call it Big Ragu, from Villanova. Those Villanova guys. If you know basketball, it's just unimportant. If you don't, and he's kind of feisty, and him and his teammates got into it with some young rookie guy, and Beef Stew got involved. This guy Isaiah Stewart, and he was holding up his shirt to say Detroit Pistons, and he's been in a lot of scuffles. He was in one with LeBron like last year. And now his whole thing is to be like a tough guy. And somehow he got his legs broken. And these people were like, the car accident was probably rigged in some way. So they're talking conspiracy theories, truther stuff. And they're making like these weird things. And I say to them, yeah, or they could just take over the car and drive it into the wall because they have that technology. And they looked at me like, like that was some bizarre thing. And I went, well, I do this professionally. And then I woke up. So very interesting dreams. And I'm missing pieces or whatever it is. But it's very intense. I've only done 2 of the sittings. And I can feel the sittings are intense. I think they're more so intense. There's more intensity in doing the sittings than giving them. They feel sort of normal, like sittings. But anyways, let me wrap this one up here because I got so much to do, and I'll continue on tomorrow. Okay, so I have some projects going on. I'm doing this thing with refinishing the bathroom, which was turned into a disaster yesterday. The tub, they have this old rusty tub that I have the whole thing. And then the chicks, our baby chickens, rebuilding a bin. It's a low skill thing, but I've been waiting on some hardware cloth. And it's great to have. It's a beautiful day. I can hear the spring stuff going on outside. We're going to take the dogs for a walk in a second. Do the meditation to 7 sittings in 7 days. I got a whole thing to do about that in the introduction next video, about how those things come in together. When you look at politicians, or you look at the situation we're in, it's a desperation right now. Like, it's desperate. There's a lot of things that are breaking down, and it all starts with people. I've said this over and over again. Your system is as good as the people that are in it, and that can go both ways in terms of the people make the system, and the system makes the people, right? And so the outcome of your system, the product of your system, both the creators of your system and the product, the end product of your system, are people. So your system is to be judged, the American system, the global economy, is to be judged by the people that are in it. And then there's the leadership positions. There's the people that are prominent, that are out front, that are examples of your system. And this is very important. I don't think I've talked about this. This would be the celebrities, the athletes, the people that are, the political people, news people, famous people, right? Internet stars now. The people with money behind the scenes that aren't necessarily famous, but they're rich and influential. And all these people have a bigger influence on the system in their way, whatever way it is, either economically or socially, politically, or you can look at even your religious leaders, the people that are the, big time church, mega churches, these scumbags, right? And on every level, the people who are in these power positions of political power, money power, religious power, military power, social power, right? All these things, social media stars. like all these various levels of influence, people like Oprah Winfrey, people, across the board. They're not as good as the normal people. They're more, they're more self-centered. They're more entitled. They're more everything. Trump, these people who worship Trump has always been a selfish prick, and he always puts himself in front of other people. He's done his whole life. He somehow convinced people that he's not that way, right? And everybody's looking for somebody else to be better than them. I mean, even to the extent for me, I've said this before, I would hope that everybody went farther along the Sahaj Marg path, went past me and was better than I was, right? Because like I can see how much there is to do spiritually. And, I'm kind of a slacker and, I'm okay, but at least I'm making an effort. So there's why, like there's value in my channel, because almost everybody else isn't even embarking on the spiritual journey. But I can see, I wish I was the worst person spiritually in the world, right? Like I wish everybody was better than me, because it would be, a society full of highly advanced spiritual people. And so, it's everybody expects other people to be better than them. Everybody expects that other people will be, they look down on other people, and yet they expect other people to be, more generous or more kind or more, even in, marital relationships and these types of relationships, they always expect the other person to be, loving and loving them unconditionally, but they get to shit on their spouse, like these things, right? Like people are all thinking that other people are better than them and should be better than them, even though they look down on people. It's a weird dynamic, but nobody thinks it's up to them. Like I say this stuff about the truth community, where there's the InfoWar model from, the shill Alex Jones, that you think you're going to wake up all these sheeple and you're going to have an army of sheeple that are going to they're going to do something that you can't do. Like you're more alive and awake and aware than the sheeple. How are the sheeple going to do better than you? Like why would waking up people, the masses of people who don't give a shit and are not curious and don't, they're just happy with, they're content with their miserable lives or whatever, and are not, they're not people that are they're not revolutionary, they're not visionary, they're not going to lead you. You expect the people that are too late to the party are going to somehow activate and do something you can't do already, right? Like, it's silly. This whole idea is silly, right? And everything I'm saying isn't hard to see. It's hard to accept, right? It's people can see it, they just can't accept it, and they have to limit it to this group of people or that group of people or, whatever it is. But our people who are in front of us on a daily basis, whoever it is, right? The people who are in prominent positions are worse than the regular people, and the regular people suck, and we're getting worse generationally. That's the other thing. It'd be one thing if we were all scumbags, but we were getting better. Like if each generation was getting stronger and better and more intelligent and more whatever. Like just even, if we were barbarians and we were the worst of the worst, but there was some level of sophistication and some level of advancement where we could see, oh wow, people are getting fucking better, right? But whatever we were before, which probably wasn't all that great. I mean, we haven't been great for a while as a species. We're getting worse. We're definitely getting worse. And that's another big flaw. Like that's another red flag that, and getting worse in the sense of getting more unnatural, like animals in a zoo can't be what they were designed to be, right? Even in the best zoos. They can't live a more natural life as a lion or a chimpanzee or whatever. They're confined to a small area, and the food's provided for them, and so they're not being what they're designed to be. But in the wild, they are. They're being what they're supposed to be. And humans aren't that way, right? We're not that way at all. We're not being what we're designed to be, and we're just become more and more natural, and you can see it setting in. And so we have a system problem, and we have a human problem, and they go hand in hand. And it's leading us in the wrong direction. Pretty much everybody can see this, right? Like when you say idiocracy is a real thing, it's a real thing on so many different levels. And so if we're going in the wrong direction, we're de-evolving, we're getting weaker and worse, then the system has to go. Like it just has to go. And it isn't something where it can be changed a little bit, because what you're fighting against is people's desire not to change and people's desire to go to the lowest level instead of the highest level. That's why there's so few saints, because people don't take an interest in their spiritual evolution, and people don't really want to improve. They want to have other people improve. They want their leaders to be better, but they don't want to change themselves. And changing is hard, especially now with everything that the world is pulling you towards your lowest nature, right? To be selfish and all these things. And you're like, well, why should I? I mean, when you change into a spiritual person, it's like everybody around you takes advantage of you because you're better, right? Like it's because they're all fucking sucky because they don't want to change. And so when you become a spiritual person, you just become like a target. Like you have, if you have energy and love to give, people will, like these vampires and ghouls, will take as much love out of you as they fucking can, right? Because that's, they don't have it. They're deprived of it, and they're not willing to work for it themselves. Divine energy, this transmission that comes from the Sahaj Marg system. I mean, it's a divine, it's God's love that's available for everyone. But people don't want to put in the work to get it and don't feel like they deserve it because deep down they know that they're pieces of shit that are going in the wrong direction. And so if you become a saint or higher developed soul, they're going to prey on you and steal everything from you. And so like it would behoove you not to be spiritual or not to be evolved because then you just more and more pressure on you, right? And so there's no greatness now. Like people like talk about and being great is not, it's kind of the opposite of that. When you're a spiritual person, it's humility, but there's no higher in now. It's everything's going to a lower direction and it's across the board in the people of prominence. And so why would people think the system should be saved or could be saved? That's what I've been saying in my last few videos, right? Like it's all just, deprived and, it's all depravity and all these things. So my problem with all these people, and I don't say I have a problem with them, what I would criticize about all this stuff, and it's not really criticism, it's just, truth, is not one of them are saying what I'm saying here, that we're fucked in terms of the material system. Like, it's not that we're fucked, it's like it should go, it sucks. We're fucked from the standpoint is that, it's hard to change who you are on the inside, but it's also to change how your lifestyle is, to adapt to a new country, to adapt to a new, anything, right? Just even relationships. Like that's why, how much you have to change when you're in a relationship and just how much you have to, adjust your life and, just a new kind of career or living in a different area. Like there's lots of just physical changes. But when the system is the same, when there's a strip mall with all the stores you like and you have Amazon, you can just now, you don't even have to go out shopping. You have all these conveniences and running water. If you're going to move to a new place, the first things you have to figure out is where you're going to get your water from. Like if you're a homesteader or something. Okay, we're near a creek. We're near a creek. We're near a spring, right? We have this water source. And then how do you get the water? How do you harvest the water or whatever you want to call it? And then there's things like food and the rest of it, right? How do we heat our food? Where are we going to get our firewood? Because there's places where there's no trees, right? So you have to just figure out your basic needs. But now that's provided for you by all the stores. There's these strip malls that are similar all across America, where all the places that people frequent, whatever they eat, food, whatever they do, whatever they shop at. There's a Costco and a fucking Walmart, and there's little shops and these and, whatever stuff people have in terms of fast foods or whatever it is, right? And it's very similar that you don't have to adjust yourself. You just have to figure out where the things you liked in your old place are in this new strip mall. And the strip malls are almost identical. So it's like you go into a store. Like every once in a while you go into a reverse Walmart or a reverse Lowe's where the shit's on the opposite side of the other place. And and you're like, wow, this sucks. I usually know what aisle, I know how to look at the store, but now everything's in reverse, right? You come in and on the other side of the store, it's, like a Costco, every once in a while they have they have these opposite ones. But the people who are there, they're the opposite ones the way it's supposed to be because that's what they're used to. But anyways, what I'm talking about is having to adjust to a completely different lifestyle where so much more is expected out of you and so much less is provided by a system that doesn't exist anymore. And so that sucks, right? That part of the thing sucks. But every other aspect about it is good, right? And people should be at least hinting at this. They should be at least saying this is a possibility, like any of these people, and they're not. That you might need to prepare for this. You might have to adjust yourself. And this is what Pockets of Future stands for, living now the way people are going to have to live in the future. You have to build the pocket of the future, at least, partially. You don't have to quit your job and go off grid like that's, everyone has to figure out what it means for them. But what you need to start to develop and what you need to be able to do to have a life on the other side of this collapse. And the leadership is just not even, saying any of those things. They talk about how this thing might end at any moment, right? They're saying all these things. But then they just fucking, they don't say, oh, well, like they try to sell you a sales pitch of preventing it because they know you'll do anything not to have this thing end. Or you'll buy anything and you'll buy into anything just so you can believe that the system won't end. That's how Trump has sold people. And Biden was trying to sell the same thing. That the other people are going to lead you to disaster, but I'll save you. Oh, you will? Good. I don't have to think of it anymore, I won't be needing this, taking your head and moving to the side. There's that Bob Gothwaite joke, the comedian, where he goes, oh, entertain him tonight. I won't be needing this. And he pretends he takes his head and take it off his body, right? And so, that's where people are, and that's where the leadership is. Across the board, even most of the people in the truth community aren't saying, this is something you have to consider. Like, what does it mean to you? What do you think you're going to need if the system collapses? Like, just start thinking about those things. What kind of person are you going to have to be to survive this thing? Or are you just going to quit, curl up in the fetal position, and just say, it's too tough, which is what majority of people are going to do. And so, it's just you're talking to corpses, right? You're talking to dead people. You're talking to zombies and ghouls who are just, they're going to ride this thing out, and then they feel no responsibility to the next generation or humanity itself to do anything to adjust to their new circumstances. And so, like I said, the majority of people are just dead man walking. Anyways, let's wrap this one up here. Okay, so today's Thursday, April 3rd. I just did a little voiceover about something. Can't remember which. I just did it a little while ago, a couple hours ago. Beautiful day outside. I just did the part 5, the day 5 sitting as a preceptor, and last night I took the day 3 sitting as an Abhyasi. So I had a very tumultuous day yesterday. We have this old bathtub, old farmhouse, and most of it's been redone by previous owners, remodeled and modernized. But the master bedroom's floor and the overall room, and then the where my wife and I sleep, and the bathroom attached to it are just not. They're just old farm wood floor in the bathroom, which I've tried to fix. I put various layers of polyurethane on it, some other things. And, I'm going to say this in my other video, so I don't want to cover all of this. But the tub has been a mess, and the idea came to me that there might be lead leaching into the water, and I might be absorbing it in my skin, and that probably isn't a good thing. And whenever I have thoughts like that, I take it seriously, any kind of intuitive thought, because I don't go to, I don't have a doctor or these things, right? I avoid mainstream medical. It's all got intuition has to play a part in my health because I don't think about it that much. I've had to think about it a lot since post COVID, but I try not to. I just unless there's a problem, I don't. But anyways, so we looked at the options. We have a tub, but we're gonna wait to redo the bathroom, and that creates a whole series of problems because this is where this is my office basically. And so, weeks of people working in the bathroom, I would be displaced in the whole thing. So that's been an issue. And just all of it, finding a person, the money, all the things that go with it. So it's, And so I went to reglaze the tub yesterday, and out of, like a screw up there's a leak. There's a drop of water, and I couldn't find a shutoff valve for the water, especially the cold water. I found one for the hot water. But it was for like much of the house, which was not, I couldn't leave it shut off for the whole day. And so I designed a system where I had a hose. I attached it to the faucet where the water was leaking. I put in a bucket, but I neglected to turn off the hot water because I tried to drain the water out of the system, and the hot water was not. I shut that off, and when I turned the hot water back on, it filled the tub right after I'd reglazed it. So it was a fucking nightmare, And so I'm saying this because like when there was a series of issues. The whole, I had mixed the glaze and thinking I was going to be able to put it on, and then I realized there was a leak. It was a drop, which I really have not been aware of. Like I thought it ran for a little bit after taking a bath, after water was run, but then it would stop, but it wasn't. It was still going, and so that took an hour and a half to deal with it. So the stuff's starting to harden out the side. I'm on the clock. I got sped up. These things, and so and there's just the toxicity of the paint. This is like supposed to be non-toxic, but they all it's not natural stuff. So and I just got so tired out, worn out by the whole thing. I started making a video, and I hadn't done the sitting yesterday. I had to do that from the living room after just a real tough morning. And these projects, they always go this way. And I'm going to talk about this more extensively at the introduction of my next video. So I don't have to deal with it here. But, these projects always have an issue, and they always go south. There's always something you didn't count on. It's always harder than you think, right? All these farm projects. But it's always a bad time to do it when you're doing an intensive cleaning, so because, cleaning pulls for things. And so, I just felt, worse than I normally would, just worn out, tired, frustrated, so that was my day going into day 3. And it's been raining every day, which bodes well for these 7-day sittings that we're doing. And so, I was up to day 2. I've done 2-day sittings. I had intense dreams, and then I had this just difficult ass project, which is there's always shit that happens when you're going through this kind of cleaning. There's just always some, material life bullshit thing that happens that helps to pull out whatever's going on. When I was being made a preceptor, I went through hell in India. I was sick and just frustrated and just all of it, drama with other people, social things. Everything, checking almost every box. I got really, really sick too. Traveling, frustrated, just, unbelievable just how bad I felt. Like it was probably one of the worst times of my life in terms of how bad I felt. But it was necessary for what was being cleaned out. And these 7-day sittings are very intense that way. These, this thing that we're doing because, it provides for deeper cleaning, having that level of intensity like you get at a gathering. And so, and this is very purposeful too, right? So, and then it started to rain so hard last night, it's flooding. Like our pasture flooded. We get these spring rains where, our pasture is a swamp basically, and it floods every spring. And last night there was a hurricane. There was a tornado watch. There was a tornado there was like some tornadoes that formed, but I guess they didn't do any damage. But right near our house, there was some tornado activity, and it was thundering, and it was so powerful, the rain, which again bodes well for these sittings. And of course, the water represents emotions and floods and these things. The stuff that happened with the bathroom. And so, it just tied in, the whole thing tied in my material life to the cleaning. And so, but I feel a lot better today. Oftentimes when I sit down to do a sitting, I have to do my own little bit of cleaning before doing the sitting so I can, it's like I'm distracted or my mind wanders, so. But the sitting was very deep today, the day 5. The cleaning went really deep and really powerful transmission. Power is not the right word, but strong, intense transmission at the end. But I feel like this thing's going really great, the 7-day cleaning. And so, beautiful sunny day out today. I got projects to do. I'm going to redo the bathtub. I got the stuff coming for that for tomorrow. And I got this thing to do with the chickens. And I just thought that maybe I would see if I can install my own shutoff valve. I have access to the back of the tub where there's some pipe. I'm going to look at that again. I just got to make sure I can shut off all the water to the house. Because as far as yesterday went, I had no way, even like some water coming in from the well, like a shut-off switch. But I think I can turn off the well pump, which will stop the water from coming into the house. And I can, from there, I can do the water, do the shut-off valve. And that'll be great. And then I'll have access to just do that. I won't have to fuck around with any kind of, jerry-rigging the pipes and all that stuff. Some kind of hose, some hose coming off of the leaky faucet and, into a bucket, which is just, I mean, it'll work, but it's it's just unnecessary and just contrived. And so, like all these things go like just coming together. And so, yeah, that's it for today. I got a bunch of shit to do, but I'll check it tomorrow as well. Okay, so today is Friday, April 4th. I just did the sitting as a preceptor, the 6th sitting, and I took the 4th one as an Abiasi last night. Really good sitting, both of them. The 6th sitting, just a deep cleaning, reminiscent of the kind of cleanings I was getting when I was made a preceptor in 1994, 5. Just a really amazing cleaning. Just it's really working the 6-day sitting. And the 10 streams continued, deep sleep. I went really to, just I'm having trouble falling asleep, like I'm amped up, like I'm not tired. But then I get into really deep sleep, like I just, yeah. So the 4th sitting that I took as an Abiasi last night was very good. Like I just, and you pass there to the, it's there's no, the 4th sitting is the midway point, right, where you have 3 sittings left and you've taken 4. And so, usually in a gathering, it would start edging towards a more transmission in the sittings, but not in this case. The cleanings are getting deeper, and there was a lot of intensity. There's rain, so we had this flood, and you'll see some of that because I'm going to show you some video clips. I'm putting something together for my my regular video about this gathering and how intense things are in the cleaning aspect. And then I have these 2 projects I'm doing. I'm refinishing my tub, and I've gone through a whole thing with that, cleaning stuff. But I have to do it twice. I only intend to do it once, but I effed it up by, just being stressed out and sped up, and which is a total thing that happens when you're going through these cleaning things. And so I'm going to talk about this stuff. Some of this might be even a little bit redundant because I'm going to make a video about it. But also I was building a new container. We have a plastic container we keep our chicks in. And we got a bigger one that's transparent. And I made the top and the whole thing. And, which you'll see. And then there's a whole, like, just, understanding what it's like to do a project when you're going through an intense cleaning, and just that'll be interesting. But it rained so hard the other day that we have an area next to our barn, and I put in some lines, which I'll talk about that as well. I'll get details about that, to drain off the gutters of the roof of the barn, which collects a lot of rain. And that there's a point where the water just is too much for the drain to handle. And then it just floods, and then has to slowly drain, and then I think it makes its way into our big pond, which is filling up. It always fills up the spring, and then it's not as filled by the end of the summer and the winter, and then in the middle of the winter it starts to fill up a little bit again. When everything's frozen and water just runs right into it, and it gets a lot of groundwater. But our whole pasture is sort of like a swamp, and so we've had rain every day. And so yesterday I woke up, I was going to put the chicks outside, and it was sunny, and then I went back out later, it was cold, and the clouds were moving, and it rained. We had a tornado warning. We've lost power briefly for 3 or 4 times, maybe even more. And so it's been very tumultuous in terms of and that's all In Sahaj Marg, it's divine grace, which is, again, I'll get into this more. I want to say these things too on my regular video. But all these things are coming together, and it's just an epic thing. I don't know how people are receiving the sittings, but my experience of it. And then, it's when I started to do the meditations myself, um, it just changed everything because I was experiencing the meditations at Abhyasi and then as a preceptor. And my experiences are, not always the same in terms of the way I felt during the sitting when it was passing through me as being a conduit for it, and then being on the receiving end. And, I can feel how good it's working. And as I go through the cleaning process, of course, that helps me be more sensitive to the sittings as they come through. So it's been kind of epic. Let's go to the clips here. I'm going to put this thing together today. This video is going to be start with the whole thing, this whole stuff. And so, there's these two projects that are going on while, the work that I'm doing, while, all the rest of this stuff is happening. And so let's get into that here. Okay, so I have the whole story here, and it ties into all this stuff. It's Journey Series stuff. I did a whole video. So I'm going to put the whole video in that I did, from whatever. Today's Saturday, April 5th. And I finished it the Friday yesterday when I finished putting it in the tub. So much water. Like it's pouring, like poured last night, and then we had a day of almost a tornado 2 days ago. It's rained every day. But anyways, here's the whole video. And then I have another voiceover I just did today after that. And then I'm going to put another voiceover tomorrow. And then one when I take the final sitting on Monday. So this is going to be a long video. It's going to be like 6 hours long. But, it covers the whole 7-day thing. And then some other things I did. So here it is. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. Today is Friday, April 4th. So I have these two projects I've been doing. One was a simple project that was pretty easy to do, which was to make a new bin, a new cage or box for the chicks. And it came out well, and I got a whole bunch of video clips to show about that. And then I was also doing something that's above my pay grade, which was to refinish the bathtub, this old bathtub. And, it started off with, for years, this is an old farmhouse, and it's changed hands like a number of times. There's our neighbors first owned it, and then they bought land behind us and built this really big house. They're wealthy. And they sold the house to it was a couple, and the woman's sister owned the house for a while. And she did some organic gardening, put in some fruit trees and things, which is great. And then, they both upgraded the old farmhouse and made it better. I don't know who did what, but there was, like these old farmhouses, any kind of old house, the stuff starts wearing out. And everything got sort of updated for the most part, except the master bedroom where me and my wife sleep, and especially the bathroom, which has a wood floor with finish is worn off. And, I did all kinds of things to try to get it so like the water just wouldn't be absorbed into the floor. I mean, just all the things that you don't want. I put some polyurethane that I got that was low odor. I'm kind of sensitive to chemicals. I put some polyurethane in it. And eventually I just cemented around the toilet. Like like half the floor is just me putting cement, like, quick Crete cement that I got online that was, specifically dries fast. And that's worked, like, because it's cement and it's made it a little bit waterproof. Like there's no tile, there's no anything. And the bathtub it was refinished before. It was, they have these products where you put this glaze on them. This like porcelain like glaze. And it started to wear off. It was wearing off by the time we started using it. And chunks of paint would just be always coming off until they didn't. And it stopped. But there's a big part in the middle where there was rust. And then around the drain there was rust. And there was like 3 different surfaces on it. And like a couple weeks ago, I realized, and I searched, make sure that, I wasn't just imagining this, but, these old cast iron tubs, and it's, this metal tub that's had, who knows what the original finish was made out of. I mean, built in the, 1960s or 70s, this house, I'm not sure when. And, might be leaching lead, and I might be soaking my body in water with lead in it. And I was concerned that, all of a sudden it just came to me, and I searched. And, my wife and I have wanted to refinish, get the bathroom done again. But, this is where I shoot all these videos, make these videos. And so it's hard to find a person to do it. And, all the things that go with it. It's, expensive, and, all the things that are difficult. And then I wouldn't be able to make videos here for 3 weeks. I'd have to be, and there's not really another good place for me to go. Plus, when we have somebody come into the house to repair something, it's weird to have me just talking. You can hear, like people, you can hear me just talking like this, and probably be pretty weird for the people. It's just uncomfortable, and so there's that. But we have a tub that's ready to go in, and so my wife and I talked about it, and I looked into it, and we feel like we're going to do it this summer, and so we only need to get a few more months out of the tub, and I just really don't want to absorb any more lead if that's what's happening. So I looked into refinishing the tub, and it's, kind of around my ability to do. But I had, the other thing about this is that I'm doing this on the Gratefulness meditation. I'm doing these 7 individual sittings on 7 days. And I think you guys all kind of have a sense of how the meditation works. There's 2 aspects of it. You sit in front of a preceptor or the master of the system. You do your own personal practice, which is you do these cleanings at night and you do meditation in the morning. 9 p.m. prayer, praying for everybody in the world to come to spirituality for 15 minutes at 9 p.m. And that's about it. Like you meditate for an hour in the morning. You do a cleaning at night, 9 p.m. prayer, which not everybody does. And you pray before going to sleep to connect to God in your sleeping hours. It's a prayer to connect to God so that you take advantage of your sleep time as a way to evolve spiritually. And, like a bunch of people over the years have heard what I do, and they're like, it's a cult, this kind of stuff. Of course, Dodgy didn't help that with his frickin' turning it into a cult. The current master of the system, trying to turn into a cult. He's so incompetent. He's so stupid. Like and he wasn't always that way. He used to be good at the system, which is sad. Like he's fallen and like he can't get up. But what makes it real is that it's real. See, the problem with, the word cult is like the word conspiracy theorist. There's real truthers out there, and there's real truth seekers, and then there's crazy people. And they focus on the crazy people and the bad ones. And in spiritual, these spiritual movements, you had these guys like the Beatles and people going to India in the, whatever it was, and they found people. I'm not sure the Beatles found a real one, like a real guy, a real, potential guru, real guru. But there are spiritual people out there. There are highly developed spiritual people that impart training, and they get lumped in with all the other people. And, people are wary of cults because of Jonestown. If you guys are aware, that happened when I was a kid. Jim Jones has sacrificed all his people. They drank Kool-Aid, was it, with poison in it. And 500 people or something crazy died, 200, I don't know. They went to some island and they all commit suicide. So, shit like that. And then the stuff with that happened in Waco, Texas, with that guy. Excellent TV shows about that because it's as much a government issue as it was the people that were there. But, there's a lot of history of people claiming to be divine and having some charisma. David Koresh had charisma, right? I'm sure that guy who started the Mormon church had charisma. Like people, they had a little spiritual, and not just charisma, but they had something. They were a little bit spiritual. They did have a divine connection. But they lose themselves in it, and that's happened over and over again. People who end up becoming saintly and rising up spiritually end up like feeling themselves, and they forget about God, and they think of themselves as gods, and then they're really fucked, right? Then they're demonic, and the people following them are fucked, and it's a whole thing. And so, these things exist, and people are very wary of them, as they should be, because, a grifter like Trump will steal your money, but a guru will fuck your soul. Like over. Like, it's not a bad guru, like a scam guru. It has spiritual effects, which are eternal, right? Whatever happens to you at the material level, the worst kind of abuse, the worst kind of torture you suffer, it leaves an impression which isn't good, which you'll carry on to a next life. And, it'll mess you up. But stuff that happens on a spiritual level can mess you up spiritually, especially these gurus that are just, are like have a little bit going on with them, but they're not, they're not trustworthy in the sense of, things can happen to a person on the spiritual journey. And if the guru isn't there to help them through those things, it can really screw a person over that might plague them for multiple lives, right? Like they'll go through a pattern of, trying to fix something and with nobody to fix it, right? So with no help to fix it, like they can be screwed over spiritually where there is etheric things that happen to people. All this Kundalini yoga, any power yoga has a potential. What happens is, you talk to New Age people, and I bet there's a bunch of people here who are listening who think they had their Kundalini opened. And it's not the case. Like, your Kundalini has got so much power in it. And the majority of people, 99.99999% of people can't handle that power. It'll corrupt them. And there's no need for it. And the other thing is, even if you were disciplined and it wouldn't corrupt you, it would, you have to have a purpose for it. Like, are you going to start a war? Like, it's that kind of power. Like, it's just, there's these destructive forces or powerful forces in your system. And there needs to be some epic thing that you need that power for, that you have to utilize that power. And you have to be so disciplined and so connected to God. And you just need to know the instructions you have to use that power, because the majority of times you're going to want to misuse that power. Because when the Kundalini's open and the third eyes, these power points, anything you think you'll get. So if you want something, money, women, whatever it is, like freaking fame, whatever you want, like if you want something, just a mere thought, like you don't even, you could be a person who doesn't even care about that shit. Then you start thinking, oh, this will be nice, right? There was, Babaji, the second master of the system, had all these points opened. And he was traveling by train in India. And the second master, the third master, his disciples waiting for him on the other side to pick him up on the train. And the train wrecked. And Babaji was slightly injured. Everyone else on the train was fine. And they pick him up and he goes, it's my fault. I had this idea. I wonder what it would be like to be in a train crash. Like just a mere thought like that. Not even just like like some things that just pass you by. Like you have these, you'll have these impulsive thoughts, right? Like you think something impulsively. And if you put your will behind it a little bit, as a spiritual person, it'll happen. And so the level of discipline you have to control your thoughts and impulses and, moment of anger. In the Mahabharata, you had these highly developed souls and they're just cursing everybody. There's a couple of saints in there that are just like completely they're pissed off all the time. And they're throwing these curses out. And they're important to the story, but the curses are pretty fucked up. Like the people on the other end of the curse certainly don't deserve it, maybe in a past life situation, and maybe in terms of their roles they need to play in this divine drama. But the curses seem pretty extreme. Like there's this guy Pandu, who's, there's these sons that are born to this one kind of bad king. And Pandu's the good son. And he's out hunting and he shoots a deer and he doesn't see it, but the deer's having sex with another deer. And there's some kind of, I think it's a guy who's like a shapeshifter involved, who's a saint or some kind of shit like that. And it's against the rules of hunting. They have all this dharma and code to shoot an animal while it's, mating or whatever. And the saint, is involved. He transforms back into a person and said, that I was doing divine work and you interfered. So you're never going to have sex in your whole life. And when you do have sex, as soon as you ejaculate, you're gonna die, right? Like fucking. And so he marries this woman who has the ability to call divinity to her, these divine beings. Like she first one, she has this mantra where she can call, a god, like a divine soul, like the soul that's in charge of the sun is the first one she does. So she gets this power when she's 16, but she's not married yet. And the god comes to her and impregnates her, like the Immaculate Conception, right? This story existed in the Mahabharata long before Jesus. And she gets impregnated with the son of the sun god, right? The soul in charge of the sun. And she takes the baby and puts it in a creek, like a river. This is the story of Moses before, it was co-opted. And so there's this character, Karna, who gets a couple of like undeserved curses. Like it seems like they're totally undeserved. And she puts him in a basket, and he goes down. And some Brahmin women, Brahmins are this like highly developed spiritual people who are very sensitive and aren't warriors, right? And this guy is, a warrior. Like he's got the potential. He's going to be one of the major warriors. Is going to be one of the best archers in the world. And these archers could charge the arrows with like, they can turn them into like atomic bombs, like, like missile, like this whole thing, right? So, which is, again, I could talk about more about that for a while, what that really is and things like that. But that's actually in the Mahabharata, this ancient book, talks about, these atomic weapons, these nuclear weapons, right? That can be created. So that's, kind of the level of whatever. And he grows up in this Brahmin family, but he has this tendency to be a warrior. And he trains with this guru who's Brahmin, but he has all these secret, mantras to do to charge these weapons. And he only teach other Brahmins. And so one day the guru is like an old guy, and he falls asleep. And his head is resting like on the guy's leg, the Karna's leg. And Karna a spider comes up and starts biting him, right? And he doesn't want to wake up the guru because the guru's like old and needs to sleep. And the guru wakes up and sees the spider biting him and says, "You're no fucking Brahmin. No Brahmin could absorb this kind of bite, right?" And Karna isn't a Brahmin, but he doesn't know because he fucking doesn't even know he's like adopted, right? like he's not done anything wrong. And the guy curses him and says, I've taught you all this stuff, but when you need these things the most, they'll fail you. You won't be able to remember how to do them. And that's how he dies in the Mahabharata. And he gets another curse. I think he gets another, like, 2 curses. And they're very arbitrary, and they're fucking really extreme for, something that was, in this case, was completely innocent. The guy was just, trying to take care of his guru or whatever and not wake him up. And, like, the guy just fucking puts this horrific curse on him, right? So, there's these things, and it's necessary for the story, but they're just, there's this level of spiritual discipline. So, all these yogic things like this Kundalini and these, third eye stuff. And again, there's probably 10, 20, 50,000 people out there, maybe even 1 million, I don't know, who think their Kundalini is open because they've done some sort of Kundalini yoga, which they shouldn't be fucking around with in the first place. One of my old roommates, when I first was starting Sahaj Marg, I lived in the 5 College area. This guy was, pretty cool. He was a guy who had drug issues. He was sort of the black sheep of the family. But he got his stuff together, and he was working at, he was managing a gas station. His dad was some professor, some like big time guy at Princeton. And so, he was, and, the guy was doing, there's different new age things. And he went to this yoga retreat center, and they just had a sex scandal. It was in Boston. And he told me that he knew that he had gone there before the sex scandal. And he said the place was just like a pickup joint. It was charged with sexual energy. And some of the gurus had sex with, women there, like the Indian guys, and it was the whole thing. Old Indian guys with these young American women. And it was because this stuff with the Kundalini, there's a point that's in charge of the, there's these set of chakras. And there's one in charge of your appetites, your gut. And below that, there's one in charge of your reproductive energies. And the Kundalini comes up and hits those points. And if those points aren't clean and you're not a person who's learned to control your appetites and control your discipline, your emotions and your lower tendencies, it'll turn you into like a sexual deviant or something to do with your gut, hedonist. I mean, both these points, it's just if your kundalini's open and you're not purified, and you're not going to get purified by some American fucking knockoff guru, right? And there's just no reason to fuck around with it because you don't need these powers. Like these powers, you have to have a need for them. Like you shouldn't be given a power you don't need, right? It's just like should be, spirituality 101. You should only be given what you need because if you don't need it, it'll definitely fuck you over. And then there's all these other types of gurus. And in India, there's these various spiritual, I don't call them rituals, these rites of passage that a guru will promise to do for you, but they really can't because they don't have the ability. Maybe they have a little bit of ability, but they don't have that level of ability. But you go through this negotiation, these people would, and how much you're going to pay for this fake thing this guru is not going to do for you. And if you don't pay up or you stop paying, the guru will curse you. If you leave the guru will curse you. And, you're superstitious. Even if you think the guru's a piece of shit, you're still worried about the curse, right? And, there's thousands of these gurus roaming around India taking advantage of people. Some, famous people have gone to some of them. And again, they can have a little bit of spirituality mixed with a little bit of grifter, like whatever. It's just whatever it is. Some are better than others. But the Sahaj Marg system isn't about any of those things. It doesn't promise you a happy life. It doesn't promise you anything to do with your material life. It doesn't promise you any kind of spiritual gifts or rituals or any of these things, right? Like you'll get those things if you work for them, but the onus is on your ability to commit to the system and do the system. And the system comes with cleaning that is arduous, right? Miseries as divine blessings. So it doesn't promise you the relief of miseries. It says that these miseries are good for you and that you should take them as divine blessings and be grateful for them because they're the things that help you most. But you're not sleeping on a bed of nails either. You're not fucking cultivating the pain. Like it's not stupid shit. You have to go work. You have to have a job. But anyway, so I'm doing this cleaning thing. And, one of the ways you can tell something's like actualized, like it's a real thing. Because again, I'm like not a legitimate person in this system. Like in terms of, I was a preceptor, but I wasn't anymore. I was given permission, then the permission was removed, and it was tough at first for me to deal with that. But then I was accepting of it. But then this thing happened with Dodgy, and there's all these people doing heartfulness that realized that it started and they felt it in the beginning that was good, but then it wasn't. And for me, I wasn't feeling the transmission, the clean anymore. The system wasn't working anymore for me. And so, I realized I had to cut myself free from Dodgy and that fucking heartfulness debacle. But then I had all these people who were also doing heartfulness that realized he was a piece of shit, and I had told them about it. And I felt some responsibility to create something. And so I prayed about it, and I had this dream where I was made a preceptor again, and I, started doing this work. But, it's completely sketch. It's, it's completely, not legitimate. I mean, it's just, I had a dream, right? But the sittings have been working. So, like, that's been the validation. And so these 6 sittings and the 7 sittings in 7 days, I'm on day 6 and giving the sittings. But I've also been meditating and receiving the sittings that have been passing through me, right? So this is, in the Sahaj Marg system, there's this cleaning and transmission. And so, every spiritual system promises things. Like, Christian tradition promises you heaven and says if you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you're going to go to heaven. Like, there's these promises given. Some of the promises, for wealth and prosperity and some of these things that these different religious and spiritual traditions give can be achieved, experienced right then. But most of them are about some afterlife that you're told you just have to have faith in it, right? But the Sahaj Marg system, the benefits are perceivable right off the bat. And some of it sucks. Like, it's really difficult because you have to go through the difficult part first, the cleaning part. And any gathering, there's going to be cleaning that happens on a spiritual level, but it's going to manifest in some sort of miserable shit going on in your life and frustration. And, I'm always thinking about when I do some kind of intensive cleaning, there's these various services, these free playlists up on the Gratefullness meditation channel, where you can get these deep cleanings that happen. But, whenever I go through a deep cleaning, I have to make sure that, the rest of my life isn't, I'm not doing something hard. Because if I'm doing something hard, like refinishing a bathtub, that's kind of above my ability, it's going to suck. And it did, right? I went through this whole fucking nightmare of a day. Right when I was doing this early on sittings, like day 1 or day 2, when I started doing the meditations myself. And I knew that this kind of thing would happen because it always does. There'll be material frustration, which is, again, it doesn't happen in some contrived, purposeful way. It happens organically. Like things will just happen in your life and they seem random. And then you realize, you're going through this thing called a cleaning. And when you talk to older preceptors or the master of the system, you go and say, oh my God, my life's falling apart. I'm having this horrible day. I'm having this horrible thing, a horrible period. And they'll be like, oh, you're just going through a cleaning. So I have these 2 projects. I want to show you the thing with the chicks. I'll do that first. And that was easy and it was successful. And, the only problem was it was like I'm doing, my dog's, he's having a dream. I don't know if you can hear him. I don't know if you could hear that. Let me see if I play that back. Yeah, I just play it back. You can hear a little bit. He has these intense dreams, or sometimes he's moving around. My dog Lucy used to run. She's a border collie. She'd just lay on her side and run, like in her dreams. Anyways, it shows you that dogs are experiencing something, dream-wise. But anyways, so, I got these 2 projects, and so the chicken thing went well. And then I had the refinishing thing. I had this nightmare with a leaky faucet and some of this stuff. So it's kind of an interesting story. So let me show you those 2 things. But it goes with, like I was saying, this cleaning thing. Like I feel so much better. I'm on day 6. The last sittings as a preceptor will be going on Saturday. Today is Friday, April 4th, if I didn't say that already. And I started this on Sunday. And then I'm on, in terms of the sittings, I've done 4 of them. So I'm halfway through it. And I'll do another one tonight. And then 2 more, as a Abiasi. But they've been great, and it's been raining the whole time. Like this torrential downpours, flooding, which is supposed to be divine grace in a gathering, Sahaj Marg system. Oftentimes rain comes with these big epic spiritual movements. Anyways, let me show you these 2 things here. So this is the old lid to our original chick thing. So you got broken there, stepped on or something. Things get brittle after a while, but this is the original design with these little screws here. It held the hardware cloth on. Okay, so we had flash flooding by our barn. We get it in the spring. There's the bin I need to get, which I'm gonna have to wear my boots out here because I need it over here. It's over there. So we have all this water. Here's our garden stuff. Get ready to do our garden. Tulsi likes the water. There's this water she's going in, especially when it's warm, even in the winter sometimes. But I put in a drainage system. Okay, so this is the start of me, and I showed you the old one, and you've been seeing the old bin. I showed you the old top in the beginning here. And there's the bin there. We're going to put this together now, this day. What I meant by a drainage system is that, many people in America live in marshland. People live close to the coast, close to the, a river, close to a body of water, or in areas that are in a valley. And it's part of a floodplain. And it's not underwater all the time, but there are times it is. And in the spring, the area which I live used to be all marsh. I grew up in a place like this in Connecticut. Of course, people live in like Louisiana and some of these coastal towns, even more so, right? And whenever it rains a lot, these lands return to what they were originally. And our pasture is like that, but it's a good thing because, if you want to grow food and stuff, there's so much water that comes in the spring. You just got to worry about root rot for fruit trees and things. And I just planted we had these blueberry bushes sitting in bins, and I finally put blueberries and honeyberries. One of my viewers suggested honeyberries. And we got all these free wood chips. There's people out there like cutting trees down. tree people, and they have to drop the chips somewhere. And there's these lists you can get on to have them drop them at your house. And we have tons of them, but now they're all decomposed and they're this great, yuga culture, decomposed trees that I used to mound out around the blueberries because they were in this area that floods and they need a lot of water in the spring, but they don't need to sit in water, right? And so when we built the barn roof collected so much water, and at some point we could use that water in barrels and things. Under different circumstances, you can use the water off the roof to collect that water. But right now, I've dug these trenches and I put in some of this, that it's like 5-inch corrugated pipe underneath, and I put rock around it so it would absorb the water. It's just that we get so much water, it doesn't really do it. So then the water ends up going to our big pond, and that fills in the spring, and then it slowly loses water throughout the summer. So anyways, I just thought that might be interesting. And also, up to this point, it was a beautiful day, and we have this little thing called Peck and Play, which is like a little tent that unfolds, and the chicks can go in it. And I was going to put the chicks out there and shoot a little video of that. It was in the 70s, and I had to do some errands and do some things for the plumbing, the bathtub stuff. And by the time I got home, it was like miserable again, and it was flash flooding. We had like a tornado. We had tornado warning. People had tornadoes around me. I'm not sure which. People were freaked out in their basement. And so, it was, that was that night of this rain. And then the next day, it started raining again. We got rain last night. This was yesterday, Thursday, April 3rd. Today's the Friday, April 4th. So just some context. Okay, so it went from being a nice day out here to a not so good day. Right, buddy? What's up? Tell us lots of water. So this is the chicken, the chick thing. This is what the original person who made our original one used, except they didn't use the washer. They use these self-starting screws. And I don't love the idea because the screws are sticking out on the other side and the chickens can fly up into them, which, probably won't happen, but the chickens are pretty smart, but they do stupid stuff sometimes. So I could put something over it, like some sort of, you have this kind of glue that's more like paste, something that would, even some beeswax, melt some beeswax and put it on there to make it, which I probably might do that. We're not going to use this top all that much because we have another screen in there that we're using right now, and that'll probably work. I use these. So the thing about hardware cloth is they have these little freaking. They always end up having those little points on the end, so stabbing yourself is almost mandatory. I didn't bleed, but I definitely got pricked a little bit. But once it's on, hardware cloth is great for lots of reasons, and these things fit on perfectly here. So, yeah, and then I'm just gonna put the roost in after this, and then we'll bring this in and switch it out with the chicks. Okay. So we got the roost in, pretty straight, almost straight. So this is what I was talking about with the thing sticking through. It's not going to be a problem because we're going to use a screen, and this thing's so much higher. They'll eventually be able to fly out, but probably not for a while. All right, let's clean out the rest of the little plastic things in here and then bring it into the chicks. Okay, there's a screen we bought, partially on. Take that off. Here's the chicks. I'm going to move them out. Put the new house in, the lights there. Sort of hanging up there now on this cord. These guys are, getting bigger. The black ones are getting real big. The ones that are, these guys are already getting the feathers, the coloring. Right, bro? This one's getting a tail there, a little tail. The tail start to develop. So yeah, they grow up so quickly. All right, let's switch this out. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. See, they're much higher up, so it's going to be hard for them to fly out. We got more room in here. Roost, chicken food. A little bit shaky there. There's a box that they like to give me a bigger box for them now. So I can't fit in there. But yeah, it's good. That's our chicken update. As you can see, the chicken's through here now too. So I'm in there. Like it's not as clear, but they got a lot more light in there. A lot of the chicks on the floor here. Tulsi's now able to stare at the chicks, which is like really great for her. Like she comes over here, she'll make sure she gets to see them. She'll show you. She either have us bring a sort of chick to look at, or she wants to look in there. But now she can see them through there, which might not be great for the chicks. Might stress them out, but we'll see. Okay, you see, I saw this last night. They weren't making any noise at all. I went over there, I woke them up a little bit. You see, they're all crashed out. That one guy's on the roost. He's halfway down. They just woke up, but they were just out of it. That's how they go to sleep. And so it's been a real success. I really like having it clear, being able to see them through there, and them getting more light, and it's just bigger and better. So yeah, it's come out great, and I'm happy with it. And so let's move on to the less, well, I guess now it's a successful project, but it wasn't for a while. So let's go to the thing where I tried to refinish the tub. Okay, so I'm going to redo I gotta get rid of this thing. Redo my tub here. Just realized this. And there's no shutoff valve. I looked extensively in the basement where there's what looks like possibly brown recluse spiders amongst other spiders that push through, and there's no shutoff valve. So I have this drip, which I can't have when I'm reglazing this thing. So I have this tube here. This was my ultimate freaking, I don't know what you would call this fix. You know, this is kind of already beyond my ability to do here. I did my best at getting the rust out. I sandpapered the shit out of this thing. And this tube goes to a bucket. But I don't think the water's even going to make it past that. I just was trying to keep it off the, there's no drip here. Oh, there just wasn't a drip. Fuck. There's none. Okay. So that's my freaking thing I'm trying to do here. Okay, so this needs a little bit more explanation. So there are projects that are below my skill level, and there's not so many of those, but there are things that I can do easily, and and I know how to do it, like building the chicken bin. It's a simple project, right? And I like projects. It balances out the insanity. I take breaks and in between my voiceovers and doing these clips and things, and this is what I go out and do. I do these projects and connecting with nature and doing these things. I mean, it's in many ways far more satisfying. I mean, I love doing the videos, so I really can't say that, but it's different. It's a different kind of work. And I was totally capable of re-engineering the bin. Well, it was my idea to put the roost in, or I think my wife's idea to put the roost, so I went and got some dowels. And she already had this bin, which much less light. The chicken wire in that first chicken bin was just enough so you could put the heat lamp on top of it. But now we have the whole top almost open. But we have this screen that I use now, and I'll probably just use the screen. As long as the screen doesn't melt. The screen's made of, plastic, so that's the one issue with it. You got to keep it away from the heat light. But anyways, I was able to successfully do the bin, but there were some issues. Like I ordered the hardware cloth, and I thought I followed. I did the complete order, and it was supposed to come here on Monday, and I was going to do the chicken, the chicken thing on Monday. And then I looked at it. It wasn't here until Tuesday. Tuesday was still not here. I looked at it. I didn't complete the order, or some Amazon glitched out, or some shit. I don't know what happened. And so occasionally that happens where I put an order through, but Amazon doesn't register it, and I don't check for a confirmation email or something. And so I had to reorder that, so I had to wait a couple more days. There's some little things like that. There's always something like that. It's that this thing that happens, and it was a major thing with the tub. So here where I'm showing you this hose, I took a hose off of our shop vac. We have a, like a Ryobi portable shop vac. And what happened was I had already mixed, you put in a like an activator into the paint that you're putting on the tub. And you stir it for 10 minutes and you let it sit for a couple minutes. I watched multiple videos about this. I had to scrape down the tub the best I could, without, I don't know what kind of paint is in there. I don't want to, I was wearing a mask, but I didn't want any lead particles, inhaling. I know what's in there, right? And I did my best to sand it with wet sandpaper and clean it out, but it, isn't as good as it could be. And there's already another finish on there that's, most of it's like, that fell off, that was going to fall off has already fallen off. But I did my best to sand it. Like if it was a professional, they would have done a much better job, or somebody knows what they're doing. And they would have more time to do it. Like I just don't have it. I'm not capable of spending hours sanding the tub, right, when we're just doing this as a quick fix for, we have a tub sitting in the barn, right? Like just, to get us through. And so I had everything ready. And I was doing the taping, and I couldn't find anyone showing me how to do the taping, and that's the kind of thing I need help with because it's detailed-oriented, and it needs to be done right. Now, I didn't have to tape up most of the bathroom because it's all going to be redone. The tiles on the tub are old, and the floor and all these things are just, everything's, it's all going to be ripped out and, whatever. They're going to, or refinished or something. Or, or something's going to be added to it, like tiles over it. Whatever, we can get done with some, contractor or whatever. And so, I was just getting everything done, and now I'm on the clock because I have to pour the paint. And I realized that there's a drip. And, I later figure out that the drip was coming from the shower. Like, I don't think we have an actual drip. And I'll get into that because I ended up fixing the drip after a disaster happened. But what happened was I was sped up. They talk about this as a young quarterback getting sped up in the NFL, or where you get sped up. And when you get sped up, you make bad decisions. Like you get impulsive, you're not thinking, you're not making careful choices. And once I had the drip, I was on the clock and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm looking for a shutoff valve. I'm going down the fucking basement and I'm trying to figure out how to turn the water off. And like I turned the water off to different parts of the house. We have well water, but not to the fucking sink. Like I got the hot water off, but not the cold water. And I, and this freaking spiders, and some of them might be brown recluse, because I don't know if, like there's just a lot of spiders and shit down there. I'm not like scared of spiders, but you don't want to get bit by a brown recluse or something. And there's spider webs. It's fucking gross. It's a basement. It's just like, it's not a nice place. I used to love my basement when I was a kid at home. I was, younger, but I used to skateboard down there, but not, like, as I gotten older, the mold and shit or whatever. And I'm looking around and I can't find a shutoff valve for the cold water. And it's under, like, there's these it's kind of, there's the basement and then there's like a crawl space, which I could never fit through. And I don't see a shutoff valve in there. I'm right where underneath the bathroom. And I can shut off the hot water, but not the cold, like I said. So it's a fucking nightmare. And I'm, so I come up with this bush fix of putting this hose and then into the bucket because I gotta lay down the glaze. And that all took about an hour. And I'm like kind of exhausted. I'm not in a good shape for doing something that like is going to take a lot of concentration and, me being more precision than I normally am, right? Something that's beyond my abilities. Like I'm, learning to do something watching a couple of YouTube videos and the instructions on the back of the thing and trying to figure it out. And if it's a first timer. And so, and during this time when there's a gathering and cleaning always fucking happens. And so again, like I'm like sped up. So let me show you the next clip here. Okay, so I had kind of a minor disaster with this thing. See some of that was from the bucket. When I was scooping out the water and it messed up the paint. And then of course the water over here, this is all rough because of the drip of the water here. There we go, boom. So I got the thing all figured out. I'm gonna do a second try at this tomorrow. The stuff's coming in today. I gotta do it first thing in the morning and they'll be pretty much dry by tomorrow night. and then this will be done. I won't put as much on it. I won't use all of it to refinish it because it's this part's all came out great. The sides here, you know, with some, you know, whatever. So yeah, boom. Okay, so I figured out the thing, you know, whatever it was I did here, the bush fix. I got it going, and I started putting the paint on. It was maybe a little bit thicker than it normally would be because it sat there for like an hour, and you know, it went okay. It looked pretty good. I was done with it. I had a lot of paint. I got some paint on my hands and stuff. I was washing it off. And then, you know, my son was asking me what's up with the water. I'm like, I'm going to turn it back on in a second. So I went to turn the water back on, and then the water pressure wasn't what it should be. And well water, if sometimes when you turn it off, it'll kick up dirt or like little, not dirt, but these little pieces of iron or whatever. We have this filter, but things get clogged. You know, sometimes you have to clean out like the sink, you know, that where the water faucet comes out of the sink. There's a screen there or something. Anyways, like I've experienced this in a couple of different places I've lived with well water. And the water pressure isn't up to what it should be. And I'm not sure I opened up because I closed all kinds of fucking valves. And I was running around and, you know, I tried to remember everything, but, you know, I'm a little bit sped up and rattled. So I opened everything back up. And then all of a sudden water starts pouring down right where the bathroom is, like in the crawl space. And I'm like, fuck, because these old fucking pipes, I'm worried when I'm opening these valves, whether like these valves haven't been opened, some of them, and they're stuck. And the, you know, the pipe, I mean, I don't know how much it might be brittle because years, I don't want to fuck up the plumbing for something that's just a temporary kind of fix, right? And so, you know, so I'm like extra careful and the water just comes pouring down. And like, I call my wife up and we're talking. And then I'm like, you know, talking to her, and I go, and the water's pouring down. I can't see where it's coming from. It's pouring down all over the place. And I go into the bathroom, and I fucking, I open the door, and I'm like, I talk to my wife and go, oh, fuck, I found the problem. I'll call you back. And so what I had done was I turned the water on, and I had left the hot water because it did shut off the hot water, and I left the hot water tap open. And so the water came pouring out into that hose, flooded the bucket, and then flooded the tub. So the tub's completely, no, I just put the fucking shit down, right? The fucking finish it down. And because I was so, you know, there was this little thing where there was a fucking drip, and there's no freaking shutoff valve. You know, I opened up this board that was, you know, sealed. I had to like, you know, pry it open where there should have been a shutoff valve, which I eventually put one in the next day, and I'll show you that. That's coming up. But having the shutoff valves for the hot and cold water like that are under a sink. And I thought there'd be some behind the tub, but there weren't, and they weren't anywhere else. And so because of this drip that I didn't think about, and, you know, what I later figure out, and I'll show you this as we go through it, is that the drip was coming from the top of the hose. But it's these little fucking details that fuck you, that you didn't know, and they always happen. Like something you didn't know because you never experienced it before. Like I'll always check for a drip if I ever do this again, which I probably fucking never will, right? But like it's the thing that, you know, this is where experience is key. Because there's always something you're missing. There's always some kind of fucking little thing fucking you over. Especially like during the gathering where, you know, frustration, these things, this kind of stuff happens all the time where you have to, you know, it's like pulling the stuff out of you, the negative, whatever it is. You know, I mean, before it was like anger and frustration, these things. And I don't have as much like that stuff in me, so it's much more mild. I can deal with these things with maturity. But now I've added water to this fucking paint that's supposed to be drying on the tub, and I got a problem solved. I'm grateful that there's no plumbing issue, right? And so, but then I have this whole issue that I have to go and cut off the tape where so the tub can drain, you know, where the thing is. And, you know, when I had to take the bucket and start getting the water out of the tub as quickly as possible so I could get down to see, because the paint, I can't see to cut out where the tape is, right, where the drain is. So I have to get a bunch of the water out. And then it gets on the floor, you know, some of the paint. Like now it's like fucking gone sideways, right? And these things like happen, especially when you're like, any of these projects, if you're watching something like any of these like construction shows, like any of the Gold Rush shows where they're, using big excavators and heavy duty equipment, things are always fucking breaking down. Just then when things are running smoothly and you're happy, there's some major fucking incident, some part that's that takes 2 weeks to get to the Antarctic where they're mining for gold, or any kind of these homesteading shows. You'll see that there's always these things. There's always this thing you didn't think about. Some things that's going to fuck you over, And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm kind of sore, and I had to run to the barn trying to figure out. I had different types of hoses to connect to deal with the drip. And then ultimately, I didn't have time to put in a shutoff valve, which, I located a place where I could do it, which I ended up doing yesterday, like the day after all this stuff happened. But then I'm left with a tub that's, got multiple issues. And, I have a lot of these issues where, I called the company up that sold, I got the stuff on Amazon, but I found it because it was non-toxic, and it doesn't have that bad of a smell. And so I call them up, and I'm talking to this woman who's, a salesperson expert. And I tell her what happened, and she goes to talk to other people. She goes, we've never heard of this before. And I'm like, well, yeah, because then I had to explain the story. Like, I didn't just fill the fucking tub like an asshole, right? But, like, I knew not to add water. But then I had to, like, get them to send me another, batch of stuff, and they told me what to do to dry it and, make sure I could, get the next coat on. Because now I have to redo it, which is a sucky thing, because now it's all whatever. So here are the clips of everything that's happening since then. But there's one moment where, like, I'm going through all the different valves downstairs trying to get the water pressure back up. And it ended up being, some of the stuff was stirred up by the rain, which sometimes happens when a lot of water pours into the well, a lot of groundwater. It gets, sometimes the water will get dirty. Like it'll have some dirt in it or something in it, right? And some of these little granules, these little iron things, which it ended up having those too. But I'm turning these valves, and I'm looking at this, this valve. It's about head level. And I open it up, and the water, like some kind of fucking cartoon, blasts me in the fucking face. Right? It comes out. I become really high pressure. Like, knocks my glasses off. Like, oh, fucking. And so, this is the kind of thing that I've said over and over again, that when you have these homestead projects, you got to anticipate, like, days like this. You just got to push through. And or, the cleaning process. But anyways, let's get back to the video clips. Okay, so I solved the problem in here. This is where I thought there was going to be a shutoff valve. There wasn't, but I just turned off the well pump, which made all, I could get all the water off. It's the only way to do it, I guess. And I put in a color-coded, this is CPVC. I'm used to working with PVC. Not where, whatever I've done has been PVC. There's a lot more PVC than CVPC, so I assume CPVC is somehow older and obsolete or worse. But I over-applied the glue. I went crazy on the glue. It's a very tight fit. Like, I could barely get the PVC cutter things in there and all that shit. But I'm very happy with this. Now I can turn off the water for the leak. There's a lot of like chunks of maybe iron and stuff in the water, which is not great. I don't know if our filter needs cleaning or some shit. I don't know. But this is solved. I just got done with the chicks' new house, and I put that chicks in there. That was about 10 minutes ago, and I came back to check on this, and there's no water leak. Turn the water back on, so pretty psyched about that. One of the problems is I put tape here, and you see the tape, but I can't get the tape out. And I really don't need to. I mean, there's this metal stuff. This paint's going to eventually just come off. The problem with this tub before did that. But I got a plug, and I think I can use the plug and wait till the paint is tacky but not fully dry, and then cut it out while it's going, and then I can use this plug, which is much better than the thing I was using before. So pretty psyched about that development. Okay, so I put the shutoff valves in, I opened these up, and there's no water came out. But this thing was still dripping late into the night, like hours after I did that. And I figured that, I don't use the shower that much, but the shower's up here, and where would be. And I use the shower to wash out the tub. Like I use the shower head to do all that. And I don't think this actually we have a leak, and we might have a small drip, but it's the water coming down from the shower, and there could be a lot of water in the pipes above in the shower that would take days to drip out. So I end up taking the shower head off and getting all the water out that end. And then I was able to turn this over, and when I turned it back, a lot of water would come out. Like the water would build up. And it's at the point now where even if I had it turned face down where it should be, I don't think there's any more water in there, but it's certainly not going to come out now through here. There's not enough pressure. So finally got the water. But I was like, holy shit, why is this leak? It was like some kind of demonic fucking thing going on. So the tub is supposed to be 75 degrees before you apply the finish. And I've been heating it up. I feel like it's pretty good now, and I was going to continue heating it up. The finish is supposed to be overnight. It was supposed to be here yesterday, but it's going to be here today. And I'm in a position where I can literally just take the heater out and get it done. Like it's just, quick bang, bang, bang. And then the sooner I get it in, the less it'll smell by the time I go to bed. And so, this is real time for Friday. I don't know, I think this is around 11 o'clock. The thing could get here any minute, so I'm pretty psyched about that. This tape was fine. This tape job was fine, but that didn't work out. So what I do is I'm going to put that I got this plug in, which is nice to use. There was always a screen in there, so I couldn't use a plug, but I had to get rid of that, which is good. So now what I'm going to do is wait till it gets tacky. It's hard enough that it's not going to run into the drain, and pull that plug out. Plus I can sort of avoid the plug because, I can use the roller and go around it for the most part, so there's not a lot. I'm going to do it a little bit differently where instead of just pouring it, punch it in there. Doesn't need that thick of a finish, just like a less finish. Anyway, you don't need to hear the shit. But anyways, so it's been resolved. Now I have these shut-off valves, so they should have been there in the first fucking place. That's one of the things with an old house. And I've learned, I'm like twice as good at this as I was 2 days ago. So, I was thinking about how I was coming up with a strategy yesterday morning. And the thought came to me, when I was able to slow down, that's one of the great things about meditation. So I'm doing the sitting, and, having things on your mind when you're doing the meditation or giving a sitting and things is not good. Like it's, you do your best to ignore it, but it's good if you could just resolve it. And so I started to think about this, and it came to me quickly that I should put in shut-off valves. And all I needed to do was, the reason I was hesitant to do it is I didn't have a way to turn off the water, but I went, there's a well pump. We've turned off the well pump before. But in the moment, I didn't have time to do that. I didn't have time to, the paint was already starting to get thick and dry. I didn't have time to go to the hardware store and get everything I needed. And then, shut off the pump. And, I had to do something immediately when I realized there was a drip because, the drip would have wrecked the paint. Not as bad as be flooding the tub. But, I came up with this idea, and I said, all right, I'll shut off the main water source. That should take care of the tub, which it did. And I went to the hardware store to go get some shopping and do some stuff. I came back and, was able to do this within, it takes half hour. The only issue was it was so hard for me to get my head in there to see, and my arms. It was just a small closet area with a little crawl space that I had to open up, right? And, it worked. Of course it does. Like these things, this is one of the good things about plumbing with the PVC stuff is the glue, which is toxic and smells horrible. Shit works, and it works fast. And so, the water's now shut off. Then I figured out, and then there was that drip, and I'm like, holy shit, I did all that, and I still got this fucking drip, and I'm going to have to bush fix this again. But then I realized the water's coming from the tub, because it's certainly, when I turned the faucets were open, and there was no water coming out, because of the shut-off valves, so I knew those were working. And then, once I figured that out last night, and I got the water, so that fucking issue's done, there's no water coming from the faucet, so the tub can remain dry, it's heating up now. And so all I have to do is mix the stuff when it gets here, like I said. And so, it was, but holy shit, And I'll show you the finished product. I haven't done it yet, but I'm gonna probably what I'm gonna do is just go and do some voiceovers now of some. I want to get some comments. I got a bunch of shit to cover, but I'm not gonna do that till my next video. Kamala Harris gave you. I told you so. They still have to get to the Trump tariffs things and a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I got to get to, but I'll do that tomorrow when I'm fresher. Then I have more focus on that. Like I can see where, having a project that overwhelms me, that's that's all consuming, made it hard for me to do a video that day. Like I only did a partial video, and so it's a gift to have just projects that I know what I'm doing, just enough work, that I can have a project, but not one that's. I was wiped out after that thing, trying to fix that, all the mental energy. I don't do well with, when you're working with plumbing and paint, there's a precision and a attention to detail I just don't possess. And if to do that stuff, and I'm never going to be good as somebody who's OCD or somebody who's meticulous. I'm just not going to be, I'm not going to reach that level. But just to do a good job or a not so bad job, it takes so much concentration and energy on my part because it's just not how I'm built. Especially when I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And so, but now, I know how to do this. Like I could do this again a lot better way. I mean, I am doing it again. So, but there's that. All right, I probably have one more clip or two more clips to show you what happens with this. But let's go. I'm going to go do the voiceovers and I'll finish that part at least, and then I'll just add those two clips and this video will be done. Brand name of the stuff I'm using here. Hey guys, I'm mixing this up, this old slat thing I had. I gotta put my gloves back on, but I mixed it up. It says to do it for 10 minutes, but I did it for like 5, then I gotta do it another 5 minutes in 5 minutes. So got here and gotta get this thing going here. Okay, so the stuff got here. I got everything ready. Wearing a long sleeve shirt. I've been wearing rubber gloves. I'm going to try to get none of it on me. So, I want to talk about the cleanup. So I got it on a couple of pair of shorts and 2 shirts I had to throw out. They were old things, and then I got on various, there was just a cleanup. They had all these tools out. I mean, I still have tape on the hose that goes into the shop vac, right? And so, there was all these like tools and ideas and things and stuff I open and windows I have to open, get ventilation. I got a fan in here. It's cold out, but I got to get the air flowing. There's all these things that, after the job's done, you have to put everything away and clean up. It's a whole thing, right? And I remember this time when I was 7. My sister came and, my older sister was sort of a hippie, came and brought a candle kit. Like she did some crafts with me. She was probably 14 years older than I was, 15 years older. My brother was 17 years older. And then I think they were 2 years apart. And she brought this candle, and we melted some wax and poured it into this mold. I'm pretty sure it was an owl. It's kind of interesting because they've come back up. And I loved that project. I thought that was great. And back when we were kids, my parents forgot to pick me up twice from soccer. I had to walk home 2.5 hours in cleats in the cold in November in fucking Connecticut. They forgot to pick me up from Boy Scouts. I had to walk home at 10 o'clock at night through not like great part of the, it was at least scary to me, right? They were always forgetting me and we didn't talk at all. So my parents were kind of like NPCs to me, like before, I knew what an NPC was. And I would just do things and not even consider them, right? So I wanted to make a candle. So I took an old, they had these like tin foil, like a pot pie, a hungry man, hungry Jack, hungry man, something, whatever it was, these pot pies. And my mom washed it and saved it for God knows what reason. It was just this, tin thing, right? And I took a bunch of crayons, took off the wrapper, threw them all in this thing, and to my gas stove, I decided to melt the wax. I think I had done it once before. And I would fill the wax in a pill bottle. And, I did things, and my parents never knew I did things, right? You ever seen that Seinfeld episode where Kramer has Jerry's keys, and he's having parties. They show, they have a camera showing all the things he's doing. And then the place is put, Jerry had no idea what was going on in this place, like Kramer was in control of it, right? And so, like, that was how my childhood was. And predictably, the tinfoil thing melts, and it burns through a hole through it, and and then the wax is going everywhere, and I throw gas on it, and it fucking explodes, and the wax just flies all over the fucking kitchen. We had wallpaper on the kitchen, and then I like smartened up. I turned the gas off into the stove, and then I threw water on it. It goes out, and then I look at the thing, and I'm like, oh, now my parents come into my mind, like for the first time, and I probably don't have permission to do this, and they're not going to be happy, right? And so I had this adult thought where I'm like, I'm probably not going to clean this up enough to where, I'm going to I clean it up some, but I'm like, if you try to clean all of it, there's still going to be stuff there. You're going to get in trouble no matter what. And so, like, I realized that I couldn't really clean it up because the wax was everywhere. It was already starting to harden. And, it was beyond my ability to do. And I was like, you're screwed either way, right? And so, but this idea of these, like, the projects and what it costs you after the project, right? The what it's going to take to get everything back to normal, how long it's going to take to dry, what am I going to use instead of this bathtub? We have another bathtub upstairs, these things, right? All the effects, and then, until everything's back to the way it was. And, there's still a long way to go. I'm going to dump this stuff now into the tub and, get that part done. But then, there's going to be other things I need to do, this job's not done. But anyways. Okay, the tub looks pretty good. It's been about an hour or so, maybe 2 hours since I put down the coat. I'm going to come in a little bit and take out the stopper, or just get some paper towels and dab around the stopper. As it settles in, I don't want it all flow down there, whatever's left of the wet paste. So let it get a little bit more tacky and dry, and I'll come deal with that. But it's went much better today than yesterday or 2 days ago. But it had to happen today too, so that everything just fell into place. Just one more thing to say here. I'll do one more video when it gets before bed or whatever it is. And it was good I had, I could take the rest of the day off. When you do something where there's some kind of time limit, like I live with some level of, okay, I got to get a video done today. And if I have a headache or I'm busy or, I have other things going on, some days I have a margin where I could say, fuck it. I make video content every day and just take a day off. But some videos are, kind of time sensitive. And, like, I don't think it's some crisis, if I don't make one. But doing the 7-day sittings in 7 days, well, I got to do those 7 days, that kind of thing. But there are jobs and things that you have a limited time to do, a window of opportunity. And mine was closing today. And so I'm waiting for them to deliver the stuff, the paint, whatever you call it, the refinishing, whatever. And, I need them to get here within a reasonable time so that the tub can be dry enough so the room doesn't stink and I don't have to, they say it's non-toxic, but I don't, they all can say that. Like it's a low odor paint and I don't feel like I got a headache or something from it, but, I want to get going and have return to normalcy here. And, my wife's coming back, so I had today to finish this whole thing. And there's deadlines and things, and, they take a lot out of you, those things, because there's stress surrounded, though. You got to get up and make sure that, moving's a good example of this. Like you're renting a truck, and especially if you have limited money, which I often had, and when I was moving my family, and I had to pack a 26-foot truck full of 8 people's belongings and drive it across the country. There were a time where my ex had got a permission to leave the state in the middle of a divorce thing. It was like really contentious, and that was the whole thing, right? With 2 kids, and a third on the way, and driving from New Mexico to Idaho with a van and a 26-foot rental truck with all our belongings packed in there, and having to do all the work myself, pack everything up. There was no support system or whatever. And like you just can't have a bad day. You can't feel like you're low energy, these things. And so, I've had those kind of things where the stress is good because it pulls stuff out of you and you rise to a higher level, but it also wipes you out. You don't want to be where the cortisol levels are high and you're living under a stressful situation. Like you have to be hyper alert when you're in war. That's why there's a lot of PTSD because of you can't ever just relax. And there's times where you're drinking alcohol, using drugs, but that's adding to your stress on your body, and you don't have a moment to yourself. And that's where meditation comes in. No matter what you're doing, and you can just forget about everything. Like if you have a really good meditation, and oftentimes things just don't seem all that important because who gives a shit. And like this paint job, like I didn't have to do it. I mean, I had this idea that came to me, this sort of intuitive idea about the tub not being healthy, and this seemed to be like the best solution, and that remains to be seen. But there was an accomplishment with it, but it's like again something that I wasn't like I had maybe almost the skill level to do it. I have certain levels in plumbing, like I could like I showed I could work with PVC or CVC, with the glue and it's not hard to do, right? Shut off valves and whatever it might be. But oftentimes I find I need things to go not necessarily perfectly, but I can't have a major issue, something that sets it back or whatever. And those things always occur. But when you're living in a pioneering type situation or native, tribal type situation, and, you're a part of the food chain to some extent. There's bears and, whatever it might be, tigers and lions in certain places in the world, and, other tribes and other people you have war type situations. And you don't have a grocery store. You don't have, I think they call it forgiveness or something like this, where you have some stores of food and stuff. Oftentimes everything it's life or death, right? You got to go out and kill something to eat, or you're going to, there's starvation's a possibility. There's people who live like that all the time, all across the globe. Billions of people who are on, life or death type of situation. They're working for almost nothing. That little, couple dollars a day is the difference between starving or not. And, I've seen some of these poor people and they're going to live to 50 or 60 or whatever, 40 years old. Like that's their life expectancy. And they do toxic shit and they're in horrible environments and they're, malnourished and poor brain development. And, they have this, there's a lot of stress going on in the world and a lot of, where people can't even think about self-contemplation, meditation, or thinking about how to improve their situation or even have the energy or time to put into some improvement. People living in huts. We drove through India. I got really sick, and when I was traveling with the Master Chargy and a bunch of people, and I was just going through clean. It was right before I was made a preceptor. I was just miserable and irritable and probably not that fun to be around. And I was just struggling. And, I got really sick. And, I ended up getting really sick after this event occurred. And someone was supposed to buy me a ticket, and I was almost stranded, like in Varanasi. It appeared that way because it didn't seem like anybody was helping me out. And there's all these people traveling with Chargy, and, people are like loving me, and, there's this whole thing. This girl was supposed to get me a ticket, and she just decided not to, just to fuck me over or whatever. I'm not sure exactly why it happened, but it seemed to be like purposeful. So there were 3 buses going to the train station, and they said, get on. So I'm sitting there waiting to get on, and we were in the 3rd bus. Chargy was in the 1st bus, and there's other people traveling with him. So it's 3 big, 3 of those big sort of, travel buses were taking us to the airport, or the train station. And we were driving through this, and there's a guy there's an ex-naval officer, captain or something. And we were going by these huts. And these people, are shitting on the street. They're just, just the hut's like a 5 by 7, 8, 9, foot thing. I mean, it's probably you're like, oh wow, this is really spacious on the inside. These straw huts, right in the middle of a city, and there's thousands of them, and just people right on top of each other living in these huts. Just I mean, maybe a pot or a pan and no toilet, no running water, no anything, right? Maybe a little place to cook and like some sort of, I don't know, blankets on the floor to sleep on. And this guy's just like, I can't believe people are living like this. This guy lives in India. I mean, the poverty. This Varanasi is a place where Charji went to college. It's a famous place. They have the Ganges River that people go to bathe in. One of the practitioners of the meditation went there before he started doing Sahaj Marg. Guy had a heavy Brooklyn accent, and he was going around India traveling, trying to find out about spirituality. He went to the Ganges and bathed, and it was so polluted. This river that runs from the Himalayas, but they've polluted it so bad. He got a scalp infection for like 2-3 years. He couldn't get rid of it. It was so disgusting there, right? The E. coli and then all, just gross. But people go there and they bathe, and it's this. There's these there's monkeys running around. There's this stuff, and there's some nice shopping areas, but there's just incredible poverty. And the bus was stopped, and so that's the part I want to tell you is significant to this story. But just how people live, right? The stress level they live in, just the kind of way. I mean, it's not even like they're human beings, or you're living in like these substandard conditions. They're about 4'5" 4.5 feet tall, and I mean just tiny people because they're just malnutrition and all this stuff. And the buses all stop, and a cop told us to go, and the cop was pissed. These cops, the Indian cops, always have this porn stash. They always look the same. And the guy runs up the side of the fucking bus, yelling at the driver. The driver couldn't go because the other buses were in front of us, and he just smashes the guy's window for no fucking reason. Glass flies all over the bus driver, and he was traveling with 3 or 4 other guys. These have nothing to do with the meditation. They're just hired people, and he just takes off running. He just leaves the bus, and it's like me and a bunch of Americans and Europeans and this couple of rich Indian people, like not and we're just sitting there in the dark, and I don't even have a bus. I'm going to the train, and they're going to try to get me a train ticket, so I'm even like more fucked, and we're just sitting there in the dark. This city and this impoverished place, right? And so, they get the bus driver to come back in. He drives there. We get there late. They give me somebody else's ticket. And I was so hungry, I didn't get a chance to eat. And I'd been sick, for a while at the place because it's so dusty. And I ate some food right there at the tracks. It was somebody cooked some noodles, some kind of noodles, like lo mein kind of a thing. And they were fucking bad. And I got sick. And some Danish woman asked if she could have some. And 5 minutes later, she was thrown up in the train, like tracks, and I felt sick. And I was sick the rest of the time, it was this whole thing. But anyways, so, I'm just saying, like, there's, something to think about here. All right, one more video clip, and then I have a voiceover to do, and then I'll wrap this one up. Okay, so it's come out really well. I was able to get this thing out. The plug is a little bit more on there I can get off. There's a piece there that I'll get that off before it sticks. It's still a little bit pliable and moldable. So I molded it around the drain there, and it'll harden now. I'll be able to get the plug in there and everything. So it's pretty cool. It's interesting stuff, right? This technology that they're having. I had no idea that you could just find something like this and paint it on. This hard surface. It's been it's almost 10 o'clock, and I did it around 1:30. So whatever that is, 9 hours, 8.5 hours. Or 10 hours, I don't know. I'm a little bit tired. So this thing, it'll be, we'll see what it looks like in the morning, I guess, and that'll be it, and I'll put the video up. Okay, so I got this all hardened up now. This comes in and out, so that'll be good. Put a little grease on it so it wouldn't stick in there.
So it's done. So pretty psyched about it. You know, I'm getting this thing done. It was still gotta freaking unwrap that stuff, but I'll deal with that tomorrow. Anyways.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about capacity for work. So there's a level of energy you have and a level and the amount of time you have and what you can accomplish on a given day. And so for me, I have these things I have to do every day. These chores and tasks. One of the great things that Master Chargy, the third master of the Sahaj Marg system, said, he rose to a high level. He was a salesman. He rose to a high level in his company. He was one of the executives, CEO or CCO or something like this in India. And he said he always did, either in terms of his job or his spiritual work, he learned to do the hardest thing first when he had all the energy in the morning. When you're fresh and you have, you have the energy that you have for your day, that, it's the most in the morning, right? You might get a pickup here or there, you might be a little bit groggy and you get an energy boost, you drink some coffee, whatever it is. That's not real energy. That's, stimulant. But the energy you have to complete your tasks from the moment you wake up, it's at its highest level, and then it gets depleted until you need to sleep again, right? It's a weird design that we sleep like animals sleep. We just go into this state, like a death-like state where we're unconscious, and we have to process the day and all the things, dream and all the things that we do. Before I started doing the Sahaj Marg meditation, I could do like one hard task a day. When I was in college, let's see, I gotta wait for a second here. I just went for a walk with my dogs, and they got wet, of course, because it's not as the water's drained a little bit, even though it rained yesterday. But Tulsi always gets wet, and so it smells like wet dog in my room now. She got in the comforter, and our washing machine is on the fritz too, which is a whole nightmare. It's one of those things. Probably it's like Mercury in retrograde, I would assume. But anyways, so, I was in college, I could do like one hard thing and it would just drain me. Like one, whatever it was. I remember my brother pointed out something, somebody was like aware of it. I couldn't sustain relationships. I couldn't hold jobs. Couldn't make it through college. Like I just had this inability to function. And once I started doing Sahaj Marg and I went back, got my degree and then later on my master's degree and started doing career type jobs. I got better at those things as I got older. And then doing the farm the first time, we were often toiling. Like it was like we were destined to failure. In the beginning, there's a lot of success, a lot of growth, learning to milk cows and do these things. But then it was just overwhelming. See this show Homestead Rescue, which I don't really love the show, but I see the necessity for it. And they have these homesteads where these guys, these experienced family, a dad and his two kids go out and rescue the homestead and help the people, get them set up and build things for them and, help them with some of the problems that are, unsolvable. But you're like toiling and you're just, you're going to fail and you're going to fail and, the money's not there and you can't fix it and, there's just, you're overwhelmed. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. This happens to a lot of people who try to make this transition from normal sort of civilian life to living on a farm, homesteading, these things. Not enough money, not enough experience, not enough time, things that they never thought about, draining their resources. And you go to bed feeling like a failure and not getting everything done that you want to do and just more problems, like you fix something, then there's 5 more problems. It's just this kind of thing. But then there's people who aren't being taxed at all and are bored and they're not being, are living boring lives of unstimulating lives where they're not pushing themselves enough, right? So there's this real sweet spot where, you're using pretty much all your energy. You go to sleep tired at night, but you're not overwhelmed and toiling and stressed out. You're able to accomplish things. And yet you're not, in that state where you're pushing yourself beyond your capacity all the time. It's when you're younger, it's not as big a deal because you have more energy. But as you get older, you realize your time and your energy are these valuable assets, and you have to manage them. And when I got together with my wife and she wanted to do a farm, I was a little hesitant because I didn't want it to go as poorly as the last farming experience I had. And I didn't want to feel like that every day. But, we were able to get a tractor and have some, more resources and do some of the things in a different way. And then, it wasn't like we were, it's more of a hobby farm. We do what we can, but we don't need to do it, right? And, these videos take a certain amount of my energy in every day. The creative aspect of it, the editing, the answering comments, these things, going through all those things. The comment, the least part. But, it's the 6 hours of work. Being on the internet itself, Wi-Fi, it has to be balanced out with going outside, doing things. And then I have to cook meals and, go shopping and take the dogs out. Like, some of the things at the end of the day, I'm really tired. And I just have these few tasks. I make the bed, I take the dogs out. Maybe like eating a snack might be my last thing or something. And then I'm done. Like my work is done. Like I've done everything. I can just sit there and go to sleep. And, as I get older, like that time where I don't have anything left, on my plate to do, it gets more and more satisfying. And I think as you get older, discharging all your duties and then being able to leave this planet becomes more and more appealing to you. Like the big sleep, right? And I had this day buffer where I had a video like a day or two ahead. I have 1 or 2 videos waiting to go up. And so I knew that I could do this project, with a bath. And there was a certain day, Wednesday, that was a perfect day. It was like 80 degrees outside. It was this great spring day. I could leave the windows open. My wife was traveling, so I didn't, she didn't have to be there for the smell of the paint in the tub, all these things. And so I really, I looked at that being the perfect day. And then when the water hit, I'm like, fuck, now I got this whole issue, right? I'm waiting to do the rest of it. But it's also how overwhelmed I was and how worn out I was at the end of that day, physically and mentally, because it was just this big problem. And then, having to deal with the pipe issue, plumbing issues, and all the shit, and the flood, and the fuck up, and then having to redo it, and then, fix the problem, have to reorder the stuff, get it here in a timely fashion, and get the thing done. Instead of, it could have been done right now, and I could be sitting here putting most of my energy into this video. I can't do that, right? And so, it's this, like I said, this balance of you don't want to be bored, but you don't want to be overwhelmed, like this nice sweet spot. And as you get older, these things are more important in terms of having a routine, even though it's, I've always struggled with mundane things and monotony. Just having these tasks I have to do. And then there's glitches, like right now I'm trying to wash the sheets, like I have these sets of sheets, the 2 sets of them, and the washing machine's fucked up, right? It's just, it works sometimes, but it's like it needs a new motherboard, and it didn't help that we lost power like 3 or 4 times the last week, whatever's going on with again, there was like a tornado warning, there was thunderstorms. But with that having been said, let me get into these comments here. I can't remember them, but I remembered I wanted to do them. And so this might be the first one. And the person said, Paul, I see your point. There is no way I was going to vote for Kamala. There's no way I was going to vote for Kamala. Trump may not be the best, but he was the best choice. The truth is, like you said, it's all falling apart and there's no turning back. So you might as well slow it down as much as possible. Okay, so that was a video entitled The Truth Always Eventually Comes Out, but nobody gives a shit about it anymore. Once it comes out, it's too late, right? Like people have moved on. And, it was 60 years for the CIA to admit to Operation Ajax in Iran, and no one would have given a shit about that because the people who suffered were the Iranian people. What happened with the Iranian crisis and the hostage crisis was 100% American CIA inflicted. But, these things come out and people have already lost interest in them. And so this person's saying, let me go back to the comment here, see if I still have it up. The person's saying, I see your points, Paul. There's no way I was going to vote for Kamala. Trump may not be the best, but he was the best choice. Well, not really, because there was another choice, which is not to vote at all, which is, to me, by far the best choice. Because, for one, Trump isn't slowing things down. Trump is making it much worse. Like, You think what Biden was doing was, expediting the collapse of America. Trump has magnified that. But neither one of them is responsible, and they're not really choices at all, right? I mean, you're saying the difference between, um, jumping off one side of a cliff that's a mile above the ground and another side of a cliff that's half a mile above the ground, right? Like I'll jump off the one that's it's longer to the bottom because I'll live a little bit longer. Like there's no, or a choice between, a rattlesnake bite or a much more venomous snake. Well, I'll take the rattlesnake. I might survive that. Whatever it is, right? It's like not being bit at all. Like not jumping off the cliff at all. Like you have multiple choices, and but the three big ones here: vote for Trump, or four big ones: vote for Trump, vote for Kamala, write in or vote for some other candidate, third party candidate, or don't vote at all. And the don't vote at all is the best one because there's no difference. Your vote means nothing. They've already picked the winner, and it's you thinking you have to vote. Like you've had that drummed into your head, and it's just silly. Like you have you have other choices. You always have other choices, but they only give you two, and then you think you have to pick one of the two. But there's no way to say Trump is any better than Kamala would have been. It's certainly the way that Trump is doing this. He's expediting the collapse of America. He's a complete disaster. He's everything the Democrats said he was. He's going full Trump, and going full Trump, he's sucking. There's a few little things he did, that were good things, but they're not going to have an effect. And so anything that he does, like even if RFK Jr. does everything he promised, and they do things with the food, and actually, again, they're fighting these monster mega corporations, but that's not going to change shit. Like there's nothing that's going to happen. That's the voting isn't going to stop anything. You can put that energy into any number of other things, right? And so to think that you have to vote, that's the problem. You don't have to. And, it's to me the worst option because you're participating more in the whatever it is. So to that same video, followed you for years, you're lost in your own delusions. Well, this is a Trump supporter, right? And you're calling me delusional. Should be pretty obvious to everybody about Trump, and it's kind of embarrassing if it isn't. Be honest, why would God want to save America, Trump's El Salvador mega MAGA prison? That's the name of the video that these comments are from. Paul, will you use your platform to bring to the public consciousness the fact that Trump's Uncle John was the first to get his hands on Nikola Tesla's zero-point energy device? We need people to question him about that. Free energy would go a long way to stopping wars and needless deaths. Just mention it when you're talking about this lying piece of shit. Well, you don't know that happened. I mean, you think that, again, this is like when everybody blames Soros, like there's these theories out there that float around the internet. There's Tesla's energy device. In the Sahaj Marg Whispers of the Brighter World, there's one message that talks about, I think it's a primary message that talks about in 25 years, which is like this year or next year, from that day was going to be the first big event that's going to set about a bunch of big events that's going to reshape the planet. And it said that within 50 years, there'll be a new energy source that's cheap and non-polluting. Let me just go see if I can find that one. Okay, so I just ate some dandelions, and I was starting to read this. I started to choke. I have to redo this. So there's this couple predictions about nuclear war and nuclear power. In this one, Friday, December 29th, 2008 a.m. Nuclear power will ruin the world. This badly controlled power is demonic. One day man will be overwhelmed by its power. Upheavals that will change the world will have their origin in it. It has much wider implications than you could imagine, and which contribute to destabilizing the balance of this planet. In this matter also, man plays with fire without actually being aware of the detrimental consequences for humanity. A natural energy will replace all that is currently used and which is harmful to man. Human knowledge does not allow for its use for the time being. These secrets will be revealed to men of goodwill who will look into an inspired scientific research. That energy will be non-polluting and not very expensive. Those with money power will not be content with it, Only the absolute necessity for survival of the world will prevail. This time is this time is not going to happen tomorrow. The earth will go through many great changes before getting to that. These prophecies do not concern you. You are undergoing the damaging effects of this insidious pollution. He's talking to the medium, this French woman, which will lead the world to collapsing. But you can neither stop time nor modify the system in place. Protect yourself as well as possible from these harmful effects and pray for your brothers of the future, Babaji. And so this idea that the people with money power won't allow this to happen until it gets desperate, which is, the current circumstances. And so there's not going to be any free fucking energy. Like people, you have these pie in the sky. What has to happen is, the sucky system, all of it, every aspect has to be erased, and people have to, embrace something better and different because there's no other choice, right? Because like their life is hell and misery of their own creation, our collective creation, and there has to be a moment of beseeching God and these other things that are talked about here. And so you might not believe in these prophecies, but I believe in them. All of these Whispers of the Brighter World messages. I've had profound experiences with the books and the messages. But, it's silly to think that there's some way to, stop this stuff from happening because, it's hitting on every level, and the idiocracy and the people themselves are a big part of the problem. To the same video, your Democrat is showing, you get these morons. This is what I'm talking about in terms of these binary fucks, right? People who are, they're neither, they're incapable of seeing that there's a third choice or there's something beyond that, right? Even with our criminal, evil government is still the best country. Why would God save any country? Well, my point was the person completely missed the point of the video, right? And it's still the best country based in what? Based in military superiority or based in economy. It's not because of the people. And certainly, Americans aren't the best people, collectively and individually, like as a whole. And we're getting worse with every generation in terms of humility, in terms of connection to God, in terms of being, kind and having the good character qualities and all of it, right? Being happy, not being entitled, being grateful, all those things, right? We might have the best lifestyle, but we still, even that's debatable. Like some of these European countries, because they're so much smaller, they don't have nearly any poverty. A lot of, not just European countries, there's countries like Bhutan, there's beautiful places in the world. And there's, you can't judge America as a whole. America is made up of many different cities and many different, like lifestyles. And I mean, there's so much here that's sucky. And so, like, this idea that we're the best is silly. It's not something you can judge, and you're basing it on all the indoctrination that you have. But whatever we were, whenever we were at our peak, we're far from that, right? But the premise of the video is that people think that Trump is doing God's work and this country can be saved. And you can see the desperation in many of these comments. They just want to like find some bullshit idea that things are, going to get better, or things can be reversed, and they can't. Like we see the path we're going to go on that path until things get worse. Whatever that's going to look like, there's no saving what you consider your lifestyle and everything you consider to be your life. There might be a little piece of it left, but it's not like we're growing and building. There's a point in your life where you're beyond your halfway point, right? Where you're in your older years. You have the time when you're young and you're building your body, you're building your mind, you're building your career, you're developing your family. Your kids are young, or you're just out of college and you meet your spouse and you start your career and you get through these periods, and then you're at the halfway point where you're in the death process. You're no longer creating. Your body is now. You're trying to maintain what you have left. You're still maybe relatively young, but you've crossed that midway point. And now you're deteriorating. Instead of building, you're going the other way. And spiritually, you can create and you can develop, but your physical body and your physical life is now, you've reached your peak, and now you have some level of work to complete, but you're heading towards retirement. Your kids are grown, these things, right? And then your body's giving out on you. It's going in the other direction. You're in the dying process. And our country is like past that peak point, and now we're entering into these other things. And you can, reinvent yourself, and the country can have a second, heyday, a renaissance period. You see these old countries that have that, but not America. Like what we knew as America is over. And then, globally it's going to change significantly as well. Because we've reached that point where there's worldwide changes coming, extinction level event stuff. And, when those things kick in, those things kick in. But, while I'm showing this stuff with the chicks, I'm going to show you more farm stuff as we move forward. Because it's something that people have to consider. It's your day-to-day work and going forward in some direction, right? Developing. It's like when older people go back to college and they take, courses and things because they want to learn more. They have the time now. They're retired and they have plenty of time. They want to learn more things. And they're, of course, the world has passed them by and the world that they remember is gone. And they have to take courses to use like technology and things like this to understand various things. I watched this TV show, The Adolescent. Let me just finish what I'm saying here. So, there's this element of just going in the right direction. Even if you die tomorrow, like if you die tomorrow, what are you going to do today, right? You might as well make this day count, like it's your last day or whatever. Or you're going to lose a loved one or something, might as well make every day count and do something, meaningful. Have meaning to your life, some purposeful things. And the number one thing is having a spiritual practice and a spiritual goal and connecting to divinity within you. I say this over and over again. It falls on deaf ears, and that's fine. Deaf ears. Not death ears. Or both. So anyways, so I watched this TV show, The Adolescent. Someone from I think a few people recommended this. At least I remember one comment saying this, maybe more. And it's really intense and well done. It's a masterpiece of a show. And I'm not going to say very much about it because that's part of the experience. I mean, it's almost exhausting, especially the first episode. So it starts off, they're breaking into a kind of suburban family's home in England and arresting a 13-year-old boy for murder. And it happens like early in the morning, and it's, intense. And then they go through the process of revealing what the case is against him and all these things. And that's all I'm going to say about the show. There's 4 different distinct episodes from different points of view and different. It's really well done. I had to turn on the closed caption stuff, to whatever it is, the subtitles, because I couldn't understand at times the heavy accents, and so there's that. But the way they did it, the acting, the storylines, everything, it's masterful. But the reason I'm mentioning it here, there's some periods where they're kind of showing you a window into the world of these kids that are growing up, and how it's so hard for us to understand what these kids, their lingo and their whole social structure. It's completely different from anything that we have. And it's disturbing as fuck, right? I mean, it's just really bad. And the video game culture and the social media stuff and all of it. And that's kind of the most valuable thing about the show. And it's a global phenomenon because the internet and social media has got a hold on kids everywhere in the fucking world where they allow it to have that, and in most countries do. And even when the country doesn't, kids figure out a way to get it. That's just how it is. And these kids are being programmed and being affected in ways that we can really never imagine and experience. And this is part of everything I'm talking about here. So, connecting to nature, connecting to your food, doing things, that are a part of your, having these projects. And even if you're not going to be a great farmer or whatever it is, and I'm not suggesting this, people have to do what they can do. But, like I was just going outside and eating dandelion leaves and dandelion flowers. Like I do this for my liver every year. And there's these things, and just, being outside nature and developing whatever it is, the capacity to be better at things, right? This tub thing is, again, I'm never going to do it again. And, there's things that are maybe, there's a price to be paid if there's some level of toxicity that I'm going to experience from the paint or whatever that is, maybe unnecessary, but I enjoy doing these things. Like in terms of, I don't think enjoy is the right word, but it's less grace to have goals and projects and things that you're working on. All the way up to when you die, like when you're, and that these things are passed over for future generations to work and move on with. I mean, my family's goal was to have an intergenerational family farm, which fell apart, which sucks, and that's whatever it is. But, that would be a great thing. But, just going in the right direction, because you might die tomorrow, but like you can make your life meaning, right? Remember they had this whole Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter? Well, you got to make your life matter, right? You have to do something regardless of your race or color or these things. And not to the society and not to, I mean, certainly to society to some extent, but that's just a side, like that's a side result. It has to matter because, your soul is like some kind of growth and development where your soul gets something out of this life and you have this opportunity to move forward spiritually and these other things and develop good habits and good tendencies and good qualities and things that you can take with you and develop into some future existence here or somewhere else, right? Like you're moving forward and not backwards or sideways. And the majority of people are going backwards or sideways at best. Anyways, let me wrap this video up here. Okay, so I'm just about to do the last sitting for the, this is sitting day 7. I did 6 yesterday. I want to talk about this stuff before. First thing in the morning, it has been pouring. So last night, I usually take the dogs out. Buddy's the big one because he'll pee in the house more than Tulsi will. I took him out around 6 or so, and then it just started to rain. And it rained all the way through, and Buddy won't go out in the rain anyways. Like I can get him out there, but he won't pee. He'll just look miserable. So, and it was like lightning, thunder, lightning, and it was pouring way too hard anyway. So, and I came out, the little pond was flooded. I'm sure the big pond's flooded. I just got the bathtub done. So really auspicious time. And woke up, it's raining already a little bit. Took the dogs out, but it's just, slight rain. It rained like this when I took my first 3 sittings. And my first 3 sittings were so pivotal to me being in Abiasi. And it was in August in Massachusetts, Northampton, Massachusetts. And, it doesn't rain like that. Like it just 3 days of thunderstorms on my first 3 days I got sittings. And then, but I didn't think anything of it because why would I connect? I mean, I always remembered it rained, which was like, the kind of rain where you put your shoe on the ground and your feet get wet because it's flooded everywhere. Like the water can't drain from the parking lots quick enough and things like this. It rains here every April. Like every April, our pond gets filled. March, April, into winter, February. That's like the big pond. But I'm sure that's overflowed. Our neighbor's pond was filled to the max. He's got some runoff tubes. So I don't know when I found out that there was always these rains at the big gatherings. So in India, Charji's birthday and Babaji's birthday and Lalaji's birthday, there would always be some rain. And that was tough because there'd be 30,000 people and they just all had tents to be in, right? Like the tents were put up temporarily. The places weren't, filled with permanent structures. There was a place where they did the cooking. They had whatever master's quarters that were there. And then some other buildings, depending on the ashram. But these big ashrams where they had just open land, it wasn't really, as far as the ones I went to, they were not, there wasn't permanent structure. Now with Kana, which would be a great ashram if Daji didn't fuck it up so bad. But with Kana, like there's a lot more permanent structures. There's a 5-star hotel. There's restaurants. Like there's a whole thing. But I don't think they can support it because I think they've lost all enthusiasm from the good Abhiyasis, and they're trying to bring in new people and do holistic stuff. So it's, But the ashram in Chennai, there's a lot of buildings and structure, but it couldn't house that many people. The meditation hall can only fit about 5,000 people, maybe pushing it on like some days. Like there was areas outside above, like there was, like primitive dorm stuff and stuff under the meditation hall. And there was like auxiliary seating outside, but there was no cover for shade there. So when it was sunny, it was horrible. And if, of course, it rained, it was. So, there's just. They had Krishna Charji's son, his talk said, as soon as we built this ashram, the mission had already outgrown it. And so they had these places of land where they owned large chunks of land where they could put up a bunch of tents and have these big gatherings. But if it rained, like it did, Charji died in 2014, December 20th. So it was the beginning of 2015. And then his first birthday gathering, it rained every day. And they had bought this place called Tiruvallur, which was going to be and I'm not sure what Kana, which is in Hyderabad, which is about, 8 hours away by car, I think, from Chennai. And I don't know what was talked about Hyderabad being the headquarters. It's a little bit unclear. Babji talks about it a lot in whispers. But Charji built this place, bought this land that was 100 acres, and there's farm out there. A beautiful place. And the country in India is spectacular. The cities are gross, but when you go out to the country, it's just sublime. And, they were growing rice and other crops there. They put out a big medical building, where doctors would come and volunteer their time. There were a lot of doctors in the mission. And they would, it was an hour and a half drive from the ashram, depending on, we were in a bus, so in a taxi cab it was like an hour and a half, but not great drive. A lot of bumps in the road, not the best roads. But people would go to. They did an inauguration of the medical facility, and we all went out there to do that. But Charji's birthday, it flooded. All the tents were flooded. They had horrific rain. In fact, everyone had to kind of leave early because of the rains were so bad. And Charji said, when rain comes down at these gatherings, it represents divine grace, and there's always this connection between physical rain and etheric grace. And so, it's very auspicious that, and that's a word they use, auspicious. It's not a word by word. It's it's a very Indian word, auspicious, that it's raining for this 7-day sitting. And so the Friday night sitting with the master, so every Friday night at 9 p.m., this is tradition. It's stopped under Daji, but of course that's the whole thing stopped under Daji, is that you meditate at 9 p.m. anywhere you are in the world and you get a sitting at Friday. And so I've been doing that since, the app crapped out. It was for people who were not close to a preceptor. So in Babaji's day, he decided to do that. And then it just kept on going, and it's just been there. And the sitting comes every Friday at 9 p.m. And it's been a godsend for me since, leaving the Heartfulness thing behind me, that debacle, and returning to Sahaj Marg and doing the Sahaj Marg practice the way it was supposed to be done. And last night was the best one, I think. It was just really good sitting. And, because of my being really cleaned out, it's hard to get that kind of deep cleaning, even with the 3 sittings in 3 days in 1 day. And doing the sittings as a preceptor and then taking the sittings, I was just cleaned out. Really great sitting. And then I did the sitting day 5, right before bed. And same thing, where there's just nothing there. The cleaning's already, as far as I can tell, there's no more cleaning to be done. It's just all, great right now. And so, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. More intense dreams this morning. And, there's, I slept with the windows open because of doing the tub. There's still some fumes left from it, but it's mostly gone. It's just, I think maybe I got a slight sore throat from the whole thing. I don't know who knows what that's from. It could be from anything. But possibly the tub, paint toxicity, or just the stress of the whole thing anyway. But, so it's been a kind of epic time here. I got videos to do today, and I can get back into a normal routine. Everything goes back to normal, but, it's important that people do the sittings in the series that they're done. and they're just up there. I'm really glad I did it. It's something new. Like, it just came to me to do. It's not something that's been out there in any capacity, something like this, where there's this, intensive cleaning and this idea of self-suggestion of the star sensitivity. This is something preceptors did, but Abhyasis didn't do. So that was, Abhyasis were unaware of it, but I'm feeling like, because of the lack of the master and the lack of an organization now, that Abhyasis, people who are doing the meditation, need everything they can do. Every bit of help they can, everything they can do for themselves or whatever. But I really feel positive about it. Like it's gone really well. All right, so let me wrap this one up here. I'm going to go do the sitting, and then we'll come back around. Tomorrow morning, tonight I'll do day 6. And then tomorrow morning's also group meditation, so I'll be doing that. And then, I think the meditation is just going to be better. Like, just the cleaning is, it goes deep and really effective. Like, this is when I was made a preceptor and I had all those sittings. I had 8 sittings in 3 or 4 days. And, for deep cleaning and things. Anyways, I'll continue on tomorrow. So I just completed greetings, brothers and sisters. This will be a standalone audio for the Gratefulness meditation, and this will be the afterthoughts, at least one of the audios. I'll probably do a second one tomorrow when I've done the whole sittings myself. And so there'll be 2 audios here to go in that playlist, and then also this will go in the Journey series, and I'll put it in my next video, my next regular video. So just completed the 7-day sittings, and it was by far the best experience and the best service that's offered, free service that's offered on the Gratefulness Meditation channel. These 7 individual deep cleaning sittings to help encourage sensitivity and better experiences in the system. In the Sahaj Marg system, there are sittings and there are gatherings where you just don't want it to end. You're going on a break from your material life and diving into your spiritual world. And it's not something that you can really grab hold of like you would possess something, like in the way that we possess something. It's just an experience that's there. And it's going to end. You're going to have to go back to your life. You're going to have to go back to your, whatever it might be. But you just want it to last forever. Like you want to just retain the experience you're having for like just ever. Like you just don't want to leave. It's the condition. It's just the way you feel inside. Feel connected to God and just this, like just no worries or thoughts about your life or anything that's going on, or just everything seems trivial. Like if you did think about something, it just cease to matter. And you just want to sit there and just like, like you're floating in a sea of bliss, like some kind of, I don't know how to describe it. And you're just really happy. Like these moments that you have where you're just really happy in it. These are material moments, but you're connected to your significant other or your family, and you just have these really great moments where everybody's just feeling it, feeling the love and the energy, and just, everyone's happy and just whatever. But it's something that's deeper than that. And the 7th sitting in this was just like that, where the work is being done completely on a spiritual level, where you're, that's without any sort of visual references or things. As a preceptor doing this kind of work, there's just certain sittings that you just want to last forever. And then, I'll be experiencing the sittings as a practitioner in 2 days, 2 days behind the thing. But I'm just really glad that this thing had happened, this 7-day sittings. This is as close to a gathering as you'll get. I mean, it's been raining here, and there's been, we had this torrential rain this last night. I couldn't even bring the dogs outside. I usually bring them outside to go to the bathroom before bed, but like it was just raining from around 9 o'clock till 1 or 2. I mean, all through the night. It's the whole pasture, everything that's outside is flooded. We had a couple of days ago, we had hurricanes. tornadoes that like touched down around the area that didn't do any damage, but there was just the prevalence of tornado warnings. I know a lot of people here were in their basements. I didn't, and just and it poured so much then, but everything was flooded. So just a lot of rain and a lot of just whatever it is. Years ago, when I took my first sittings, it rained like this, and I was in Massachusetts, where it was August, which is not something that usually happens. That kind of rain. It happens here quite a bit in April, but this whole week has rained through the sittings, and it's just been a great experience. Also, an intense experience. The cleaning is really deep cleaning, and then which led to the opening up for having this deep transmission type experience where you have things cleaned out so that there's where you can dive deeper into your spiritual condition, because there's all this stuff that's been weighing you down and on a spiritual level, blocking your connection to God, and this really deep cleaning and this series of sittings, and people can come back to it and do it again, and when they need to. So it's a great thing because it exists. I mean, it doesn't exist on the internet, but you can connect with it through the YouTube channel. Anyways, just want to say those few things. I'll come back to this when I experience the sitting, as taking it as a practitioner when I receive the sitting. Okay, so that's it for now. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. It's been an epic time for me. Today's Saturday, April 5th. Just finished the last sitting for the 7-day gathering, and I've been really happy about that. Really great outcome. I got a little voiceover due about that. But this video is specifically about how all these people are coming to terms with, it being over, right? Like they're just getting where, I've been for a number of years, and other people, that the system's not savable. I mean, they don't know that. Like they're not conscious of it, but they're becoming aware that that's of a thing, like some abstract thing looming like a monster, or like the idea of a monster, and unknown. Like when you're watching a monster movie and they don't show the monster right away, right? They don't give you a full view of the werewolf or the Loch Ness monster or whatever it is, right? They sort of like you see things happening. Jaws, you don't see it right away. Like there's a big reveal that's going to come where they show it to you midway through the movie or whatever. The Leviathan, right? Something, looming there. And everyone's getting this sense of it, not trying. Everyone's like aware of it, like there's something creeping into their minds that it's over. Because, I got Kamala Harris. Well, first of all, I got a couple things I just got from my TV. And then there's some videos where these panels of 5, or these people that are there, are just arguing. They're losing their minds. They don't know what to do about all the stuff that's happening. The terrorist stuff, Trump is so oblivious. And Kamala Harris and Obama are denouncing Trump. But Kamala Harris, everyone knows that she was picked as a patsy, right? Which we'll get into that. And Trump is a patsy, right? So these are people who thought they might get the hero narrative, but they're really patsies, right? They thought they might get the hero narrative like this. When they do reality TV shows, they have these different archetypes. And each, they have to cast these, they have to fill these roles in the reality TV. And, there's always a hero and a villain. Those are the two main ones, a protagonist and antagonist. And they can edit the way, they can edit the footage they have any way. There's a great video out there. It's probably maybe 10 years old now. But it shows how they did a fake reality TV show, and they got all these clips from these people, and they showed you how they could edit it where the one person's the hero, or and that same person's a villain, in another edit, right? And they went through all these different people filling these roles, and oftentimes they're not these everything that's happening is taken completely out of context, and so these people thought they might be like maybe Kamala Harris didn't know that she was a patsy. Donald Trump certainly doesn't know he's a patsy, right? They thought they were going to be the hero. They're patsies. There's no heroes here. That's what I've been saying. There's no one going to save you. The system shouldn't be saved, and it can't be saved. Two things. Two specifically different things. The system can't be saved, which is, that could happen to any system, a good system. But it's a bad system on top of it, and it shouldn't be saved, right? And those are, it goes against the divine will. So there are systems that align themselves with the divine will, and it's just time. Everybody dies, everything has to end, and you begin again to something else, right? Like life is transformation and change, and things come to an end, and other things begin. It happens in your own life. You think about, you have phases in your own life, the end of your childhood, right? The end of being a baby. You start walking and talking and feeding yourself. Then you're a toddler, so you're no longer a baby. And then you're a little kid, you're no longer a toddler, right? You start going to school, you start having your own life, and then you're an adolescent. You're no longer a kid, you're an adolescent. And then these other things that happen in your life, you have these big moments in your life where things change, right? You're living a life, you're having a family, and whatever, it's divorce, right? Boom, big changes. Your life before the divorce and after divorce. The life before somebody close to you dies, and the life after. These things, the life before you get a job, some big career, and the life after the career, right? You have these distinct moments, these watershed moments, these transformative moments in your life that something ends and something else begins. These things are just all part of life. You're not just your aging, but anything, retiring, any number of things that happen. You have these watershed events. You're like, everything was different after that event happened. And then there's a collective events, right? The 9/11, everything changed after that. COVID, everything changes after that. There's these things that happen that are so epic, that they affect everybody. And there's the pre-9/11, post-9/11. There's pre-COVID and post-COVID, these moments, right? And there's more moments coming, much bigger collective moments coming. And where people are like, oh, yeah, that was when shit went south. So anyways, let's just go through this. These clips speak for themselves. These Democrats and Republicans, because the Democrats, they can complain about Trump, but, they know very well that they failed. Like, their failure set the paveway for Trump as a launching pad for Trump. Cory Booker even admitted to that in his epic 25-hour, non-epic 25-hour goofy political theater speech, right? But he admitted to it. Like, the Democrats know that they've lost, and there's no, they don't have anything, right? They made everything about Trump for the past 10 years. I mean, that's not a winning strategy. And they set Trump up to fail and fail America. And they can come in and try to say whatever, but it's too late. Like this, it was too late when years and years ago. America's been going downhill for a long time. Like, we just haven't hit the bottom yet, so we don't know. We're in free fall, and the world along with it. So there's things that are, happening that are beyond the control of anybody. Things that people can't control. And this is one of them, the collapse of the world civilization as we know it and giving birth to something better. And so I've been aware of this for years. Like I said, being right or being ahead of the game really means almost nothing to me at this point, other than having, a head start on preparation. But having a head start isn't great when, all these people run around like, if you have prepared and everyone else isn't, they're going to come running at you one way or another, right? That's part of the problem. I wish everybody was preparing, right? Even Mark Cuban, because of the terrorists. I have a tweet, and it might be actually a video. I'm going to see if I find a video clip. But he was saying that people should start hoarding or start prepping or whatever, right? So, they're coming to terms with the fact that it's over. And they just don't, know what to do about it. Like, it's just there, and even your most sheepish friends, it's like something creeping into their minds. Like it's fucking. We might not survive this. Like, it's beginning to be like a thing where they're realizing we're fucked. And so even the Trumpers are starting to realize Trump's a piece of shit, and they might not admit it to themselves or anybody else, but they can see it. It's fucking obvious at this point that he's fucked them, and he's not what he promised. And so Democrats are like losing it. It's just great. Let's get into it here. Okay, so I had more to present here, but I'm going to just pass that on till tomorrow. There's already a long video. The same theme is going to exist tomorrow because this is an ongoing thing right now. And so what's happened here is it's a very specific thing. And so there's these two elements that are being sold to the American people. There's the traditional politicians, which would be the Joe Biden and the Kamala Harris's and the Democratic Party. And then there's the outsiders represented by Trump. Trump is the sort of the ultimate outsider, even though he was connected with these people just in business. Like he was just on the other side of the same power structure in business and celebrity culture. He was friends with all these people, hobnobbed with them, paid money to politicians, bought politicians, these things, right? And so he's not really an outsider, but that's what he is. This is kind of what people think about him because he wasn't a lifelong politician. And so there's also two dueling visions with the Democrats and the Republicans. So, Trump had what looked like a pretty good economy, even though it wasn't, because it was based in deregulation, which you deregulated the banks and Wall Street, which is always going to give you a short-term bump. But then they're going to do stupid shit and they're going to loot too much money and they're going to fuck up the whole debt to income ratio. I mean, all these things, right? The banks have this thing used to be called a fractional reserve, where they had to have a certain amount of money that they were loaning out. It used to be 1 to 12. So they have $1 for every $12 they loan out, which is completely fucked anyway. But then they got rid of that, and that's that's partially what caused the derivatives markets and all these other things, the subprime mortgages to collapse, all that bullshit that went down in 2008. And Trump deregulated all these things, which meant he'd have a good economy for a short term. But it's like with everything else with Trump, there's no depth to it, right? It's all for show. It's all a scam. It's all it's all grifting. And so, going into the 2020 summer, which caused the whole where the COVID thing happened and they shut down the economy, they blamed everything on Trump, and the American people believed it or not. The election was either legitimate or it wasn't, and Trump lost. And there's all these people that hated on Trump for not following the decorum and the being performative, like acting like a president. The business of acting like a president. I talked about this in depth. That was their number one issue. Not that Trump wasn't handled, because he was. Trump has handlers. It's Wall Street, it's the bank, it's Israel, it's whatever else. These people who have power and influence over him, right? People who owned him before he came into politics. People he'd have to go to money to get what he had done. And so Wall Street, and I meant to make this point earlier in the video, when Trump poo-pooed Wall Street and said it'll bounce back, Trump's barometer for success has always been Wall Street. Whenever he says that economic policies are working, he'd look at the numbers at Wall Street, and Wall Street was something he always answered to, like it was like his god. And the tariffs is the first time he's broken away from Wall Street, which is fucked, right? Which means that, there might be people in the financial institutions that are going to benefit from his tariffs, so they're into it, but they're all a little bit worried because of the whole, it's fucked, right? It's just like they can't believe he actually did it. I mean, that's the overall consensus. They can't believe he actually did the tariffs. They thought he was just bullshit. And he probably was until he needed to do something. And so that speaks, we'll come back to that. So the Biden administration had 4 years to show you what it was when you had a president who played by the rules, a president who followed the rules of engagement. And, he would act presidential. I mean, Joe Biden still didn't act presidential because he's Joe Biden, but he had been a politician for a number of years. He knew how to act. He knew what was expected of him. And he had all these handlers and people telling him what to say. And he went along with it much more than Trump did, who would just go off the cuff and tweet in the middle of the night and get into these petty little immature battles, all the shit that Trump did. But after 4 years of Biden, American people are like, you fucked us. Let's go back to Trump, because he's the outsider and he must have a solution, because the American people have this idea, we've all been indoctrinated with this idea that there is a solution out there, because America will always be saved. So if America's in crisis, then there's some sort of, this is the idea of pockets of the future. If the civilization is going to collapse, this idea came to me when I came up with this name, Pockets of the Future, that if a civilization is going to collapse, which has happened many, many times, either in small, regions around the world where an empire collapses, a kingdom collapses, a government, a way of life collapses, or there's some sort of tumultuous event like an ice age or something that threatens the life of the people, right? Some kind of natural disaster, comets hit the earth. There's been these things over and over again, floods, the polar ice caps melt. There's land masses now underwater that exist during the ice age. And, those people, they built cities on now, they're underwater. The underwater cities are because of that, right? The great floods. And so when something like that happens, there must be some people that survive it because there are still people here, right? There has to be some people who survive the collapse. Massive reduction of population. And those people have to start preparing for it before it happens because they can't be just, winging it, right? They have to, they have to have some sort of intuition or they can read the tea leaves and see what's going to happen. And those people are what I call pockets of the future. They're beginning to prepare for the, transitionary period and to live on the other side of the collapse. And each one of us that is aware of this has some sort of responsibility to create some sort of pocket of the future by just going in the right direction, even if you don't survive it, because, other people pick up on it and humanity, it just needs to happen. Like it just has to happen, right? But for the majority of the people, there's, and all of us have this in us, we believe America will always be here. Like some part of us just thinks that because it's just what it is. America's, kind of a stable system from our point of view. I mean, it isn't a stable system, but from what we've experienced, right? And so for all of us, we're like, well, there's got to be a way, right? There's going to be a way. There's got to be a way, right? I mean, there's got to be a way, right? And so if it isn't the Republicans, it's got to be the Democrats, or there has to be something else. And so we go back and forth thinking that one of these two bozos and parties has a solution because we can't imagine a situation where neither one of them does, right? And so Joe Biden had 4 years, and people said, all right, let's go back to Trump. We didn't really, get a full dose of Trump, and they were thwarting him the whole time. And so, that's why people voted for Trump this time. Kamala Harris was a disaster. She was a patsy. And now everyone should know that Trump's just a fucking bobblehead. Like he's a complete moron because I think he just talked himself into doing these tariffs, and he doesn't have any explanation of how they can work because, people know what tariffs would do. It's going to drive up prices, not just here, but globally. And that's not what any fucking person wants right now. So, that's the simplistic understanding of it, but it's not a solution. And so if tariffs is the best thing he's got nothing. And the other things he's doing are changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I mean, these are just, performative things. He's not going to annex Greenland. He's not going to do these things. Like he's just, he's a bumbling idiot. And so we can't go back to the Democrats. We already know what they have, and they don't have anything, right? They don't have anybody who can solve any of these problems. I mean, they can get rid of the damage that Trump did by reversing Trump policies, and then they'll continue doing the damage that Biden was doing. So neither one has any solution. And as I've said before, like this is a crisis. You're defined by your enemies, right? And so there's always a counter movement. And so the counter movement isn't political. They're all part of one club. The counter movement is spiritual, right? There's a spiritual renaissance where some people are changing internally. This is the idea of indigo children, these people who are undergoing spiritual changes and evolving without them really knowing about it and everyone else knowing about it, but there's an evolution of consciousness. And that's the only chance of, if there's like a dark force and a light force, or there's evolution and de-evolution, and there's whatever these different battles are, that's the good side. That's what I've been saying in my videos for years now. That's, people say you're black-pilled. I'm like, this is the ending of our civilization is a good thing because it opens up the possibility to evolve, because we have higher levels of consciousness that we can reach. We just refuse to do so. People just don't want to do it, whatever reason. Like we always look towards the lower part, and we're always engaged in our lower tendencies. It sucks, but that's reality. But something that has to change, right? Like that, even if it's like in a sense forced upon us, like based on our very survival, like that's what's going to have to happen. But I've known about this for years. That's the real battle, and it's not really a battle at all. What you're going to have is the current civilization imploding, and then people saying, "Well, we got to do something different. What is there?" and it'll come from internally, this movement, and the people who embrace it will survive, and the people that don't won't, and there'll be reduced population, and then people will have to embrace their higher nature, and you have to have a civilization of saints, and then all these problems disappear, and it's not like there was any sort of war waged, it's like one group of sociopaths and people who follow them extinct themselves, and everybody else says, all right, good, see ya. Like the people who are left here, and they do something better, right? That's the only chance. That's the only chance for pockets of the future. That's the only chance for humanity. We have to be better than we are. We have to go to a higher level, and we have to connect to divinity in a way that we're not just doing the shit that we want to do all the time, regardless how self-destructive, how wrong it is. And so that's either going to happen or it's not, but the possibility is there. But the possibility for salvation isn't the Democrats or the Republicans. So everyone's kind of getting a whiff of that right now, right? They're all kind of smelling it. They're all kind of feeling it. Well, like even the Democrats were like, "Oh my God, Trump can't do it, and we know we can't do it." Like we know we are like we don't have any ideas, and so then they're not even acknowledging how bad it is, right? So it's on multi levels, and this is what you see happening. They're all getting slapped in the face by reality that it's over, and they don't even they can't do anything about it. All right, so I'll be covering this for a while because you can see they're like panicking and they're throwing shit up on the wall the same way Trump is, like it's just a desperate act, but you're trying to make sense, but no one has any solutions because there is no solution. Okay, so today's Sunday, April 6th. Um, the I took the sixth sitting. I'll take the seventh sitting tonight as an Abiasi, and the sixth sitting was great. I mean, in terms of the energy, I didn't feel great, and it was late when I went to bed, and there was some situational issues, and so I felt the sitting was a really good sitting. But like I ate something I shouldn't have eaten. It was like I said, it was later, and then my stomach was a little bit irritated. And sometimes when I eat stuff like late night, there's two things that could happen where I don't eat anything and I'm go to bed on an empty stomach, which is what I really want to do. And I don't sleep and I detox. My liver detoxes and I wake up and there's irritation and anger in my system, not at anything specific. But then there are times I eat something and it doesn't necessarily agree with me, and then I go to bed and I have the same effect. So that was happening. So where I was feeling really cleaned out the day before and as light as I could, and the sitting was amazing. The seventh sitting and the sixth sitting, so they were getting more sublime. I was a little bit not be able to completely be absorbed in it. So I had some thoughts, and the thoughts didn't come like just randomly. So I thought I would share these things here. You know, I talked about this guy, Mr. M. And let me just say, there's deep cleaning in these sittings. And when I got my preceptor sittings, especially the last one, Master Chargy, I had all these thoughts and stuff from like, I don't know, probably past lives and they were like, there's images and ideas and thoughts and memories and just random thoughts were like, it was like my mind was sped up and I was watching, it's like, they took a bunch of highlights of, some things to do with my life, some things to do with, random things. I thought of my mom briefly at the very end, but it was like all these things were it was like fast forwarding. If you watched a highlight reel of your life and your past lives, and it was not only just like images, not even so much images, but thoughts and feelings and emotions and things, and just they were just flying by me like it was so fast. And he used this, whatever his will force, the master of the system, to do whatever was left to be cleaned out was cleaned out. It was amazing. And I talked to this other guy who was made a preceptor, and he had a very similar experience. Like, he had the worst thoughts. He had one thought that I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you thought that. Like, that's, it was involuntary because I went through the same thing. But, he shared with me something that was, and I won't do it here because it involves charity and, negative thought in a way. but he had a similar experience. And I felt the sixth sitting and the seventh sitting, specifically the sixth sitting, which I took last night, was that. So I don't know what other people experienced. I haven't read the comments about it yet. And so very deep cleaning, pulling what was beyond what normal cleanings do. But for some odd reason, I thought about this guy, Mr. M. And Mr. M was a person I met at my first gathering. And we would meet and talk every gathering for the next, I don't know. So it was 1994. I went to my first gathering, and Chargy stopped coming in 2008. And so that's 14 years. And, um, Chargy would come to America, and I saw this guy. And I think this guy came to the ashram a couple times during, like, Babaji's birthday. Like, I went to the Molina ashram sometimes during Babaji's birthday or some of the other gatherings. And so I don't know how many times I saw this guy, right? But not a lot, but you'd see these people once a year, basically. And you would share this deep spiritual experience and, a deeper level of your soul energy would be pulled out at these gatherings. So you're more, it'd be more intimate. You shared this great thing. Like it was just some special thing that happened. And so it's a little different than other acquaintances, but these people were more or less acquaintances, right? You might hear something about people, people gossip or there's, things out there. But, I didn't talk to very many people when I wasn't at these gatherings who did the meditation. So, and occasionally you'd run into one of these people in India. And oftentimes you had past lives with them and you would go through something with them, like, a whole adventure in India, right? They would be there for a week or 2 weeks and you would spend a lot of time with them because you're not watching TV, you're not working, you're just hanging out, meditating and talking and socializing, which, I'm never great at, but, there's these intense experiences, cleaning and things like that. There are people around, there's a guy from Louisiana who has my same birthday. And he's just a great guy, Chris Jackson, black guy. And he's just got a really good personality. And he married an Indian woman, and I would see him from time to time. And when I brought my wife and my kids back to India, I saw him. And I always get happy when I see him because he was really supportive of me going through my preceptor stuff when I went through that epic cleaning. He was there when I got back from that trip that I got really sick at. The trip where I, got sick and the whole thing had the bus happen, which I just described in recent videos. But anyway, so there's this guy, Mr. M, and I would see him occasionally. He's about my age. He had this great chair, and he got it. It was like a folding chair that you could sit on the floor. You could carry it. It was shaped nicely. I mean, I never sat on it, but we'd always talk about this chair because, he got, it was like a thing that he just was some, prototype chair that he got at a sporting event, and he said it just worked great for meditation because it was very easy to carry. People would bring these chairs. A lot of times people would bring those, those thermarest mattresses that you use in camping, and they had a cover that you could fold the mattress into a chair. I had one for a little while. It didn't work. I just couldn't sit on the floor. I like to sit on the floor. I just couldn't. I tried to. I worked towards it, but my legs just don't sit cross-legged because of years of sports and things. I'm just not flexible enough. And, so all those things. And, so we weren't necessarily close, but I saw him at these gatherings. We had a pretty positive relationship. And there was a time later on my family and I went on this extended camping trip, and we stayed in North Carolina, and the closest preceptor was one who was a young guy not a young guy, but he was younger, like Mr. M was about my age, and this guy's probably about 5 or 10 years younger. I don't know, maybe same age, I don't know. And he went to Mr. M as a preceptor, and the guy had this story in which he was playing video games at night. He was playing Grand Theft Auto. Like these guys were in California, and younger guys, like who were not younger guys, but people growing up in that generation. And he was playing Grand Theft Auto after starting doing Abhyasi. Now the guy was a preceptor, and he didn't think he should be playing it because it was having negative impressions on him, right? He knew it was affecting his spiritual condition, and you can feel these things. Your spiritual condition is affected by something, and because you go to meditate and it's just there with you, like you watch something disturbing or you had a whatever, an argument with somebody, or it's just there, and you're like, oh, like I don't. It's hard for me to meditate because it's like your equilibrium has been affected, and you've been, you feel gross, like you have to do some cleaning. Like now you have to, these are what these cleanings, deep cleanings, are for. But after a while, you're expected to be more disciplined and not do things that are going to hurt your spiritual condition and not set you back. And so he was playing these video games, and he was playing this video game, and it was very graphic in nature. And it did make him feel good, so he stopped playing it. But then he got bored. He played it like late at night, and he got really nauseous, and he realized, oh, this was bad for him. And so he had a physical effect of the thing, and he knew it was. And then he got a call from this guy, Mr. M, the next day, his preceptor. He said, "What were you doing last night?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Well, I got this sense of you. You came to my mind. I thought of you, and he was in bed. It was like asleep or whatever. He was going to sleep, and he got a sense of it. And he got up and he threw up because he was in tune with this guy, right? Which just can happen with the preceptor Abhyasi relationship. And so when my ex heard this story, she really wanted to meet Mr. M or talk to him because she thought, oh, he must be a great preceptor. That my ex was like that. But I had known Mr. X for a number of years. Just like the local preceptors I live now, I knew long before my ex did. And I'm not social, and I don't know how people felt about me, right? Probably not great. Like I'm not, I mean, whatever. But either way, like I knew these people beforehand, before my ex did. And so Mr. M was listening to my videos. There's two people knowing Abhyasis, so I guess three, four that have, that I know who I had sort of relationships with, who I'd met and talked to. And again, these are people I would see once a year, or I saw a couple of times. And so that ended up listening to my videos. And everyone else, there's thousands of people, and there's hundreds of people that I know, or I have friends with Facebook, who are Abhyasis. They listen to my videos maybe in a negative way when I put I put one up on Facebook and it went around the mission, and my journey series is getting 8,000 views. It went from 3,000 to 4,000 views to 8,000 views, and so there was 5,000 to 6,000 Abhyasis watching my videos, and most of those people were pro-Dodgy people, and they were pissed at me, right? Some of them were calling for my execution, so that was the whole thing, right? And so, the thing happened in India, with the divorce, and I came back to America with my kids, and I was in Vegas, and Mr. M was in California somewhere. And so he contacted me, and he started to listen to my videos. And he was doing his own thing. He was talking about just heartfulness on Facebook, and he had his own thing he was doing. And he wanted to bring in some outside influences to the magazine they were doing or something. He contacted this woman who was a psychic, and I watched the woman, and I was not impressed. But he was trying to do something different. Like try to, the way things had been done in the past was very inefficient, and of course, Dodgy was a joke. All those things. I was seeing him. I saw him when we got to the gathering. I think when we got back from India. I'm not sure if I saw him there. Can't remember. I remember a lot of people were pissed. Like ostracizing me because Dodgy had blown me off. So, there was he had obviously talked about me. So whatever happened with Dodgy, there's stuff that went down in India in terms of I wrote to him about getting kicked out of his birthday gathering, which was 100% his fault for his goofy rules, and whatever it was. I've told that story over and over again. that he made these rules that kids couldn't go to the gathering. Of course, he's reversed that now, and he has his grandkids sitting at his lap, very performatively. But for a little bit, he was just fucking changing rules and doing stupid shit. And I didn't know that he was a joke and he had fallen at that time because the energy was still there. But I got kicked out of the gathering, and my daughter, was yelling at me because she didn't want to leave. And we were swearing at each other in front of this guy. It was fucking brutal. She was, it was a whole thing. So it was a fucking nightmare. And I wrote to Dodgy about it. And my ex was clearly in communication with him and bad-mouthing me. And so when he came to America, I went to introduce, my car broke down, and there was a group meditation. And I dated this woman for a while. She helped me come back to America in terms of making arrangements. It's why I chose to go to Vegas, because I had no support system as someone from the YouTube channel. And she was, it was clear that it was not a good situation being in a relationship with her. If it wasn't, I knew it wasn't going to work out. But she could feel the energy, and I felt kind of responsible to help her do the practice or try the system, because she could feel the energy, and she was into the meditation, and possibly she had done some other things. And she felt the energy at the gathering. So I went to introduce her to Dodgy. My car broke down, and so she wanted to stay with me. She didn't want to go to the satsang by herself. My kids were there. But she wanted to stay with me. And so I missed the satsang, and we came in late. But we were sitting out in the hall right where Dodgy was going to leave. And I thought there'd be a good, Kamlish would be a good time to introduce her. And Dodgy walked by me like he didn't know me. And all these people were, like, when we got there, I asked this woman if we could find a preceptor. I walked there, they had like a concierge type of volunteer position of people when you go to a gathering. They tell you what's going on, and you register, and there's a whole little process. And I said, well, I have a new Abhyasi with me that could benefit from an individual sitting before Dodgy gets here. Kamlish was going to get there. We were there 4 or 5 hours before the first meditation was going to take place. And she said, well, I'm a preceptor. And she took the woman that I was dating with her to get a sitting, but they didn't go to a place. They were just in like a parking lot. And she started grilling her about me, like all these questions. How well like all these things. And she came back like 15 minutes later. I said to the woman, did you get a sitting? She goes, no, this is a brand new Abhyasi. And she's, clearly there's all this gossip about me, right? Because of, just this thing that Dodgy had done. And then Dodgy's inner circle guys, who I known for years, kind of all were looking at me like I was a piece of shit, so I knew something was up. And then Dodgy walked by me. And there was more shit that happened. I won't get into it. But, he was just a piece of shit, right? Because you just don't treat anybody like that. And he was wrong. Like, he should be right because he's, the master of the system. You don't get things wrong. But, of course, he folded and turned into a cult, and he sucks, and, there's all that. But I didn't know any of that at the time, this is all part of the story. And so Mr. M contacted me at some point, called me, or whatever he did. I don't know how he contacted me, but I remember getting a phone call from him. And he said he was listening to my videos, and he was a person that said, you don't do any introduction, you don't do any sign-off. Like, people don't know when the video, you don't, do a greeting. And so that's where I had to come up with a greeting and a sign-off. So he was responsible. He contributed something, which I was grateful for. That was good feedback. Like, that's the kind of feedback that was helpful to my videos, because I didn't, I'm just awkward with shit like that. So I didn't do it. I used to just talk. So in the beginning of the video, I just started talking like I was in mid-sentence, like it was just, and then I wouldn't say anything like the videos ended. So, which was not good for the viewers, and that's helped everybody here. It's helped me videos. So, that was good feedback from him. And we had some good conversation. He was a little bit of a truther, a different kind of truther, more liberal. But he was, seeing these things, and he understood there's a lot of truther stuff in Sahaj Marg, a lot of it. I mean, it's the ultimate truther stuff. It's reality at dawn, right? The ultimate truth. It's beyond truther things. Truther stuff is just about the government and, conspiracies and, controllers and man-made shit. Where Sahaj Marg is about divine truth, which is far deeper and more, more truthful than the other stuff. But anyways, this guy was one of the few people that could understand what I was doing in my videos, and we talked. We're a little bit closer now because of this, whatever. Both sharing something that we were kind of outsiders, and we understood things that the majority of the Abiasis didn't understand. And my son got his first 3 sittings. We went to this Master Charji, the third Masters of the Systems gathering. July 24th is his birthday. And we went to the ashram. They had bought a bowling alley. There was a bunch of rich, mostly Indian Abiasis who lived in Silicon Valley. And we went there to the bowling alley that had been converted into an ashram. It's pretty nice. And that was when I first saw that Daji gave a talk, and he wasn't talking about Charji, which is like, the Indian guru culture is so, embedded into their whole everything, their social system, and elders, and respecting elders. And, Master Charji, towards the end of his life, said, with Daji there, that the disciple can never exceed the master of the system. I found the exact quote. This guy, I call the Daji truther. He's the guy who really dislikes Daji and is trying to expose him for the fraud he is. And so he has this picture of Daji next to Charji. And this was from October 26th, The Universe is Love. It was a speech that Charji gave, October 2014. He would die in December 20th. So almost, not almost, less than 2 months before his death, he said this. And he said, the guru is the guru and the disciple is always the disciple. He can never transcend his guru. This is one of the spiritual laws. So to think that you have become superior to your guru is, I wouldn't say a sin, because in Sahaj Marg we only have one sin, and that is of ingratitude. It is the first step toward your downfall. And it's clear that Daji's not grateful to Charji, which is completely fucked, right? And I can understand, like, everyone goes through anger or, your own issues you have with authority or with God. If you have past lives, I figured out I had a past life where I was very bitter towards God. I died bitter towards God, angry at God for whatever reason. And, I kind of knew the reasons. I'm not going to get into that here. It's a whole thing. But, I had a past life. And when I had that cleaned out, my spiritual life took off, my internal world. It was amazing. I talk about this intensely. But everyone has their issues with your, parent issues, dad issues, whatever it is, God issues. And the guru becomes a catch-all for those things, right? Your own resistance, your own ego's resistance with your, things that you're supposed to do, and, things that you don't want to do. And and this gets taken out on the guru. Like, kids get mad at their parents when they're adolescents. It's this kind of thing, right? But Daji somehow thought he was better than Charji, which he has clearly said in so many different ways in his speeches. And he's tried to rob Charji of his legacy. Charji had the most written material, the most content that was very helpful for all of us. Books and talks. Charji gave so many talks, epic talks, that were published in books and put on DVD. And they existed on the web. And Daji's scrubbed pretty much all of them. The books, they're not reprinting any of the books. They're not, there's one book that Charji wrote about Babaji, called My Master. But, Daji was disrespecting him. And I didn't see it at first until 2017. And I said to I was at this gathering, and it's Charji's birthday. And he's not talking about Charji at all. And he used to, when Charji was alive, Charji this, Charji that, master this, master that. And at first he continued that. But now he was singing a different tune. And all the other masters, Charji had said in one of these talks that he never thought of himself as the master. Which is, you can't think I am the master. That's an ego thought, right? There's no I am. The people think you're the master, and they pull the master out of you. And the master is, in the case of Sahaj Marg, the previous master who's merged with his disciple. his spiritual essence is merged in his disciple. And without that, you're fucked. Like you can't be a master because you have to have oversight. You have to have a divine essence that is, you have to have these divine beings and one specific divine being that is overseeing you need that kind of level of where there's some upward, where you're looking up and you have something to obtain, right? Something for somebody to guide you, and these things. Even on an etheric level, even after the master's dead, his essence is there guiding you, and that's kind of the beauty of Sahaj Marg's system. You're never thinking of yourself as, oh, I'm the guy, I'm that dude. You're just never any of that. You can't be that, right? And so it was clear that Daji was ungrateful, and he had thought he had surpassed Charji. And it took me a while to fully understand this, right? But this was evident at that gathering. But this guy, Mr. M, had arranged for my son to get my youngest son, who had now turned, I think, 17 or 16. There's a woman who we met, American woman, who I never really spoke to before, but she was really nice, good person, and she had a good relationship with my son. Like she had an older, her son was now in his 20s. Like she had been a part of these younger people who had been from Mobile, Alabama, Alabama, where this guy Clark Powell had a bunch of Abiasis that were college kids that started. And they were kind of hippie-ish, they were whatever they were. A lot of them quit. But she was a preceptor, and she lived kind of near us, not too far. She was on the West Coast. And I had asked her if she would give my son his first 3 sittings. I was trying to help him get started. And things got weird, whatever. She ended up not going. And she was going to go to this gathering, but she couldn't go. And so there's this other guy who was a great preceptor who gave me a sitting at the airport. He showed at the airport at midnight in L.A., and he gave me a sitting when I was on my way to India in 1995, I believe, 94, whatever it was, 95, I guess. Was on my way to, it was 95. And so when I was on my way to India for the first time. And so amazing, like just dedicated person. This guy, Mr. M, this guy, he was Mr. M's preceptor, and Mr. M arranged, contact, because I didn't have this guy's information, and to give my son his first 3 sittings. And so, so these are the things that were there, right? And so Mr. M called me out of the blue. Like at that point, I don't think he had let me know that he was listening to my channel. But he called me out of the blue and said, these things, maybe a year later, that next year. And we talked on and off, probably once every month, once every 2 months. And he was one of the few people that I was in contact with that did the meditation. And the few people that I was in contact with that either faded away for one reason or another, right? Partly because, I was being ostracized, and I was, there's these people that just, in the mission, they're like shitbags. Like they're written in some of the diaries and Chargie's diaries. They're people that, fell in one way or another, like people who turned on the system or, whatever. There are a few people who had blogs, and they, just these people who are just persona non gratas. And one day I realized, oh, I'm one of those people now. Like, and nothing that I had done would justify it, but, my ex basically besmirching me and making up shit or exaggerating things or, not giving the full story and all these things. And, just me being the way there's a time where I saw a picture of me and my ex together, and I'd already known this from other experiences, and I knew there's no way that they were going to think that, take my side of the thing. Like she was manipulative, and she was much more social, and she was great at playing the victim. And no matter how this thing played out, no one was going to take it wasn't. And I accepted that, and I didn't care. And at some point I was like, I don't care what these motherfuckers think of me. It was a liberating moment. Like I was like, I don't even like most of these people. I mean, not that I dislike them, but I don't feel on a personality level, we're not the same. We're not, like you feel as a truther, You don't resonate with other people. And most of the people that do the meditation, some of them are wonderful people, saintly people, but they're not my people. They're not like the kind, that we all do this. We all love Sahaj Marg, and we love the effects of the system. We love the transmission, but we're not necessarily, people who would be friends or understand each other than that. It's our one thing we have in common. And there's really not much else, right? And then some of these people are just straight up assholes. The ones that are surrounded Chargy, they were these mostly Indian businessmen, rich guys who were just really arrogant, who felt themselves and just were, they just were like those, like rich people who fucking are just dicks and think they're better than they are in the whole thing. So I was like, I don't care about those guys. Like I didn't like those guys anyway. So, it was liberating for me. It was really helpful for me because it was easy for me to break away from this cult, like this incompetent cult that was now, this great spiritual organization that had helped so many of us evolve spiritually was being cultified by this moron Dodgy, but in a worst possible stupid way that was so obvious and so failed, right? So, it was a cult of stupidity, really. And so, but I didn't know all that at the time. And so this guy, Mr. M, and I talked occasionally, and he was one of the few people. And, I, at some point he just stopped calling, and I reached out to him a couple times. He didn't call me back or text me back. And I was like, all right, well, that guy's gone, right? And then I saw him at the gathering. I went to India in 2020. This is right before COVID. He's talking to this woman that I had known. And I came up, and it was an uncomfortable exchange. And I was like, all right, well, that's it. Like, we're done. But I said something like, we had fallen out of contact, and I changed my number. And I think I had sent him my number originally saying I'm changing my number, and he then got back to me. So, my daughter had committed suicide the following year in March, the very end of March. And so, anyways, I saw him at the gatherings in 2020. And then I Facebook messaged him my info, and he never got back to me. So I thought, all right, this thing's over. We're not going to, it's just one more person. Again, it wasn't some big loss. We were just acquaintances. It wasn't some big thing. And then I got talking to a few different people, senior people, about how bad the YouTube channel was. And, Dodgy had made this horrific video about suicide where he blamed the loved ones of the suicide victims for being responsible. Just saying horrific, stupid shit. And they had zombies in it. It was just such a bad video. Like, it was one of the worst YouTube videos. And some of the people who I had told about Heartfulness had seen the video, and like, you've seen this video, it's horrible. Like, it's one of them had a daughter or somebody who had tried to commit suicide. So, people took this personally, and it was so fucking egregious. And there was a series of bad videos. There's this clown who has his own Facebook feed where he's trying to become like a financial / spiritual guru, and he's the guy in charge of the Heartfulness YouTube channel, and the guy's just a fucking moron. And the videos he would post on his Facebook page, I used to show to my wife, and we'd make fun of him. Like, I wanted to destroy the videos on my channel because they're so horrible. And this guy was the person in charge of the Heartfulness YouTube channel, and he made the worst personal videos, and he was hiring people to make really bad videos. They had professional actors and shit in this video. I mean, they spent money that, collective donation money. And that's when I was, began to sense that Dodgy just sucked. Like, this was such a failure. Like, he was, he thought he was better than Chargy, but Chargy was an epic person. He rose to the highest levels of his professional life. He spoke multiple languages. And he was just good at everything. Like, the guy was just very efficient, competent person. The most competent person I ever met. Just aside from being the master. Like, that went along with it because he was good at everything, right? And he was good at public speaking, and he just had this knack. And Dodgy didn't have any of these qualities. Dodgy had almost no really redeemable qualities. He was, he was goofy. He was, he was inarticulate. And he seemed to be getting worse. Like, he was having maybe cognitive issues. I was told that he had cancer. I never got that confirmed, but he was breaking down physically, and he just lost his way, right? And so um, I talked to these people, and this one guy said, the senior guy said, there were a bunch of people trying to fix the YouTube channel, and one of them was Mr. M, and he calls me out of the blue again. And I said, there was weird, kind of was weird that you didn't, whatever happened, like I addressed that he kind of blew me off. And he said, well, like he excused it, it was kind of weird or whatever, but I didn't care because it wasn't like, my feelings were hurt, because we didn't really know each other that well. But he said that he was getting divorced from his wife, and this woman he was talking to was a European woman, and she was she's a Danish person. So she was one of the original Babaji full preceptors, famous Denmark. There's a lot of these, Babaji made 6 people full preceptors, which is, higher level commitment than a normal preceptor. And a couple of them used drugs. In fact, I think maybe the one of her dad might have been the guy. I don't know. And some of them even quit. Like one guy used LSD and he had some issues that Babaji had to fix. It was a whole thing. But they were very famous people, and she was often at the ashram. We talked a couple times, and she was married, and apparently they were both leaving their spouses to be with each other. And he lived in California, and she had a business in Europe and in Denmark, and I don't even know how their relationship was going to work. But they didn't want everyone to know about it. So when I came up and they were talking to each other, he said that's why it was awkward. And I was like, okay, or whatever. But still, like you could have responded whenever. Like, And at some point he asked about my divorce, right? And I made it clear to him, or like in terms of my dealing with all these people, that it wasn't like there was a war anymore. I was over my divorce, but my ex had said things about me, and her view of me was, something she constructed for her own psychological reasons, right? Okay, so this thing's going longer than I thought. I'm going to put this at the end of my video as well, because there's something I want to talk about, change of consciousness. And, I'm getting to all that. Like, I have to tell the backstory, because without the backstory, you don't understand why I would make the decisions that I did. And so, people can see some of my flaws. I'm kind of an asshole. I say mean things, whatever, right? I'm able to see good and bad things in people. I just have a good, one of my abilities, like we all have abilities, is being able to read other people and see things, right? Whatever it might be. Like in terms of, as a counselor, I was good at doing diagnoses and understanding what makes people tick. And I'm interested in why people do what they do. I've always found that fascinating, why they make decisions, finding out what goes on inside of them. And then, of course, with Sahaj Marg and the meditation, which is all about the insides of people, what makes a person, internally, what their internal makeup is, right? And so, I'm good, that's just good at these things. And once in a while, I would say things that people didn't know about themselves, and I'd say it in not the nicest way, right? Or dickish way. And so, I have these things, and I'm not social, and I get overwhelmed, and I isolate, right? I shut people out, things like this. And so, I had anger issues, and I was frustrated and overwhelmed for the majority of my first marriage. So, like, I had these things, and they were within the normal range. Like, just I'm a little bit of a different person than somebody you find out an average person, a normal person. But in terms of a relationship and shit you have to put up with the other person, I was in the normal range. Like I had good things. I was affectionate. There's various things that that I would bring to a relationship. And then I had my liabilities and my frustrations and my own, some scars and things like that. But my ex had severe mental issues. She had been hospitalized for suicide. She was, according to her, this is her story, which she told me. Like, this isn't me, telling you her story. This is the stuff she told me about her life, that her mother punched her in the back. Her dad sexually abused her and physically abused her, and her mom physically and emotionally abused her. And her mom was worse, according to her and her brother. This is the stories that she told me and things that conversations she had with him. They both felt the mother was worse than the dad, and he was a sex offender. He was CEO of a company, some Fortune 500 company, and he got fired for sexual misconduct or sexual harassment of like a secretary or something. Years after, the thing happened with my ex, and she had these severe abuse incidences, and after she was sexually abused when she was 18 and coming home for Thanksgiving from college, she went back to college and tried to kill herself and was hospitalized. I think she was hospitalized again, was put on a psychiatric hold and had to go into counseling. And, the following year she told everybody, and her mom wrote her a letter that it was her fault and these things, right? And so, like she was like fucked up from all that. And I had worked with abused kids, so I was aware of these things. And I had thought that she had done a pretty good job. But like within the first time I met her, like first time I went up, she was a preceptor and I went to visit. She was married and I went to visit her and her family. Like we were the only two preceptors, Abiasis in the whole. I lived in New Mexico and she lived in Denver. And she told me she was sexually abused, I think in a phone conversation before we even met. Like within the first 20 minutes of meeting this person, she would tell you she was sexually abused. And she was a perpetual victim. She talked about these stories that her mother punched her in the back and she went blind. And later she would go to some psychotherapist who say, "Oh, you're a hysteric." She had hysterical blindness. There's a condition where people, have some kind of hysterical. They call it hysterical blindness. And there's these other things that they're considered being a hysteric, where you have some kind of episodes, but she couldn't see for her brain stopped letting her see because of these abuse incidents, right? And she had all these stories of abuse because she learned to use these stories to manipulate people and always be the victim, right? And so, my ex can be defined. I've talked about this, and I have this great quote. This is how I define my ex. The victim stance is a powerful one. The victim is always morally right, neither responsible nor accountable, and forever entitled to sympathy. And so my ex had two kinds of people, especially with her relationships with men. She would put you in the hero category in the beginning and then slowly move you over to the abuser category as your relationship proceeded. And I was really stressed out and not great in the beginning when she gave me the hero narrative. Like I was resistant to the marriage. I felt overwhelmed. I was, it's part of me felt tricked into it or, whatever. I was unaccepting of the circumstances. I wasn't fully on board. And it was so stressful, and she was going through a divorce and the whole thing. And she did manipulate the situation, and, there was major red flags with things that, I had to ignore. And, there were things that were just difficult. She would flip out and have these psychological breakdowns where we had an argument and I'd have to go hide the knives. This affected my kids. There was one time she was out in this old broken down barn that we had. And it was like November, probably 40 degrees out. And she had taken off her shirt and she was holding a knife to her chest and rocking back and forth like she was, when I went up there. And I don't know, she was like, some of it seemed performative. She would age regress or have these alternative personalities show up, like multiple personalities and shit like that. And she would threaten to commit suicide or say she wanted to commit suicide and blame it on me, right? And say, you make me feel like I want to kill myself, things like that, right? So, and I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm just saying it sucked. And when you have to deal with somebody like this, unless you deal with somebody like this, you don't know what it is. And it was constant. And these, totally unstable. You never knew what was going to set the person off. And, you were walking on eggshells, literally. Multiple psychological issues and just never taking full responsibility. And as Abiasis, everything comes from God. Everything that happens in your life is a result of things that you did in the past. So even the worst type of situations are explained away by some skaras and things that your soul signed off on because your soul, your life is sort of mapped out. But not sort of, your life is mapped out before you come down here. And you have these events that are going to unfold and they're for your spiritual benefit. And they're results of things from your past, right? past lives and whatever else, right? Whatever your past existence was. And so there's reasons for everything. And that if you want to blame anybody, blame God. But she was, loved being a victim and loved using these, the victim consciousness. Did I read the? I don't think I read the thing. So here's what it says. The victim stance is a powerful one. The victim is always morally right, neither responsible nor accountable or forever entitled to sympathy. I think I did read it. But just that defined my ex. Like I read that, I'm like, yeah, that was what it was like living with her. And it was horrible. And, when she moved me to the villain category or the abuser category, she started to make things up about me that I knew weren't true. But, I couldn't confront her on those things because they would result in, some kind of a fight. Like her vision of her reality of what was going on, my reality were completely different. And, I had to absorb a lot of shit. Like when she was rocking back and forth with a knife pointed to her chest, I felt like I hated her. Like before that, like we had these bad fights, and I felt like most of them were, 90% her fault, especially near the end where I just gave up. Like I didn't, complain. I didn't even say things because they would result in these fights that always ended up, sometimes the things would go on for weeks. And, she would get psychologically stabilized and everything would stop. She was supposed to be homeschooling the kids. I mean, she would just have these mental breakdowns anyway, sometimes nothing to do with me. And so I stopped feeding into them. I did my best not to contribute. And she would still go off and just, she'd get like triggered in some way and she'd find a way to try to provoke a fight. And I would resist. I could see it coming. And she would just be saying things and doing things all the time to try to provoke me, right? And this was, we went on for years. So it was hell. And, I would have to, at some point, I would have to apologize when I knew it was mostly her fault. And I hated doing that. Like, I don't care about it now, but like it was not only just lying, but I just felt like I had to absorb and pretend I believed in her twisted reality. And, I had to like endorse her view of things or she would continuously spiral. Like I had to say, oh, basically you're right. I'm a piece of shit. It was like, and, it sucked doing that. Like, and when I, was liberated from this relationship, I said I was never going to deal with that shit again, right? I have real issues, real things that people could say about me. But when people make shit up, that's why in some of these comments I respond to them. When people make shit up that's not true, yeah, I reject it. I have to reject it, right? Just because, it's something that they want me to be or they need me to be. She needed me to be this for her psychological well-being because she couldn't confront what a fucking nightmare she was for all of us involved, right? And so I made this rule that anybody who listened to her view of me and, I wasn't going to have a relationship with. Anybody who was in her camp, and this wasn't like because I felt like some kind of war. I just didn't want, people can believe what they want about me and they can say what they want about me. I don't give a shit. Just don't say it to me. Like, just fucking don't, try to stick that shit on me. I'm not playing that role for you. I'm not being that whatever you need me to be in that situation because you suck, right? When people make up shit about you when it's not true because they're just paranoid or they're in their fucking, their butthurt and they just want to, they just make up some scenario to make themselves feel better. They put negative qualities on and also positive qualities. I've often, I reject those as well. When people want to see me as some spiritual guru master type, something that I'm not, like people who have real positive views of me on this channel who don't know me. And I'm like, don't put shit on me that's not true just because you need it, right? Don't make me into something better than I am or worse than I am because of you. Like that's been my overall rule. Like I don't want other people's delusions, their distorted reality, and don't include me in that shit, right? Like don't, and people inevitably do that. So, when you're around people, they're giving you feedback in the way they see you, and you start seeing yourself that way, right? So when it's destructive to your spiritual evolution, which it was, and so when I, was able to free myself from that or get freed because, it was beyond my control. I mean, I was blessed with this relationship ending. But I was like, anybody who's in her camp, whatever it is, we're just not cool anymore, right? There's no being friend. Like when you have, like a contentious divorce, and there's like friends have to choose sides, right? And it was clear that everyone's going to choose her side, and I was like cool with it, right? Because I'm not social, and of course Dodgy ended up being a total piece of shit, and so that was part of it as well because I'm right about Dodgy, which I mean that's undeniable, and I'm certainly right about my ex, and I'm on the right side of things, and I don't not that that is the barometer of anything, but that's part of it, right? So this guy started to contact me again, and we had a few more conversations, and then he told me that when he heard about my daughter committing suicide, he didn't feel comfortable reaching out to me. Like he just whatever, he didn't say anything to me, and I didn't want people to do that because I didn't want to be in a position where I had to make them feel good, like I had to like they weren't going to help me, right? Like people, and I said this when I told people on this YouTube channel when I said my daughter committed suicide. This is a thing, but you don't need to say anything because I didn't want people 3 years from, somebody stumbles on my old video, and they come in and they say, 3 years or 4 years after it happens, people stumble on an old video, and they say, I'm sorry about this, and it just brings it back up, right? It's just, it's not helpful to me. Like it's people saying they feel bad doesn't make it better in any shape, way, or form, right? It doesn't make me feel better. There's people who have said horrible things about it. Accused me, said horrible things to me about it, and I'm like, no matter what you say, it's not worse than my daughter killing herself, right? No matter how you want to make me feel, and no matter what you say about me, or what horrible thing you say about it, it makes you a piece of shit. But it doesn't do anything to me because I'm already like it's not going to be as bad as whatever you say isn't going to be as bad as what actually happened. Her dying, right? Like fucking, and all the stuff that led up to it. And so, part of it is my daughter started to copy my ex cutting herself and self abusing, and my daughter ended up being a being having at the same age. And I'd warned my daughter about this, and she got roughed up. They put her on a psychiatric hold. She my younger son who lived with me was visiting. My two older kids lived with my ex or lived near her. They lived in apartments. And my son was visiting, and my ex decided not to tell Anna that he was coming. And she flipped out, and she cut herself so bad that her older brother, my eldest son, walked in on her. She was bleeding profusely, and they called the ambulance, and they put her on a psychiatric hold. And she's really resistant to authority, and she was kind of violent. She's very fighty, and she tried to fight her. They did some things. Whatever it is, they try to control her, and she's not. I mean, and I told her this. I warned her about this. I'm like, if this keeps on going, I'm gonna have to call the authorities when she was cutting herself. Like this is bad, and it'll be bad for the family. It'll be a whole fucking thing, right? And so she didn't listen to me. Of course, she doesn't, because she was very obstinate. But they roughed her up, and she was traumatized. My younger son later talked to her about it. Like that was one of the things that led to her suicide was her being locked up and put on a psychiatric hold, and then and then she didn't make things worse, so they extended it. She was in there for a while, and I knew that would happen. Like I knew her personality, and I knew those things, but you just can't prevent these things, right? You can talk to people about it, but they're just going to do their thing. And so, but she was on a psychiatric hold for self abuse, just like my ex, almost at the same time in their lives. She copied her behaviors. She copied her, self abusive behaviors and many of her other behaviors, which was, a real fucking bummer, right, on every level. Because I was hoping to protect my kids from these psychological breakdowns my ex would have. And, it messed up our whole fucking family and the whole thing. And it just drained the shit out of me. So, I was done with it. When I was free of it, I'm like, I don't want to hear any of these bullshit things that I had to live with for years. And any relationship I have, when people start making shit up about me or trying to make me into something I'm not, I'm like, well, that relationship's like immediately over. And anybody in her camp or anybody who was listening to her, I just didn't want that reflected back to me. And I just, I've made it my policy. I'm just, I'm worn out by all that stuff, like all that drama stuff and all that, I just, either you get it or you don't, right? Like if you're somebody who, would want to have a relationship with me in some capacity, that I will communicate, exactly what I think or feel about something. I'm not lying about anything. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not trying to manipulate the situation. And, don't make shit up. Don't think, don't imagine shit that's not there, right? Don't put things in that don't exist, good, bad, or different. Just, like as I'm as aware of as I could be. There might be some things that I'm not aware of, but usually I am. Like the good, the bad, and the ugly that go on inside my eternal existence. I meditate, I reflect. I'm introverted. And so I know what goes on. I know what my thinking process is. And, I'm not ashamed or congratulatory. I'm not patting myself on the back or beating myself up. I recognize that I am, what I am as a person, and it's okay. I'm not great. I'm not horrible. I'm doing the best I can on my spiritual path and doing all I can do. And it could be more, it could be less, right? But it's all I can do at this particular time. I'm doing my best. And so don't exaggerate how good I am because you need that to be that way. And don't demonize me for shit that's inside you that has nothing to do with me or who I am, right? Those are the things they're just, basic fucking boundaries. And so I think we were talking about going back to this thing with Mr. M. So now we can get into this story, this whole thing that I went through last night, and so this happened 2022. And we were talking about, the suicide video and how bad it was. And this guy knew about it. Everyone, like, people knew it was really fucking bad. And it was a series of videos where they hired a production company and actors, and they wrote these horrible scripts. And they were like, no way going to bring people to heartfulness. They were so off-putting, and they were really stupid. Like, the R word was like just really stupid. Like, just fucking goofy, right? And so we were talking about that, and I guess my daughter came up, and he said, I'm sorry I didn't call you. And, and maybe the next conversation he goes, I talked to your ex. He called my ex, right? And, my ex, I'm sure, milked this thing with my daughter as much as she could for her own sympathy. And she, the fact that she modeled self-abuse, like one of the big things that happened was in India, there was a woman who was learning homeschooling from my ex, and we had a relationship with their family. I would liked her husband. We talked, fairly frequently. We'd see each other at the ashram. I had bought chairs from him in the past, and he had a nice manner. And my kids hung out with her son, who was homeschooling, and he was a kid who would tell Dodgy about the midbrain activation, which became the Brighter Mind scam. He would demonstrate this for Dodgy. They were from the same part of the country, so this is part of the thing. And I knew the woman thought pretty highly of my ex. And I told her husband that I was getting divorced, but I hadn't, and I didn't want to talk to people about it. Like, we were leaving India. There's conversations where it doesn't benefit me. Like these conversations where, I'm going through something, but then I have to make somebody else feel better about this thing, right? Like she was upset that we were getting divorced because in India you just don't. And she comes up to me and she was like, she had this look on her face. I'm like, fuck. And so I said, we're getting divorced. And she said, why? Well, it's like, I couldn't get into all the stuff I've told you because I just didn't want to talk about all that shit, right? And I said, well, she cheated on me, which, isn't really, that was the blessing, right? So the way that happened was my daughter, Anna, we were out at a movie. I used to take the kids to movies like every Tuesday, Wednesday. And we had a really great, we watched this Disney movie that was, I didn't want to go to see it, but it was all that was playing. But it ended up being really good. It was about this little rabbit, all the Illuminati shit aside, all the Disney stuff. But it was Jason Bateman played a fox. And I don't know who played the rabbit, who voiced the rabbit. But they went in, there's this great scene where the fox and the rabbit go in and they go to the motor vehicle department. And the motor vehicle department workers are all sloths. Like there's some wonderful scenes in it, like funny, that were, it was a good movie. The thing was called Zootopia. It was one of the better animated movies. It's surprising from Disney. And Anna hadn't wasn't coming to the movies with us as often. And we used to eat at this little Italian restaurant that was in the mall, and I mean, getting food in India that's like Western food is usually a nightmare, but this place was pretty good. And we were having a great day. Like, it was this thing where it was just a nice day with the kids. And Anna told me, Mom's paralyzed because she was in conversation. I hadn't talked to my ex in about 2 or 3 months. And so it was like I got kicked in the stomach, and I was worried that she was going to die and my kids would feel guilty. And, she had tried to get some of the kids to come home and take care of her. It was a whole fucking thing, right? And I was worried that, she went off her medication. And it was her thyroid medication, and her whole face changed. Like, she didn't even look like the same person. She had these weird, and she just got fucked up, and it was a whole thing. Her thyroid medication was like, you need these enzymes that your thyroid was gone, and she's trying to reboot it. It was a whole thing. And I felt kind of stunned and shocked, and I felt bad for her. And I hadn't, wanted to contact her, so I wrote her something saying, "Are you okay?" And she didn't respond. And so I was kind of worried about her and worried about my kids. And, and a couple days later, I looked at her Facebook page, and her daughter's boyfriend was saying, "I sent a video, maybe you and some guy's name would enjoy it." And I knew she was cheating on me. She was with this guy, right? And so the paralyzed thing had happened months before. And so it's a weird thing that happened. I don't know if Anna was just trying to wreck the day. I don't even know. It just went the way it did. But then I knew that she was with somebody else, which, that meant our relationship was over. Like, I knew our relationship was over, but there hadn't been a conversation like, we got to get a divorce kind of thing. And again, we hadn't talked for months. And I was taking care of the kids in a very, crisis, right? I had a daughter who was acting out and self-abusing. I had another daughter who was sick all the time. I had two of my kids were drastically behind in homeschooling. And our family had, we had planned this whole intergenerational family farm, and we had a whole plan, and the whole plan had blown up, and now I had to reinvent everything. And, I was left out of the homeschooling because I'm not good at that kind of thing anyway, right? And my ex had failed so drastically about that. And, I had some inheritance from my mom's death. And I was coming back to America with, what ended up being like $5,000, and having to start over with a YouTube channel and fucking 4 kids that were fucked up and a weird divorce, right? This is the stuff I was going through. And so, she had, so the reason I could say is that she cheated, but it was so much more. The cheating was like the me being released, where I was like, fucking thank God I'm out of this fucking thing, right? I wasn't, it wasn't, the real reason for the divorce, but it's something I could say to people. So I say to this woman, she cheated on me, right? Or she was with another guy. And this Indian woman who started bad-mouthing her, like, or just being like, I could tell she was like, disgusted. And so I'm like, well, now I have to make this woman feel better or just give some, so I start defending my ex, which, I didn't want to do, but I just did, just to get out of this awkward social situation. And I said, well, she was sexually abused, which, was her excuse for everything. And, I was just saying that just to get out, like the whole thing. And the woman looks at me and goes, who wasn't? And I realized, how many women have been sexually abused, and even men, and they live, much better lives, and they don't fucking fuck up their families and don't treat their spouses like shit. It was like this moment where I was like, yeah, I'd known about all the plague of sexual abuse because I worked in that industry, with sex offenders and, victims of sexual abuse. And I knew about lots of it because, just, how the way I saw the world after I read these files of what these kids had been through. And, I worked in 2 different treatment centers. And, and I always thought my ex had done a pretty good job. Then I was realizing she did a shitty job because she was always feeling like a victim. And she was reliving those dynamics throughout her life. She always had a rescuer or a hero, and she always had an abuser. And she would go to the rescuer and the hero and say, I'm getting abused over here by this other person. She'd triangulate and turn people against people. And she was doing that to me. And it was completely fucked up after all that I had endured and how shitty she was to be married to. What a fucking nightmare that was, right? And it was, a great thing. Like, it was liberating in the sense I was like, yeah, it is fucked up. Like, especially when you're an Abiasi and Sahaj Marg, no matter what happens to you, you have to understand that your soul signed off on it, and that's coming from God, and it's your some scars and things that happened in the past. That's what got me through this divorce and relationship, is that I saw how, this was good for me going through this. As sucky as it was, it really helped me spiritually. It really helped to clean me out and clean some of these things out. It helped soften me and make me more sensitive and less forceful. And and deal with this bitterness I had towards God. Like, it just, and so, like, I didn't act like a victim because I had a shitty wife and a shitty marriage and a shitty fucking life. I just was like, yeah, this is, whatever you did in the past was the result of what is happening now. And I took these things, in terms of the teaching and the philosophy of the Sahaj Marg, and it was extremely beneficial. And ultimately, I ended up being grateful for all these things, right? So getting back to it. So I'm having a conversation with this guy, Mr. M, and he says that he contacted my ex after my daughter Anna died. And I'm like, she would totally work this thing, and she was going to get tons of sympathy from people, right? And I didn't want sympathy. I didn't even want these interactions. But it was fucked up that this guy, he had heard my story. Like, he was one of the few people that I told my side of the story to. And during that period of time, I had reached out to him a few different times, and he just blew me off. But he was having conversations with my ex the same time he was having conversations with me, and I kind of made it clear to him, and when I talked about this in the videos, that wasn't, you choose one side or the other. I don't care, but just, you can't do it both ways. But I thought it was fucked up that he, called her up as soon as she heard about my daughter and never, reached out to me. It was just like fucked up. Like, again, not that I wanted it, but, so I cut him off, and I talked about it in the YouTube videos, like my Journey series, and he listened to it. And he then called me up and said, I didn't name names. I called him Mr. M or whatever it was, like, and I mean, that's what Master Chargy did. There was things that were written about people that was not flattering in diaries and shit. And they're like Mr. X or Mr. Y or Mr. J or something like this. Like, people might know who it is, but they wouldn't name them and they wouldn't disparage them because it was just, it was things, stories were important. The people had to be, these things should be known. They're Sahaj Marg stories. And I'm glad that they included these stories, but they didn't name the people. Chargy published his diaries and people turned on him, and, some of the people he named, like Dr. K.C. Varachari, but he was dead. Things like this. So this guy said he thought it was unfair that I was saying these things, but everything I said was based in truth. There was some of it would be like my interpretation or my reading the situation, which might be not 100% accurate, but it was in the ballpark of being accurate. Like, it was not like some kind of a reach, right? And so, I was meditating last night and I thought about this and I couldn't remember what he had done. Like, I knew it was something to do with my daughter's suicide. Then I remembered, oh yeah, he didn't reach out to talk to me, but he did talk to her. And then, we had a conversation about it, and I said, this fucked up. And, you know from the story I just told. So, but I couldn't remember it. And then it came to me that the reason that he had reached out to her, and again, this is my, my interpretation, but the reason he had reached out to her and not me is because he knew that everyone was thinking I was a piece of shit. And he knew Dodgy was on her side. And that was the other thing, right? That Dodgy chose her side, and her side was wrong because Dodgy's a piece of shit and she sucks. And, not that I don't suck, but, in this circumstance, it was much worse to be me in that relationship than it was to be her. I mean, no matter what she says about me or what she thinks about me or what I really am, and as much as I might have sucked as a husband, you can't, when somebody has mental breakdowns, and some of it just seemed performative, and it goes against the teachings of something she's supposed to believe in. She never took responsibility. She always felt like a victim. You can't, you can't work with that, right? Like, it's just, one of the things was I was telling my wife this, because my wife, my wife that I'm married to now is a good sleeper. and she often falls asleep while we're watching TV shows. And so I just watch something else. I watch basketball or something else I'm watching. And she'd apologize, and I said, no, it's fine, you know. And I really appreciate you being a good sleeper because my ex had insomnia, and if I would get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, or if I would just even sometimes roll over, she would wake up and not go back to sleep, and she would blame me and say I was the one who was insomnia. Like I couldn't even move in bed, or she would, when she would wake up, and then like she would be pissed at me like the whole next day, or whatever. Like that's the kind of shit I live with, and her insomnia continued because she had it before we were together, and she had it after my son was talking to me about it a couple of years ago, right? Which of course I knew because of all of it, right? About all the fucking shit I had been through. And her insomnia was another part of the whole, shitty, I mean, insomnia is a really difficult thing. And she had so many physical and psychological issues. And it's a fucking, nightmare. It was a drain on me on every possible way. And she was sabotaging everything. It was just bad, right? And so, unless you live through something like that with somebody like this, and some of you have, or you are close to something like this, you don't understand. Like nobody understands what it was like. And it's indescribable because it's just the way you wake up and the walking on eggshells and the whole thing, and just it's like you're in this, you get sucked into this person's psychological deprivation. Somebody who's on the cusp of being institutionalized or killing themselves or whatever it is, right? And you get sucked into that vortex, and their condition affects you, and that's part of Sahaj Marg, where the people that are around you, if they're gross or they're twisted, you absorb some of their stuff, especially anybody that you love, because when you love people, there's a connection, right? There's a connection with them, and their stuff becomes your stuff. What's going on inside them becomes stuff inside you. And most people experience this with their significant others. Like one of the great things about divorce, and I'm not saying divorce is a great thing, but one of the great things about divorce is that you start, when you get divorced, all of a sudden things that you used to think are part of you disappear, especially undesirable things. Sometimes they're good things and they're a bummer, right? You didn't appreciate them, but I mean that happens as well. But oftentimes you realize, oh my God, this stuff that I used to think was in me is really, it was from this other person, right? Like they were affecting your internal condition. And so it just sucked. But, last night I realized, for whatever reason this came up doing this city. And I realized, again, I don't feel anything about it. Like I couldn't even remember the details. It's not something I think about. I'm not holding on to some emotion about it. But I realized that this guy, at least in terms of my understanding him, this is the idea that came to me. The reason he chose her side in a sense was because Dodgy and all these other fucking pieces of shit in the mission who got it wrong, not about me, about Dodgy and the rest of it, were saying that I was a piece of shit, right? Which, again, all that stuff made it easier for me to just distance myself from the whole debacle that became, the Heartfulness cult, this cult of stupidity. Anyways, I want to wrap this up, but there's something I want to talk about, the change in consciousness, right? So this all came from that. So, okay, so this is the whole purpose of the video. I went for a walk. It's flooded in our pasture. And I was meditating this morning. My wife was up earlier. She brought the dogs outside. And Tulsi killed a squirrel. And my wife was yelling, no. I was worried a coyote was out there, so I jumped up and, kind of fucked up my meditation, the whole thing. And, there was two squirrels, and Tulsi killed one of them. And they chase squirrels all the time, and they don't even come close, right? And my wife was thinking maybe it was a baby squirrel or smaller squirrel. We have these little red squirrels that beat the shit out of these bigger gray squirrels. The gray squirrels have a little bit of red in them. The squirrels are interesting. We both are into squirrels. I was at the Grand Canyon. I saw this jet black squirrel with this fluffy white tail. I was walking by the campgrounds. My kids and I were camping out there. And, it's a thing. So, my wife was upset about it. She was thinking that these two squirrels were hanging out. Squirrels are pretty vicious with each other. Their mating ritual is not consensual. They're just, they're always chasing each other. These little squirrels are always chasing the bigger squirrels. here, and the big squirrels are fighting for territory. And it wasn't a baby because, they don't have babies this early in the spring. And this was, I went and found the squirrel. So I go outside, and Tulsi had buried the squirrel, but its tail was sticking out. So I had gloves on, so I pulled it out to look at it, and she's burying it again, I think, now. And then I went for a walk in our flooded pasture because, these things are very draining. Talking about things in the past, especially heavy, dense shit like this, the stuff that I've moved past myself. But it came back up, and partly because I'm watching this show called The Leftovers. And I started watching the show, and it seemed like a drama. I don't like dramatic shows. And again, I have these shows I watch when my wife sleeps, when we're watching something together. So I'm either watching, like I said, sports or something. And I started watching the show The Leftovers, and the first episode I almost did make it through. But it kind of got better, and I'm not sure how I feel about this show. I'm about 7 or 8 episodes into it. And it's about how there was a Revelations like event. I forget what they call the specific part of the Revelations, where all these good souls ascend to heaven. So the show starts off, there's a woman, and she's with her toddler. And she puts the toddler into a car seat. She's in a grocery store. And, it's a kind of a newborn baby. It's like a year-old baby. And she turns around, she gets in the car, and it's gone. And she freaks out, and she's running around looking for it. And there's a kid outside looking for his dad. And then a couple of cars collide, which comes back into the show later on, which is kind of neat the way they did it. Because the person who was driving is gone, right? And so all these people disappear. It's like, a small percentage of the population, but it's millions. And most people have somebody who just disappeared, and everything's fucked up afterwards. Like, people are fucked up. But these people, in the biblical book of Revelations, it's supposed to be the good people leave. There's a trumpet that blows, and the good people go to heaven. I was well aware, because I read the book of Revelations a couple of times when I was a kid, because I was into it. And, and it comes up from time to time, the end days things. And all the people who are left here are left in this hellscape, and everything sucks, right? And so, it's kind of interesting because the people themselves who got beamed up to heaven, or whatever happened to them, again, disappear. And that doesn't happen. Physical bodies just don't disappear, right? That's, your soul would leave and your body would just drop. Like, that's the way God does it. That's God's system. You leave your body, your soul leaves your body. But, these whole bodies disappear. Anyway, a lot of these people were scumbags. They were horrible people. And they weren't like, the better people. And there's a reverend going around trying to convince people of that. And people are always beating the shit out of him because he's talking shit about their loved ones, right, who have disappeared. And so, there's kind of good things about the show. But the one thing I want to talk about here is there's a number of people whose consciousness changed, and they knew this was coming. And after it happened, they know things that other people don't know, and they're considered crazy. There's all these people. There's a sheriff who's the main character, and his dad went crazy, and he's having these issues. Like, he's going over to the side of things. But his dad was a former sheriff, and he went crazy. And then there's these other people, other characters in the show, who knew it was coming, who sensed it, and they kind of know a little bit more of what's going on. Like, they don't know why it happened or where the people went, but they understand that this is, there's something else going on here. And they talk a lot about being, like, woken up. And, I want to talk about that because that came up. I was thinking about this, it came up with this story I just told you. And when I realized that this guy was influenced by peer pressure by other people shitting on me, that's the reason he chose my ex over, whatever. Like somebody who's in a similar situation with him, who sees that there's fucked up things going on with the Heartfulness organization. But all these people, and I know a number of them, like the guy who came to me was a doctor who got ostracized for doing real science when he exposed Dodgy's bullshit Brighter Minds scam thing. Those of you who don't know about it, Dodgy has done a lot of scams. He's got involved with shady people. His son was, there's this indictment from the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, for, him defrauding investors of $180 million and absconding with the money to India. There's this, this document out there about Dodgy's son, like just a bunch of bullshit, scummy things, right? And the evidence is overwhelming. And I realized, I was out there. I made a couple of videos exposing all this shit, and none of these people reached out to me or talked to me or did anything. One guy did, but other than that, the rest of them, they know what's going on. And so I took all the videos down. I got some copyright strikes from Heartfulness, and I was like, these motherfuckers know as much as I do or should, because Dodgy's obviously, for one, he's shitting on his master, which for the Indian people is a fucking taboo and a no-no, and they're all in denial about that, but they know what's going on. There's one guy who did reach out to me, said that he talked to one preceptor. He said a bunch of people are meditating on the former master Chargy's form because they know that the fucked up things are happening, but they won't quit and they won't address it. But at least those people are not in as much denial about it, right? And so, my ability to shift consciousness and see, through the, whatever's going on because of doing the truther stuff and because of being ostracized, it was made very easy because I had these interactions with Dodgy where, I saw things that they didn't see about him becoming the master. I had a couple, experiences where, he offered me popcorn in the airport, and I looked at him and I realized he was in the central region. This is probably about 8 years before he was nominated to be Chargy's successor. And I was there when Chargy was passing away and Dodgy was becoming the master. Kamlesh was, right? So I saw that he was given the legitimate spiritual work and had the capacity to do this job, but he just fucked it, right? But then I was able to see on the other side how bad the fucking job he's done and how he, ingratitude and breaking the connection with his former, master who had done so much for him and all the other things that went with it, he fucked the whole thing up, right? And whatever went on inside of him, and I kind of understand some of it, it didn't, it was an epic failure, right? And all these people, who may be better at this than I am or nicer people or whatever way that you could describe them as being better than me, they failed this test. Whatever it is, you call it a test or whatever, because they should be able to see what I see, but they refuse to see it. They're just not strong enough, right? And so whatever flaws I have or whatever things that I have going on, to me, they disgust me in the sense that, I understand denial, but we all are disgusted by sheeple. And I don't care if they leave the Heartfulness or they denounce Dodgy, but at least admit what's going on. Like, that's the thing. Admit that he's shitting on Chargy and he's doing things that are unspiritual and criminal, and the energy isn't the same. Because there are lots of people that see this and know it, and the rest of these people are just willfully denying it, and they suck. And they're lurking. They're not coming out. They're hiding in their little fucking whatever it is. And, these people claim to love Chargy. Like, they would weep when Chargy would leave their presence, and they would, they just profess their love for the guy. I've always struggled with the idea of a master and these things, and coming from the West, and I have issues with authority. Not that it's authoritarian type situation. And, Chargy always had these people around him. I wasn't always comfortable being with them and, these people and whatever. It was, sometimes it was disconcerting. The guy had this presence, right? And sometimes it was intimidating or whatever. And, I've had my own issues with all these things. But I'm eternally grateful for all he did for me. And, I would never disparage, somebody who had just a life of service. He served God in the highest possible way. And we all benefited from it. And so it's, it's a remarkable accomplishment. And for Dodgy to come in and disparage that, like he's a fucking worthless piece of shit, and all these people who claim to love Chargy and are now bowing before Dodgy and licking his fucking boots or whatever it is. It's icky. Like, it's fucking icky. So going back to this change of consciousness thing, right? And so when you're a baby, you have a certain level of perception. Your brain isn't developed. You have this mind. You have these subtle bodies, right? The manas, the mind, and shit, consciousness. These are Sanskrit words. But there's these, 4 subtle bodies. There's these 4 major subtle bodies. And the main one is the causal body, which is the soul. And that creates these other fields, chit, consciousness, Buddha, intellect, and manas, mind. There's also the ego and these other ones, right? So there's quite a number of these things. But as a child, you're your physical capacity is only as much as it can be in terms of your mind and your intellect. You have to have these experiences, and all these things have to develop your internal world, right? And so, when you're a baby, your way of seeing the world is so much different than it is as an adult that you're not going to have any memories as a baby, right? Like very few people have any memories as being a baby. Like, young kids sometimes they'll remember their birth. You'll talk to toddlers. One of my kids was talking about his birth, like remembering it, right? So there's a whole it was interesting interpretation of these events, like remembering this event, like as a baby, as a toddler, using his toddler intellect, having memories as a baby. But then as a toddler, you lose your memories when you become a kid. You have very few memories of your life as a baby or a toddler. And as you get older, your brain is purging some of these things. That's how they say it. It's pruning your synapses, and there's this brain shift that happens when you're between being 7 and 8 years old. And then you become like a kid until you're pre-adolescent, adolescent, and then an adult. And you're going through different levels of consciousness. And if you're living the right way, because some people stop developing their level of consciousness and they never turn into an adult, but if you're living the right way, your perception of the world changes. And that's where wisdom comes in, right? You become wise and your body's falling apart and you're now starting to go into the etheric world. And then there's other levels of consciousness where people become psychic, become mediums, become prophetic, right? And you have these levels where your consciousness raises to a higher level. Some sort of ability kicks in, like when you're a parent, right? When you become a parent for moms, it's biological. It's biological. It's biological for dads, maybe to some extent, but of course they don't carry the baby. But there's just some kind of shift that happens when you go from being a non-parent to being a parent. Whatever happens inside of you, there's changes that you go through. You have to see the world in a different way. It happens in nature with animals. Like it's your whole different level of consciousness is opened up to you because you have young to take care of, right? And so, I realized that when there's been profound, I don't want to say growth, but just changes that have happened from the 7-day sitting thing. I've been doing it as a preceptor and then taking the sittings. And I've noticed this shift. And, when I had this memory and I couldn't remember, like I had to piece the memory together and I was sort of in a meditative state, whereas, I don't even care about this stuff anymore. I don't think about it, because it's run its course, right? I've disconnected myself from the, dodgy, and I don't have any contact with any Abiasis except for this guy, the dodgy truther who sends me stuff every once in a while. And I look at it, without, I'm not going to turn into a video. Occasionally I'll mention it in a journey series, but I'm just over it and I've moved on. But then when I realized a couple of things, the first thing was, this guy, he was tending towards being maybe a little bit of a truther, and he could see the merit of what I was doing, right? He saw the value, and he wasn't necessarily a fan of what I did, but he saw a benefit of it, right? And he saw the mission stuff, and he heard whatever story he heard from my ex, which it's very little truth to that story, because the difference between me and my ex is, aside from her psychological issues and all these things, and she went to an Ivy League school and grew up. Her dad was a CEO of a company, and they had a different. She was with a whole different level of people. She was like the number one student. She was the eldest in her family. Totally different dynamics, right? She grew up. She was 5.5 years older than me. She was a boomer, right? She was tail end of the boomers. Different in every possible way, right? Totally different life experiences, different kind of people. People that really had very little in common in terms of who we are and how we related to the world. But the big thing was that she never embraced these teachings that everything comes from God, that especially when you start Sahaj Marg's system, everything's happening from God. And there's no victims. There's no victims. Everything is just, everything is fair, and everything happens for your spiritual evolution. And she had the opposite. Like, she was a victim, it was unfair, God got it wrong. She didn't think about it that way. But people were doing things and she didn't deserve them, and was and making this up and really digging that role. The other thing is she loved the victim role. She loved being the victim. She used it all the time. That quote that I read. And for me, as unfair as it would seem, because nothing in this life made me deserve what I went through with her and the family and, how this all turned out, and brutal disappointment. And there was teachings I embraced that were Sahaj Marg teachings that didn't pan out for my kids, and, having no real relationship with my kids now. And making my family like everything. And, in terms of my material life and this intergenerational family farm and all these things that were goals that were never achievable, because when you're working with somebody with mental issues and mental health issues who's sabotaging everything, right? And so, he heard my story, and he has heard enough of my videos to understand that at least I'm an honest person. And I believe in all these things, the Sahaj Marg system. And for him to cave to whatever peer pressure or bullshit things that were happening, it's like fucked up. And I never thought about it that way. Like, I just thought, it's fucked up that he called her after hearing about my daughter and he barely knew her, and, all these other things. And, it was kind of cutting me off for whatever reason. But when I was meditating last night, I just saw the thing in a different light. And I, remembered my ex went to every person that I was connected with and people that I was going to connect with. So there's these two preceptors who I knew better. This one guy, Mr. and Mrs. C. Mr. C was like just the nicest guy. And now he would be my preceptor. And my now new wife and my kids, my new wife started with him, my wife now. And, my two kids. And so I went over there and I found out they were spying on me. And they used Facebook, and my ex went and contacted, people in my wife's life. Crazy shit. Like, I found out this later. My ex was going to everybody and trying to sabotage everything in my life. There was this nice German girl. She was from Austria. And she was one of the first people. She was like, in her 20s. And she became a member of our family. Just a sweet girl. And she, was listening to what I had to say. I had all these things that I say now to all of you, but there was no audience for me. My YouTube channel hadn't taken off. And I was hoping there'd be people in the mission, and especially younger people, that I could impart some of these, things that I had learned, all this stuff that I talk about all the time. And there were a few young people in India that were like, truther type people. And she was the first one. I told her about Sepp Holzer because she lived in Austria. And it was, nice to have some people that, were resonating with this stuff I had to offer, right? Of course, Daji was sabotaging me even back then as well, right? And, I hadn't talked to this girl in years. She left India, and I wasn't in touch with her. But a few German people came, young German people who wanted to start the system. And so I contacted her, and she let me know my ex had communicated with her, which was fucked up because she reached out to her specifically to shit on me. And I didn't have that many people. I don't have anybody I'm close with. And I don't interact with that many people. I don't stay in touch with people. And she went to pretty much everybody that was in my life or wherever she could and said all these things about me. And yet I was the one who was in India dealing with my kids in this, this horrible situation that we were put in, and the whole thing, it was a lot of it had to do with her, her being completely fucked up and all these things. And had to get the kids back to America and rebuild our lives and all this shit, where she just, went off her medication and checked out of life. And, all the things that she did. And, for people to embrace that, for that piece of shit Dodgy to embrace it, but any of these other people, without even questioning, like knowing that she was, she had told everybody that she was, sexually abused. The mission, like her story is pretty well known. And she's shown signs of being fucked up, and she had a divorce, within the mission itself, and her previous husband. And so there's lots of evidence to show she's unstable, right? And I was in a bad situation with my kids coming back to America, and to have Dodgy like diss me that way and be such a little bitch. That's the only other thing I could describe him as. Just walking by me like a little bitch would do, without acknowledging me, any of these things. Not like a man, like a little bitch, right? And all these people there, they were like looking at me. You know, my daughter was cutting herself. She cut herself on the way home from the gathering. So, like, you know, I was going through a lot with my kids, and, you know, my kids were future Abiasis. And even if they thought I was the piece of shit that um, my ex was describing to them, you would think they would say, well, it would be good to reach out and support this guy because he's alone with these kids. And if he's like a horrible person or, you know, incompetent, you know, whatever things she's saying, you know, I would have needed help, right? The kids would have needed help. But to just like, you know, isolate me and just all these things. So, I mean, all those people just suck. Like, it's just whatever good things that were in the mission, there's plenty of good things, and there's things I'm grateful for in terms of all the services and the ashrams that were built. A lot of great work was done by many of these people. But, you know, this experience of them feeling this thing with Dodgy and all these things. But this is the main thing I want to say about that. So going back to this TV show, and, you know, the TV show's like kind of good. Like, there's flaws in it. Like, there's a woman who lost her husband and two kids, and she's a prominent character in the show. And she goes to the store and buys them breakfast cereals that she doesn't eat. And it's like Fruit Loops and shitty stuff. And she's got all this shitty food, you know, like stuff, processed foods that she was feeding to her kids. And then they have an episode later on, and it's been 3 years since the day everyone disappeared. It flashed back to that day, and she's with her family. And she goes to an interview to work as a political consultant. And the woman says, "So why?" You know, the woman running for mayor says, "Why do you want to do that?" And she says, "Well, I wanted to do more than go to the grocery store and read labels to see which is the organic juice box." And I'm like, "Wait, you're giving your kids organic juice and Fruit Loops?" You know, it's like inconsistent things like that. Like, and those things always kind of bug me. But this idea that there's this epic change, and it isn't that the people disappeared, it's that something is afoot, right? And, you know, this is what I'm talking about with Pockets of Future and all these things. And as much as my consciousness has changed over the years from doing the meditation and from stepping into various roles, my consciousness shifted from doing this job that I do here and other things, right? As much as I've had those consciousness shifts, I fully understand that the people who are meant for this thing, you know, there's a lot of people who are just dead man walking. You know, they're dead people. They're zombies. They're ghouls. They're, you know, there's nothing in them that's, I mean, their soul isn't going to be allowed back when there's massive population reduction. They have no role to play in whatever's going to happen. They're just NPCs walking around bumping into shit. And, you know, I don't give a shit about those people because they're all checked out, right? They're not even people anymore. They have no ability to change. And then there's the people who do, you know, who have this consciousness awakening in them, but most of them are resisting it, like the sheriff character in the show. You know, there's a waking up process that's happening, but they're pushing it away. And they don't want to deal with what's about to happen. They're just, you know, and they can. They're not NPCs, and yet they're unwilling to go there because going there will make them, you know, very much different from everybody else and maybe very much different from the people in their lives. And they're going to feel lonely and they're going to feel disconnected. You know, there's times in life where you have a consciousness shift and you can't do the bullshit you've been doing. You know, there's a lot of things you're doing that you're just checking the box and working a shit job that's sucking the life out of you, and you're in bogus relationships that aren't working, but you just, you know, you're scared to do anything else and you're too worn out and you're too deprived, you're bankrupt of chronic love energy, like all these things. And, you know, you can't move forward because you're scared, but where you are is like unbearable. But you have this consciousness shift and you're like, I just can't do this anymore. You know, Lology, the first master of the Sahaj Marg system, there's this great story. He's like 7 or 8 years old, like 7.5 years old, 8 years old. And he's playing with his friends. And he has this an awakening where, you know, he's like, yeah, I'm not supposed to be doing this. Like you know, he now has been activated that he's supposed to be a spiritual, you know, master. And he has to work on it. And he starts evolving spiritually from that moment. And in a short period of time, he reaches the goal of human life. You know, it's like some kind of epic consciousness change and shift. He went from being a little kid doing little kid things to being a spiritual giant. And like that's probably the most profound example of something like this. But there are going to have to be people waking up to seeing what's going on and not engage with all the political bullshit and all the, binary stuff, the left-right paradigm stuff and all these things, because it just has to happen, right? You just has to, if it isn't, then humanity's wiped out, because the NPCs are done and the evil people are done who are running things. So there has to be another group of people who are accepting what's happening, even grateful for it, and willing to go through the changes and adapt to, rising to a higher level of consciousness, because that's what's being asked of the human race right now. All right, so let me wrap this one up here, and I'll continue on. I have this, this is one more voiceover to put in the Journey series tomorrow, and I can wrap up that Journey series. This is also going to be a part of a standalone video, which will have that audio. It'll have 3 audios in it that's going up on the Gratefullness Meditation channel. And I'll put this at the end of the video for Pockets of Future, my regular, stuff I'm doing today. Okay, so I have the last voiceover coming up here. I just have a few clips of the homestead, the flooding, and the well house, which I talk about a little bit in the clip. So let me show you that here. Okay, so we had flash flooding by our barn. We got it in the spring. There's the bin I need to get, which I'm gonna have to wear my boots out here because it's neither over here. It's over there. So we have all this water. Here's our garden stuff. Getting ready to do our garden. Tulsi likes the water. Tulsi's just water, she's going down. Especially when it's warm, even in the winter sometimes. So I have more video clips of this, but there's just water throughout the pasture. It turns into a swamp. Some of the water's like 4 or 5 inches deep, and it got worse over the next couple of days. But then I had this, experience this morning. Today's Monday, April 7th. I just did the last voiceover. So we'll wrap this video up after this clip and the voiceover. But here's our defunct spring house, and I got a little story here. This is to do with all the water, like this whole, fixing the bathtub and it raining every day, and this was a big part of this whole gathering, this whole 7 days, 7 seasons, 7 days experience. Okay, so this is the well house. The previous owner bought a bunch of this pipe. There's some stuff here. This is some random stuff there. But there was this pipe, and this water was just gushing out of it. And in the glue, I mean, thankfully it's held. But the pipe was not, I couldn't get the water out of the pipe, and when it looked like the pipe was empty, some water would come gushing out of it just as I put the glue on. And so I put as much glue on as possible and slapped the thing on there because it was late last night, and I didn't want to leave the water off, the well water, so it was just a nightmare. But the glue held, thank God. And so, but this pipe was just gushing water. It had never done this before, so I must have opened something out. But it's just, it doesn't make any sense why they would take a pipe from the new well and run it to the old well. Like, I mean, there's some sort of story behind it. Like this, there's a pipe running out this way, and I don't know where this goes. So this is the well pump goes. And here, it's a raccoon that was living in there for a while, and the whole area. I mean, and we thought this was actually, here's the pump that would put pressure into the system. But there's nothing, this thing is just, there's no reason for this building anymore. There's no reason for water to come into this building. There's no sinks. There's nothing in here. And so for whatever reason, they ran water out here, and somehow there's a shutoff valve that I must have opened it up, and I could look down the basement to see if that's the case. But the crazy thing is our water pressure is stronger than ever now that I've capped this off. The water was just gushing out of here for like 3 or 4 days, and we had no water pressure. And so, it's a mystery. Okay, so this is the last clip for the Journey Series 167. Really is 187. But let's go back to it. It's funny because this is really one of the more epic Journey series with significant spiritual development stuff. So I took the final sitting. So this was it for me. The 2 days after giving the sitting, it was interesting to do this so quickly after doing the The whole thing. When I did the final sitting, I didn't think there was much cleaning going on in the final sitting as a preceptor. Like all the cleaning had more or less happened, but it was like just residual stuff. But I felt really a deep cleaning, similar to when I was made a preceptor. I was made a preceptor. I got 8 sittings in 3 days with full preceptors, and 5 sittings with full preceptors, and 3 with master chargy. And the depth of the cleaning. Plus, I had gone through just hell. That trip stuff I talk about. I came up again with the where I got sick at the bus driver getting the window smashed out. All these things. It's in this journey series that talking about that. There was just so much in that trip where I was feeling just horrible, like emotionally. I got so sick, and then at the end of it, all of it. There was like a lot of things that happened, right? Jealousy from my brother when I went to Chargy. I was leaving India without going to talk to him about being made a preceptor because I just felt horrible the whole time. And I was limping back to America thinking I would just sort of, it's now living in a place where I was living there because I was going to be a preceptor, right? And I didn't know anybody and was going back to America just feeling horrible, like just not good. Limping back there, still committed to Sahaj Marg system, but I wasn't going on a high note, like just really bummed out. And I went to say goodbye to Master Chargy, and he was like, well, you're supposed to come talk to me about being a preceptor. I was completely kind of shook and just, yeah, like, and then next thing I know, there's a phone in my hand, and they had already called Singapore Airlines for me. They dialed the number, and I changed my tickets, and I stayed another 3 days. And, it was such a high note. And then I went out and told my brother and a senior preceptor who was clearly against me because she, started to, say shit about me, forcing my way to be made a preceptor, which was, not only not true, but like fucked up that she did that, right? And she and my brother were completely rattled. And there's all these things that happened. Like, they were upset I was being made a preceptor, which was fucking weird, right? Like, who gives a shit? Like, I didn't care. Like I was like this woman looked at me like I was the devil, and she was hanging out with my brother, who was, just a gross person. My brother. I love my brother, but he's a womanizer, and he just, in terms of his sensitivity to the energy and to his spiritual condition, he was a lot more. He had a lot more dense some scars, and I might have had, in terms of my past lives and things, but he's lived a much more grosser life and more decadent lifestyle, and all these things. He had left his wife for another woman, and just on his son's birthday. Like fucking, and so and this woman was more upset about he became a caretaker and a preceptor, and I was happy for him. Like that's why I was. The fact that he was jealous, and it was weird because I told him about Sahaj Marg, right? And my brother was like it was a whole thing. I don't want to get into that here. But I got these sittings, and the depth of the cleaning was significant. And I felt like that happened similarly in this 7-day series. The first thing was I did my, the 9 o'clock prayer, and it was, epic. Like the energy is just there. My condition, my sensitivity has increased. It's just whatever I've been carrying around, because of the tumultuous time. And, you would get these boosts from gatherings and, special activities, special sittings and things, and individual sittings. And those things don't exist anymore. So, it was great to have this online thing. And I want to think of other things to do like this. It's up there for people to do over and over again. I'll certainly do it over again. It's going to, it's a tough thing because it's remembering to take a sitting every day for 7 days. If you forget, you can just, continue on. But it's I went through a lot. And there was, the physical aspects, the flooding. Our pasture is still flooded. I woke up today, and it's the first day I woke up, and there was one day it was sunny, and then it started to rain, like at noon. But today it's sunny out, and like the water's starting to evaporate. But last night, my wife and I, we have these 2 well houses, and the we have a well house and we have a well, and the well is new, and the well house is old, and there's two different well pumps. And the well house we thought was pumping water to some of the there we have some spigots outdoors, spigots for watering animals and things, one by the barn. But it turns out that well is completely it's dead. And so there's a well house and a working well pump in there, but it doesn't do anything. And we have storage. We stored some stuff in there, and there was water coming out from the bottom of the building. And I went in there, and I had just been in there. We were looking for something, something we had stored something outside, and we couldn't find it. So I went and looked at the well house maybe 2 weeks ago, and I'd been there before, and there had never been any water coming out. There was a pipe, and it was just gushing water. The pipe came straight up from the ground. And it's just gushing water, and there's a lot of water involved in this whole, we have flooding and things, and lots of rain during this time, and I don't know if I opened up when I just did the bathtub, and I don't, this stuff with all this, which ended up coming out pretty good. It came out pretty nice, and I didn't know whether I had opened up something downstairs because I had, was trying to find a shutoff valve for the bathroom. I don't know what happened, but this water and I don't know how long this water had been coming out, but our water pressure went down. So I must have opened something up in the basement because I capped this thing. I capped it in the house, and now the water pressure went up. And so weird stuff. And I don't know why they would ever have just water, pipe going into the well house from a new well. Like, it makes no sense, right? Because the well, I don't know. It just, and I couldn't understand the piping in there. There's pipes just laying on the ground, and I'm like, it's amazing that I still believe that this thing works because when I looked at it, I'm like, there's no way, there's no pipes going out. The thing's just sort of deteriorated. But water is to do with emotion, and it's 0.4 in it's the last there's 0.5, which is the air point in the throat region, which is part of the heart region, but that's not really. You go past 0.5 and 0.6 as quickly as possible, because 0.5 is emotions, and things like this, and hallucinations is the inverted part of that, which I've talked about before, and 0.6 is the third eye, which has so much power in it, and so those 2 points are, unnecessarily. You don't have much experience with those points. You're not supposed to get bogged down. You go right from the heart region to 0.7. But anyways, all these things, there's just this physical aspect to it. The 9 p.m. prayer was great, but I experienced intense cleaning at the 7th sitting, which I was thinking was going to be headed more towards transmission. But, it was more cleaning, but I woke up and meditated, and it was a very good meditation. My condition is really good. And so, the whole thing is very, it was kind of epic. Like, it just seems like that's only a week ago. Like, it's just, a week ago, Sunday. And so, I'm happy with it. Like, really, I didn't do it so I could experience it. Like, I didn't think about it that way. But now that I have, like, I've done these various playlists, and I didn't think about how I would experience them as an Abhyasi, but I've needed, I use all the playlists probably more than other people. Like, I probably do more of the sittings than anybody else. I often do the, I do usually do the Tuesday sitting, and I often, if I don't do the Tuesday sitting, I do one of the other sittings, and I often do the 3 sittings in one day, and I'll probably come back to this one a lot because it's just getting that deep experience, that intense experience, is really necessary. Deeper cleaning and things, especially when you're going through something, and we're all going to be going through things, right? Until, and I feel like some way without even the videos, being able to connect to these things, right? These sittings just make a direct connection when necessary. I mean, it's good for people, new people and things, but, eventually the direct connection, especially if the internet disappears or this, people don't have access to the videos. The videos themselves there's nothing in the videos. There's just, the connection happens on an etheric level. But, like, this idea came to me, and I'm not even sure how, I don't remember exactly the process to do 7 cities in 7 days. but it wasn't by accident. Like, it was very effective. Like anything with Sahaj Marg, it's always better than anticipated. So I'm very pleased with it. I mean, it should be recommended that people do it like all the time. Like, you just wouldn't continuously do the sittings every day, 365 days a year. But doing it 3, 4 times a year, doing it before gatherings, like people could do it again right before the Babaji gathering, which is coming up. And today's April 7th, and the gathering's on the 31st of April. And so, it's this is good preparation now, but people could come back to it if they felt the need. But again, it should be done if people aren't feeling like they're sensitive enough to the transmission. Again, 3, 4 times a year, 5 times a year. I mean, whenever you're led to do it, and just, committing to doing the sittings in order. If you forget and skip a day, just get back to it, right? But it's something where, like, the results are there. So to be introduced to the system, I have 3 sittings in one sitting a day for 3 days, and that's the standard. But Babaji gave 24 sittings to one person before they were able to be introduced. And that was Babaji face to face with his ability to clean. His will force was so much stronger than the average preceptor, or any preceptor, or anybody probably, in his ability to clean in depth. And it took 24 cleanings for a person before they were able to receive the transmission and experience it, right? The 3 sittings are supposed to help a person, create enough space in their heart so they can receive the transmission. And, I experienced a lot in my first sittings, and then the various gatherings for 2 years. But still, when I went to get this preceptor cleaning, the cleaning was so deep and so extraordinary. And then we did that intensive with 3 sittings in 3 days, or 3 sittings in one day. And that was a similar experience. And I've had these in-depth cleanings, and then I had this very deep cleaning 20 some years into my practice in 2014, so 21 years or something into my practice, and just an epic cleaning that I went through, in India with the divorce and those things. And so, the cleaning process is never ending, and depending on, what you did in past lives, if you had long lives and, produced a lot of impressions, a lot of grossness, the cleaning process is just so necessary. And so, even though you had the first, if you've done the 3 individual sittings, if you haven't found that playlist yet, then what the fuck? I mean, I don't know how. I mean, you got to watch the videos and you can't just wing it and just, you got to read the directions, and the directions are given to you in video format, like in all the playlists and things. And there's a video for the channel when you first come to the channel, that initial video on the homepage, and that has to be listened to. And it should be listened to every so often, so you're not missing anything. It tells you how to do the practice. And it tells you where the other playlists and the resources, of course, not these new ones. Eventually, I have to redo that whole video when this is more complete. I think I'm going to do another introductory video with 5 sittings, with people getting introduced with 5 sittings, because Daji did that in a Udemy course, and it was great. I redid it, and I sent it to my brother. It's one of the best things, probably the best thing Daji did as master of the system. Even after he had collapsed, he produced some quality. This Udemy course, it was talks, and he did a good job in the talks, which is weird for him, and 5 good sittings. And this guy, Rob, this preceptor Rob, used to do 5 sittings to introduce people, and then he would, give them a package with a book and a diary. He, as a preceptor, he had developed something that was more, what he felt was more effective. Instead of giving 3 sittings, he gave 5. And so I don't know if that's where Kamlish ripped it off from him. But, it doesn't hurt to have more sittings. And, people who aren't feeling anything, this is my point, you can go back and do the introductory sittings, but also redo this 7-day sittings, and you can do the 3 sittings in one day, and just keep on hammering away until, there's some experience where you're feeling it. Like if you feel like you're not sensitive enough, that's what this 7-day sitting is all about. Because if there's the self-suggestion and the transmission suggestion of a star of sensitivity growing, and the star has to be nurtured, and energy has to be put into it, and effort for it to continue to develop. And if you're not feeling you're not having the experiences. Also, what do you feel like in your life as changes? Is there less anger? Are you calmer? Like is there any things that you're noticing that you're benefiting from, like these things? And so these things have to be evaluated. But my brother didn't feel the transmission. I don't know if he has felt it yet. He was not sensitive, and when he was my first trip to India, when I was made a preceptor, he came afterwards. I was hanging out with this guy Chris, and we were walking by. He walked by my brother. My brother was sitting on a park bench doing a cleaning, and the look of strain on my brother's face. My brother he talked about having dogged effort. Like my brother was what they would call a dog in sports. Like somebody who would grind it out, right? He would just humping it was like the term in Vietnam. You had to go hump it up the hill. Like you had to walk in the heat of Vietnam and the humidity, a couple of miles with your pack and your gun and your equipment and shit. And these are people, young men who've gone through basic training, are in good shape, and have to put out a lot of physical effort. And my brother used to brag about not necessarily having the most talent, but being dogged effort. In fact, somebody he wrote a book on Vietnam, and somebody wrote a note that the guy, or somebody said you do, maybe a professor. He was going back to school, and he gave the guy some of the book to read. That you do these things with dogged effort, right? Like my brother would really put a lot of whatever it is, force and grind it out, right? And so he was just had this expression on his face, and Chris notices it well. My friend Chris, who came from America, and he was like, "Yeah, your brother, man. This his expression when he's doing his cleaning. It just shouldn't be like that, right? Like he's using too much physical force when you're using your will force. You're supposed to sit there calmly, but he had this grimace on his face, and I kind of felt bad for him when I saw it, but he stuck with it. Like he didn't feel the transmission, and some of it was competitiveness with me, which was weird. My brother's 17 years older than me. My mom said he always was jealous of me in one way or another, which was weird. I guess he just had that in him. But he would go and he was womanizing. I mean, beginning he was like our first gathering. He met this French woman, and he wasn't there focused on spirituality, and he couldn't feel the transmission. That whole thing. But he came the caretaker, and he's just stuck with it. And I know he's gotten better, like because of the system, despite him not feeling the transmission. But he did have very visual experiences as a preceptor, so there was that. Like he's had some things, but he didn't feel this stuff like everyone else was, and he was he didn't like to meditate. Like he just he would complain about but he stuck with it, right? And as there's people like that, and whatever reason he benefited from it. And so for people who are doing this and they don't feel anything, and I mean I don't know what to say about it. Like people have to make their own choices, but this is a way to to push through. I mean, it would just a matter of how disconnected people are from their internal world, and how much blockage and grossness there is, and any other factors that people have, not being able to relax and you have to like drop down, and I don't want to say down because it makes it sound like you're descending into something, but you gotta like it's like when you go to sleep, right? There's those moments where you're just barely awake, but you're not, you're still conscious. You're letting go and falling asleep, right? And there's that's similar to what you do in meditation. You have your active mind that you're dealing with the world, and then you're dropping in and going into your internal world, and you just fade away. The material world fades away, and then you go into your internal world, and then there's a whole things that are going on, and you feel things, and you know things, and you sense things. And it's a change in consciousness. Like when kids watch TV. When I came back from India the first time, I moved to New Mexico, and I started in Albuquerque, but I had to move to Santa Fe because I got a job in Los Alamos, where the national lab was. And there was this kid. He was a really weird kid, and his dad came in. I was like, holy fuck! Like, no wonder this kid's so weird. and the kids would torture the kid, right? But he loved to watch TV, and there was this like this center that was supposed to be like a counseling center, but more like play therapy. That kids of every age could come in. There's high school kids and younger kids. This kid was probably 10 or 11, and he came in and he wanted to watch TV, and the kids would throw shit at him, because he was just teasable. And he had one of those coats like a parka, and it was hot in there, and he pulled the parka up, and he put the hood on so we could block everything out. And me and my coworker would joke about how there are times we'd have to turn the TV off, and you would talk to the kid, he wouldn't hear you. He was so fixated on the TV, he was like autistic. And when you would turn the TV off, he would clench his fists and yell like "Ruh!" like because he was so locked in on the TV, and he was oblivious to everything that was going on around them. And I used to see this with people's cell phones. I didn't have a cell phone, and I'd watch people disappear into their cell phones where they were oblivious to anything else going around them, right? And, in the same place, there was a kid there, an Indian kid, and he would want to play me in chess. He was like 8 or 9 years old, right? And you beat him easily in the beginning. And then he started to beat me, right? And I had a friend who was an Abiasi, now a preceptor, who I was talking to, and this guy was like an accomplished chess player, like not a grand master, but someone who he was a rocket scientist himself, and he put a lot of energy into becoming good at chess. And I talked about this kid beating me, and he said, yeah, his brain is developing, and so he's just going to continue. He'll grow, and you're an adult, so, you know, he goes, I'll give you some books, and you can start reading some books, and then you can crush the kid. like, and I'm like, well, I don't want to read books. I'm like, not into it, because and he really wanted me to be, he was like, no, let's get this kid, like he was like, whatever. I'm like, no, I don't, I'm not going to put that much effort into it. But I know that sometimes we were playing chess, I was so focused on the game that I didn't see what was going on in the rest of the center. And one time my boss came in, he said, I came in and out, you didn't even notice. And so like people will focus on, TV and stuff. You walk into a room or they'll be on their cell phone and their consciousness won't be in the material world. And you might talk to them and they'll give you answers and they won't remember the conversation. These things, right? Because your mind goes into these different states, and people have sometimes different difficulty relaxing and going into a meditative state. And so, these are all things that take practice, and the cleaning helps. And so people are really, feeling like there's something here for them, but they don't feel, good about their experiences. Then you're using the deep cleanings and see how that works, right? Again, you don't have the ability to go to a precept or go to a gathering, which can be game changers, right? There could be this, or the master himself meeting the guy, because it just, he has this way of sensing what people need, and just, it just without even consciously thinking about it, it just happens automatically. And people would have these deep experiences, and then they would suddenly get it, right? They would get what was available here. And the other thing is when your meditations are bad and you feel like shit and you're going through stuff, then that's the time to kick in and use the fucking the resources that are available. The 3 sittings in one day, intensive, and I'm going to redo some of these things because I feel like, my ability as a preceptor has grown with the preceptor book and some of the things that changed. And then, of course, the 7 sittings we just did. Like I've talked about this before, lots of people claim to be truthers, but as soon as the shit hits the fan, they run back to the government, they run back to the news media, they run back to the allopathic medicine, and they get the shot, they get the whatever. Even though they claim to be truthers, when they get scared, they run back to, mommy and daddy. In that case, the bad mommy and daddy of the government. And they, they'll do things that are traditional in the system because they, they're freaked out and they need help, and they go to the authority. And so they give up on their herbs and their health care, their alternative health things, as soon as they, sometimes you have to. Like there's some things that you have to go to allopathic medicine for because sometimes you need a hammer. But, people have their ways of dealing with it. Drinking alcohol, they go through problems and they go back and get drunk, could use drugs. They go back to their coping mechanisms. And so the Sahaj Marg system, the Gratefulness meditation, has to, you eventually have to learn for that to be your coping mechanism. When you go through something, the first thing you say is, I need a sitting. And you go to the YouTube channel and you find the appropriate sitting, or you do a bunch of sittings. And these are now available, these playlists. And you do them until, like, it becomes something where you start realizing you feel relief, that there's a shift in your consciousness, right? I mean, some people go for walks. I mean, doing natural, healthy things to deal with stress and trauma and things like this, and that are part of this, meditation. And then you start, eating less toxic food, less gross food, because gross food and any kind of substance you might be doing block your ability. I mean, things that are toxic to toxicity in your in your bodily system. When I eat certain foods, it affects my meditation, right? Depending on also, when I go through, it depends on how my body's dealing with things too, right? And so there are things that enhance your ability to meditate, and things that don't, right? Drinking a lot of stimulants, having a lot of coffee, having things in your system that are certainly alcohol and drugs make it impossible to feel they're just too gross, and any kind of medication that might interfere with it, right? Because it's just the stuff that's, I mean, some of these heavy duty psychological medications. If you're doing that, I'm not suggesting people should go off them. I'm saying these are reasons why people can't feel the grossness in the food. That's why being a vegetarian, which I am not now, but I was for a while, because the food is more subtle, right? Meat is a very dense food. It's good for you physically, but it is very heavy. And so any of these things, any alcohol, drugs, any kind of things that changes consciousness, that creates impressions and grossness, makes it hard to feel or impossible to feel that transmission. So these are all things to consider, right? That people have to, again, I mean, I don't know what's going on with each individual person. And if I met you and gave you a sitting, I still wouldn't know, right? I mean, ideas might come to me, but then if I said that the ideas, which you're not supposed to do, you're not supposed to say things as much as a preceptor, because almost always the person will resist what you say. And so if you told the person what to do, they would more than likely do the opposite. And so you're supposed to work on the subtle level and pray, because if you talk to people, they hunker down and get stubborn about shit. They don't want to give shit up, or they don't want to they just rebel against what you're saying. People have a problem with authority. This is why therapy doesn't work very well, talk therapy, because the problem is there, and the therapist often can see the problem, but the person is attached to the problem, and when you suggest something to get rid of the problem, they rebel against it, right? So this is all the stuff that's there, in the Gratefullness meditation, all the various things that people can do. And, again, they just have to figure out your own way. Like, there has to be some flow to it, and you got to just come to your own understanding, look at the literature. I mean, I read all the books that were available to me in the first 2 years of practice. I would do my meditation in the morning, and the days off, I would go do other things, take care of things I needed to take care of. But on my days of work, I would go to work. I would do my meditation, then I would write in my diary, and then I would read literature, and then I would come home from work. I'd go to work, and I come home from work, and I do my cleaning, and I'd read more literature and write my diary again. I mean, it was, my first 2 years, I devoted myself exclusively to the practice. Really, the first, then I moved, went to India, and I was a preceptor then. So, reading the books, listening to the tapes, I mean, that went on for, I don't know, like 3-4 years until I was married and had kids, and then, I got pulled away. Not because I wanted to, but I had to. I didn't have enough time, and it was hard for me to read the books because I was constantly getting interrupted and did whatever it was. But then, I was able to dive into the practice at first, and then it became habitual and just, a big part of my life. And then, the rest is, sort of history. It just continues on from there. The services are there for people. And again, there's things that are missing that I wish I could, help people have. I wish I could recreate them, but I can't. I'm not a master, and I don't have the resources to create, gatherings and ashrams and things. But there are people who say they're benefiting and, are doing well with the practice and these things. And so, there's the services are there for people, and, just figuring out how to use them and connect, and praying about it, and asking God for help and doing whatever you need to do to achieve the result. If you feel like if you feel good about the system, you see it's helping you, then just find ways to go deeper into it some way, like finding your own pathway and finding what works for you. The other thing is, Chargy always talked about how wind and water would wear away rock. And he used that as a metaphor for the cleaning and transmission. Love is the most subtle thing. But, wind and rain and, water and rivers will cut their way through rock, and eventually, everything that's straight, any right angle, any of these things becomes rounded and soft, right? So you look at these things, these, pictures of, the Grand Canyon and Bryce Canyon, some of the pictures I show here, all the way that wind and rain and things and rivers have worn their way through. There's a Colorado River on the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And these canyons that have, these things have been worn away by water, and these passages and, water finding its way. Water being soft and air being soft still can wear away the hardest rock just over time. And he uses this as a metaphor for the Sahaj Marg system. The hardness, the edges that you have, the aggression, the bad qualities, the egoism, the stuff, if you just keep on plugging away, it wears it away over time. And again, more effort is needed now because of the lack of a organization, but still the transmission's still flowing and the cleaning still works. All right, so let me wrap this video up. I feel very positive about it, very successful. This is the last voiceover in the Journey series, but also I'm doing a standalone video that I'll both put up today. Today is Monday, April 7th, August. And so this is going in two places, the whole thing. And the video is going up on the Gratefullness meditation playlist. I have my last three voiceovers for the Journey series you guys have listened to here if you're on the Gratefullness meditation channel. But the whole Journey series 187 is going into that playlist as well, which will follow this video. And then so the Journey series will go up on my regular channel, also on the Gratefullness channel, and a portion of it will go up on my reflections of this thing after the fact. I mean, it's for me it's been epic. I really feel recharged and rejuvenated in the practice. I really feel great about it. So there it is. Only spirituality will save this world. It's Paul Rovato, definitely important for the Apocalaughs and the Ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.